Careful what
weeks.
you
Yeah.
wish for, Kembo, because you're gonna get what you want in this server.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
serious. Like, where
I've
if you
been
wanna
I've been a fl
yeah, go on. You go on.
no, I said I've been a flat earther for like 7 years, and I just go do my own thing or whatever. After YouTube censor everybody, I couldn't find everybody. I'm like, where everybody go? So I found out later that they demoted the flat earth videos and censor and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah. So I finally
No.
found you guys. Well, the Discord on Richard gets it. On
Mhm.
his live stream. So that's why I came here. That's how I found you guys.
Yeah, so, like, I would say having seniority of how much time you've spent in Flat Earth has no bearing on what the server how it articulates itself with the conversations that we have with other people. So, let's say I've heard of people saying, "I've been in Flat Earth for 12 years." Well, good for
Nah.
you. Now let's throw you against this baller who's a sophist and see how you fare. Because if we do that, I want to see how well you articulate your argument and your points, and then redirect and divert them back to your initial premise. Because if you think you can handle yourself, let's see what happens with the sophist that comes in here. How well you do. Because this isn't a fair fight, I would say. They use all the dirty tricks in the books that they can. So they're gonna wanna you know, not listen to what you just said or say like, I don't understand what you mean. Like if even if you're speaking plain English, can you redefine what you just said? Can you define what you just said? Like they'll use every tactic in the book to divert you away from your premise, and they're gonna do it very they're experts at it. And so what me
Hmm.
and the rest of the guys in here who've been doing this, we already
Yep.
understand there's certain archetypes. There's certain archetypes of people that come through here, and
Hmm.
if you start to get to know like how they articulate their points, you'll be like, dude, this is like a third grader arguing with an adult. Like, there's no challenge because like
Yep.
when you don't have the truth, you make shit up, and that's what they do. They just make shit up on the spot. So
I
you
hear
can
that all
call
the
them.
time.
You could call them out on their bullshit most of the
Hmm.
times, right? You can say, "Hey, look, how do you know what you know right now? That thing you just said, tell me how you know that." Like for instance, right? They'll come in here and they'll say, "Well, I measured the curve of the Earth. How'd you do it?" I used a theodolite. Okay, and you can think about certain things like the keywords that they use. So if they say theodolite, do they mean total station? Because that's how it's being referred to these days. Like if somebody in surveying that they're using the modern versions of the tool. It's called a total station, not a theodolite. That's a different type of equipment. So you can actually start to get them just on the finer points of what they say, and then you can go over the overall point, which is
Hmm.
that tool actually used for what it's specifically meant to design it to be used for, or is it able to be used for what you say you're using it for, as in measuring the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. Now, if that's the case, then you're gonna have to show me where in the manual where it tells you that's exactly what it can be used for. Because if it cannot be, then we're gonna get you on a technical fallacy, which is this thing that you're telling me it's being used for measuring the curvature of the Earth, as in 8 inches per mile squared, the drop over distance, is incorrect. I'm gonna point that out to you. If you can't point it out to me in the guide in the handbook, then I'm gonna just show you that you're not. This tool is not designed for what you're saying it's used for. So on many different fronts, you can win the argument, right? On a sense of
Yep.
that the tool's not designed for that. It's out of its working parameters. uh you know they're trying to build an argument out of ignorance. Like it's just you got them 9 ways till Sunday if you understand the argument, right? So they can't just then present something to you and say, look, I measured the curve of the Earth using this. Now you tell me how that's not working, and then you try to go on the defense. If you go on the defense at any point in time, you lost. I'm gonna tell you straight up, you lost. Well, you might be able to gain a few people's minds in the argument if you're playing
Hmm.
offense and defense. But flat Earth, the conversation that we have in here is mainly and strictly offense. There is no defense. You're not even supposed to defend. You're
Yep.
100% on offense. So
Okay.
when you lock horns with somebody, if you start to defend, you need to start to think, what am I doing here incorrectly? Because I'm telling you, when Jedi gets in the ring with somebody, it's the game's over. Like I don't we already know there's that guy's not gonna win. He's
Yeah.
ultimately gonna be defeated immediately, which is how can you, talk about triangles and triangulation with the sextant working over the Earth? It's not possible with the curve with the Earth. The one of the angle, or excuse me, on the triangle, the line that's on the bottom of the triangle, the adjacent, if
It's
it's
straight
curving,
line,
yeah,
horizontal. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
if you have a curved line, if you have a curve adjacent, that is no longer a triangle, right? And
Yep.
that's already
Yep.
you should think about it, right? And there's many ways that he can go about articulating that point and crushing the
Hmm.
Glober because they're gonna try to weasel their way out of it and say, no, you can have a curved line. Bullshit. Show me where, and so he'll make sure that the point always stays on the premise. And so, like, yeah,
Yep.
it's. But if you
Like
start to
Ruhif,
defend,
he'll bring up that argument like Ruhif.
mhm.
I only been
Oh,
here for
Ruhif.
like 2.5 weeks. Yeah, I only been
Okay.
here 2.5 weeks. Like every time I come in here, and when I hear Jedi or QE or some other guy,
Mhm.
start debating or whatever, I just stay and listen. Yeah,
Good stuff.
like I said, man, I'm just here to learn, like I'm not gonna give you any excuses, but English is my second language, so
Mhm.
certain vocabulary, whatever, I stumble a little bit. That's why I'm here,
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
not just to repeat words, but to understand the argument, and that's the most
Mhm.
powerful weapon, to hit the globe, people, in general, it's to understand the arguments. Yep.
I don't know, Jedi. Did you want to chime in? Because I think you had got much to say on this topic for sure, especially with Ruhif.
Oh, lucky Ruth. Oh, mate, me and Ruhif, so we go a little bit back. And yeah, I mean, he's jumped back in the server again, mate. I don't know why, but you know what it's like when you have a constant troll who is going to respawn on exactly the same point you burnt him to death with not 5 minutes ago. He's just
Mhm.
waiting for somebody else to talk to about it because he won't talk to me about it anymore. All right, we will have a strong disagreement with the ground position of a star. Right?
Hmm.
He doesn't even think there's a ground position of a star within celestial navigation, my friend. He'll
Wow.
say, yeah, 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 yeah. So there's only so many times you can go around the circle and make him trip over because you're just, throwing tacks in the road for him to trip over. I've done that enough. Hopefully, other people have listened enough to be able to take the mantle because I can't waste my energy going around in this circle with this guy. But what he
Mhm.
does is he waits for people like me and you and Quantum Eraser and a few other people not to be in here. And without any disrespect to anybody else in the server, he's going to try and pick on the low hanging fruit. That's what he does. That's his modus operandi. And
Does
personally,
he
I
Yeah.
don't think he should
continuously?
be in the server.
I mean, not that he's well, yeah, but in a
He's
way
not
you
a
said.
dumb person, right? He
Well,
pretty damn smart too. But I think the other
nah, he's
day,
a crayon muncher, bro. He eats crayons for breakfast.
yeah.
I'm
But
serious.
of course, he's a clown. Like, he's a clown. He's a troll. We get that. But he finally admitted it the other day that the whole heliocentric model was a belief. He just believed in it, and Gregory shut him up that day so bad, and he couldn't respond with anything else. He just like, yeah, my whole system is based on belief. And I thought I misheard it, but he
Kembo,
said like
I
a
bet
couple
you I
times.
bet you $5. I bet you I don't wanna say that way, but I just bet you I bet you that he's going to respond sometime in the future with that same argument. I because he does this is
Oh
like what
my!
Jedi was saying. I'm not kidding you. You're gonna be like, "Dude, didn't we just destroy you on that point?" And he's
Is
gonna be
this
like,
guy
"What
a
point? What are you talking
psychopath or
about?"
some shit?
Masochist probably. He likes to get beat on. I don't know. But like I even told him, dude, are you a masochist? Do you like this? Do you enjoy that people shellac you every time you go like he's like, yeah, I do. It's like, well, fine. I mean, because you got plenty of that here. But like, listen, if you get into a discussion with these guys, and like Jedi was saying, if you're not
Mhm.
prepared to take them down, if you're like, oh, let's just have a civil conversation, then you're not gonna go anywhere. Civil conversation is where they thrive.
Yep.
These sophist
Yep.
types, they thrive on civil conversation. So long as why are you yelling? Why is your voice being raised? Because you're a fucking idiot. That's why. Because you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
other times it's like if you're just like, no, it's cool, just let him speak. Why can't we just let Ruhuf speak? Or let him speak because he doesn't have a point. He wants to
Yep.
speak so he can give you his word salad, and you're
Hmm.
totally baffled by his bullshit. And then next thing you know, you're arguing about who knows what, because you let him speak.
Yep.
So this, like,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a
I
there's a
heard
cult.
that I heard that a few times. Like he'll go on and on, like one thing after
Oh
another,
yeah.
just go around a
Oh
circle,
shit, yeah,
just going
dude.
around a circle, like But yeah, like I'm glad that Gregory the other day he shut him up, like and he admitted, yeah, it's I don't have anything. It's my whole system is based on belief. He said
So
that. I was surprised.
so Kembo, here's the thing. A lot of people are
Yep.
confused because they come in here like, well, aren't we supposed to try to convince these people? No.
No.
Your
Okay.
job right now is to expose this people. Expose.
Yep.
Remember that. Listen, if there's one thing you remember that I tell you, is not to
Hmm.
convince the other person, it's to expose them because these
Yep.
guys are on a mission. Their mission is to thwart the efforts of anybody in here speaking the truth. And they're going to do it at
Hmm.
all costs. That means that they'll burn the whole house down. It doesn't matter. They're like, well, you can't know the earth is flat. I can't know the earth is a globe. Nobody knows anything. It's all subjective. We're in, we could be floating around in a simulation or whatever. So they're going to try to burn it
Stupid.
once they
Yeah.
find out that they can't win, right? So what you
Yep.
got to do, remember, you got to stand your ground. You got to keep
Yep.
to reality, keep to the sober-minded conversations,
Hmm.
don't indulge them with this idea that you have to be civil. That's fucking bullshit.
Okay,
They
I
they
got you.
want you to
I got you in
they
that
want
part.
you they listen, yeah, because I'm telling you, man, these types that have been doing it for years here, they want to do that. They're like, guys, just let him. Why can't he speak? Guys, he's a fucking idiot. That's why we
Oh,
let him.
I get that now.
Listen, it's
When
a
when I first, I'm
yeah. Go ahead.
sorry to cut you. When I first came in here, and I thought something was odd, right?
Mm.
But yeah, I've been learning like so. This is the way we have to shut them up. That
It's a
yeah,
tactic, Kimbo. It's
there's a
a
tactic.
tactic.
Yeah. Have you seen Witsit Gets It and John Zucker was debating with the two globeheads? And
Mhm.
I was like, why is John acting a little crazy? But now I get it, Now I get it. Because well, throughout the years, that's what they've been doing. They were trying to embarrass us. They were like just being so nasty and disrespectful
Mhm.
to, flat earthers, And now, like in a way, I'm not gonna agree 100%, but I do like it. It's because now they get the taste of their own medicine. That's what
Oh
they
yeah,
and
and they
but
don't
not
like it.
only that,
They don't
and
like it.
they don't like it. That there you go, and I like that. I like that, But yeah, it was brilliant in a way,
So
I'm pretty sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
Kimbo, you gotta handle it efficiently. And what I mean by that
Hmm.
is you can't go berserk. Ah, you stupid ass, and you just keep going with that with the name calling. You got to make sure that it's to a point. You're a crayon muncher for thinking that the Earth is a globe because you're 8 inches. Like you got to bring that, you got to bring it home. You can't just say that they're an idiot. You have to explain why they're an idiot, and then showing the audience, exposing them to their
Hmm.
idiot ideas will then bring it the point. Oh, now I know why he's an idiot. Because you just showed me why. But if you don't do that and you just keep calling them names, that's not. Nobody likes it. It's
That's
just a
not
shouting
okay. I
match.
got you.
So
That's
you got
why
to be
QE
productive.
was. That's why QE was like straight to the point, and and I
Right.
thought he was just a little bit like too
Rough.
hush in a way. But now,
Yeah.
I get it because a lot
Yes.
of these asshole that comes here, right? For this past 2 weeks and a half, and guess what? They come over here, they acting like they know everything, and then when we try to like to ask them to show any evidence or any proof, solid proof that we live on a spinning ball or
Mhm.
there's a curve drop over distance, they couldn't show nothing. Or you can have gas pressure next to the vacuum. They can't fucking show that shit. So I
Right.
get it now. Yeah.
And what happens is, like when QE's in the room and he says like, "No, you're a fucking doofus. You're a crayon muncher." And they're like, "Dude, why are you calling me names?" He's like they tell him that's an ad hom. That's a fallacy. It's like, "No, it's not. It's an assessment on what your educational level, like on your understanding of things, on everything. You don't know. You don't know anything, and you're talking out your ass, and you want
Yep.
somebody to sit here and have a conversation with you when you don't know what you're saying. So that's
Yep.
why it's an assessment. It's not just saying that they're an idiot. It's because your assessment of what you're talking about is totally idiotic. So therefore, you're an idiot. Like that's just the way it goes. Like you can't just be in a conversation with somebody and then drop some knowledge on them and say, "Well, there you go, there you have it." You know, it's like, no, you don't have it. What do we have?
Mhm.
You're trying to tell me Earth's a globe, but you have no evidence for it, and you want
Mhm.
everybody to believe what you're saying. That's not going to
Yep.
happen.
Yep.
And so,
I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah. I mean, I like that tactic, man. I do, you know. But in beginning, I was kind of like surprised. You know, I was
well,
surprised
yeah,
because
what it does
yeah, I
is
was kind of surprised.
Kimball,
Yep.
so what it does is like on the onset when you come in here and you hear that kind of argument happening, you're like,
Mhm.
why is the flat earther so harsh? Why is he so mean? But you fail to realize that when the other guy's acting quote unquote civil, it's because they're
Uh-huh.
drawing the it's okay. So first of all, having that debate tactic for those guys is the only way they can survive here is to make you look like a psychopath, like an idiot, like you're just a
Yep.
rambling fool. Like you just want to be all uppity about your anger. You know, why are you so
Yep.
mad, dude? Why are you so mad, dude? And it just they don't understand. And what they're doing is they're painting a picture. They're making you look
Yep.
like the villain. Like you're the bad guy.
Yep.
You're the one yelling. You're the one that because bullshit. I'm not gonna sit here and allow you to say whatever you want. You're gonna
Mhm.
stand on the merits of you knowing some shit. And if you know something, then tell me how you know right now. Yeah, that's what I thought. You
Yeah.
don't know, right? Because
Yeah.
if you did know, you'd be telling me in specifics how you know what you're telling me. And so this is
Okay.
the culture that we have here, especially
Yes,
in this
sir.
room. All the intellects in here are already knowing this. So when you come in here brand new, what happens is a couple of things. You got the
Yeah.
people listening to the argument. They're like, "Oh, that's not fair. We're not letting this guy talk." The second thing
Yeah.
is you start to white knight for these assholes. You're like, "Why can't
Yeah.
we just let him speak? Just let him talk, dude. He's trying to say,
Hey,
man,
you know
fuck
what? I
this, man.
almost
You're
said
not
that,
gonna
bro.
let this person talk."
I
I
almost
know
said
that.
that. I
I know,
almost said
Kimball.
that, bro. Like I think it was my first day. I almost said it. I
Mhm.
almost come to the mic and be like, "Hey, can he just speak?" You know. But
Yeah,
then
no.
I'm like, "Okay, well, they know what they're doing. You know, these is my people. These are my
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
They on my side. They know exactly what they're doing." Because
So,
another thing, I'm like, okay, like so this is a flat Earth Discord 24/7, right? So
mhm.
what are these idiots doing on the flat earth Discord 24/7? If what's the
they
purpose? So they come over here trying to humiliate us in whatever way they could. So that's why I sit back. I'm like, you know what? They know what they're doing. Let them do it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that
I,
we invite them here. It's like they say, "Well, you guys have an echo chamber." Bullshit. Come in here and find out. You know, like
mhm.
you want to try us? Come on in here. You're gonna find out this is not an echo. So we got new people that come in here that they don't know what's going on. They're brand new to the whole topic, and you
Mhm.
know, such as the arena that we're in right now, which is it needs to be handled in this way. Like a lot of people might say, "Well, why can't we just sit across the couch and just talk to let's just talk to them. See what happens. Let's just talk." That doesn't
Yeah.
work because when you do that and you're like, I respectfully disagree." That doesn't work either because this isn't
Yeah.
an agree to disagree topic. This is a right or wrong topic. You're either right or
Exactly.
you're wrong. And if you're either one of
Exactly.
those, it's not an agree to disagree. So when you're in an arena like this and you're sitting there going, "Oh, I respectfully disagree with you." That's fucking bullshit. We're not in here for that. We're in here to I'm serious, bro. So
Yep. Yep. No,
people
I
people
get it,
might be
bro.
people might be saying, "Well, let's just have a civil conversation." Man, fuck civil conversation. You're gonna prove your shit right now, or you're gonna get the fuck out like as fast as you can because I'm about to shellac your ass with the information I got. And trust me, brother,
Yeah.
you can't stand against the truth. Nobody can. So you make it very clear. And so with your
All right. Well.
arguments, you're precise. Yeah, go on, Kimbo.
Okay. Oh no, no. Go ahead. Finish it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
and the reason why I'm passionate about this is because a lot of people, when they get up to the time where they're speaking to somebody, you have to know that
Mhm.
this arena, we're already like, there's so much against us. We don't have academia behind us. Okay,
Mhm.
we don't have agencies that are sending rockets to space and all that shit. Like we don't got like so none of the stuff that we talk about is spoken of by. We're not backed by money or influence. We're doing it because we know it's the truth. That's the only
Yes,
reason
sir.
why. And
Mhm.
so what we have is the truth, and it always overwhelms the opponent every time. And we should at no
Yep.
time let the other guy think that they have the upper hand because they're articulating the specifics of quantum mathematics and get into some kind of mathematical uh baffling bullshit kind of well, do you know that the square root of the circumference is like bullshit, dude? You don't know what you're I even call these guys out that actually start to articulate in that way because I'm like, you want to use math to then say that you're gonna come in here and improve a point. Okay, do your little math, whatever you want to call it, do si do, or uh, you know, dance or whatever. After you're
Yep.
done, I'm gonna ask you how you know what you know about this fucking mathematical concept that you just told me. Because if you can't put that shit into the really is level, into reality, like when you got all your little math right with you, now let's take that math, go out into the real world, and see how it pairs up with the reality of the situation. If you can't do that,
It doesn't work.
guess
It doesn't
what?
work.
It doesn't work. You don't
It doesn't
have
work. Yep.
all this math that you try to tell us about. It doesn't comport over to reality. I'm gonna make you look like a fool because you just made us listen to your bullshit. Now you can't go out into the real world and tell us how that actually comports over from that piece of paper or that computer
hmm
screen over into reality. It's just that simple. And that's how I
Yep.
make that, because there's no way. The globe does not comport over to reality. You can't say, well, we did all the math here. Okay, Mr. Mathematic, go and show me how
hmm
all this shit is what I'm looking at. Show me. Now, I don't want you to just tell me on a computer screen or on a piece of paper. I want you to show me how it comports over to reality. And guess what? You're going to come up tits every time. And I'm going to
Yep.
expose your ass every time. So,
Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson, if somehow, some way we invited him to come here, you think he would ever come to
we've
debate?
attempted to do so, but this arena is not meant for script science communicators. Because we had Mick West come in here, and
hmm
he's a science communicator. I don't know if you guys know him or not, but I don't know
No.
if he's well known as like in renown and all that, but I do know that he's somebody that people would say is in the science communicator arena. Whether or
hmm
not he's not Neil deGrasse Tyson famous or anything, but
Okay.
he's known. People know who he is, and he's come into
Okay.
this server. Not only that, but I've debated astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs. I've debated many
Yeah.
different types, and those
You
guys
you
come into this server. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any links to to your debates with other people? Like, I would love to check it out because I haven't seen any of your debates before, and I would love to see them.
Sure. I wouldn't say they're debate. Well, I would say 24/7 Flat Earth Discord holds a lot of the content that I actually would do. So go
Mm-hmm.
to Helioskeptics uh, YouTube, Helioskeptics YouTube, and also check this out, TOS UK. He's in our chat right now. Go to TOS
Okay.
UK's YouTube. A lot of the content. Thank you so much, TOS. Go to his YouTube and check all the content that he has there. I'm on a lot of the stuff. Oh, you got Globy McGlobeface. So we were talking about we're going on different platforms these days, right? So we're on TikTok and so forth. And some of the people that are in here, uh, we're going to TikTok as well, and we're starting to make 24/7 known over there and such. And that's a whole other thing. But
Mm-hmm.
because of that, when 24/7 arrived on the scene on TikTok, we already knew that the piranhas were out, the globe piranhas are out there. They see somebody speaking of flat Earth, and they think that it's just one of those flat earthers that are on TikTok, these bullshitters, right? That don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're coming against when they try to take one of us on, right? So
Yeah.
Globy McGlobeface was one of the Globers that got an utter shellacking, and so TOS UK had put the link up to that thing. I didn't know it was up there yet,
Okay.
but
Thank you.
we sh-
Thank you for the link. Yep.
yeah, I wasn't here though, but he still got a shellac because like any number one of these intellects that are in here will shellac them. So it's not. I do it. Jedi does it. Indio does it. Like just you pick any number one of us. We'll all do the same type of good work on him.
Well,
But I guess
thank you so
what
much. Thank you. Yeah.
Hiya,
yeah,
guys. All right.
what up, one deck?
Nice one. It might be, I've always thought for people like the gentleman speaking, just getting into it and wanting to know the arguments. I did try to do it once, but I didn't complete it. Something like like a flow chart with the questions and possible answers, and then leads you to the next question with the 3 questions that you ask. If we could maybe get a flow chart diagram together, so we can, for people who are getting into the argument situation, debate situation, might be a good idea. I will look at it again, but I don't know if you might have anything like that.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, especially if you're coming into this, and I would say there's some bullet points you want to take down, like as the archetypes of people that come through here, the type
Hmm.
of arguments, the logical fallacies, and the things that I'm saying right now. Make sure that you do take note of them because they're super important in a conversation with these guys. So it isn't just as easy as saying I've known the flat Earth for like 7 years. Now I'm gonna have a debate with these guys.
No, no, no.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's difficult because this
I
arena.
meant to say, yeah, I meant to say like this. I've been a flat earther for 7 years, but I go, I mean, I went to do my own thing after, the community got banned from YouTube or get vanished from YouTube or whatever, and
Mhm,
then I just. I would say maybe in a few months I just found Wits It Gets It. But I do follow ODD and Eric Dubay for years, and David Wise. I watch their stuff here and there off and on or whatever. But I not in a way like I'm not good in the way explain things like the way you guys do. That's why I'm here to
mhm.
learn, and I want to learn,
Well,
and
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
would say
learn.
the
Yeah.
the the best content on Earth to talk about Earth is right here in this place that you're at right now. So,
Yes, sir. I do
we
agree.
have to we rotate from all the intellects that are in here because like when you got like 10 lions, one of them has to actually take point and crush the glober that comes in. But that's why it's good to spread out. Go to Rumble,
Okay.
go to TikTok, go to YouTube, and on every platform, we want to actually expand the group of people here so that we can. It's not only just talking about it; it's also making people that are uh, in the same mindset, in the same culture that we are in
Hmm.
24/7. So if you want to be in the culture of 24/7, just come in here and learn the arguments, understand
Hmm.
how we do it, because there is definitely certain ways to do things here and understand
Yeah.
why we do the thing. Like understand the psychology behind why we do the things we do. Why I
Hmm.
ask, like I'm the founder of the three questions, as in the method of how I implore the method, and
Hmm.
I think that it's important for everyone to know that you don't need to be on any like defense position because if you're in a debate and say let this is a debate, I don't say that. I'm like this is not a debate. You actually don't have a this you're already lost because you're in here with me. You lost already. This is not a debate. This is a right or wrong situation. Either you're right and I'm wrong or I'm right and you're wrong. But I guarantee you, my friend, if you think the earth is a globe, you are 100% wrong.
Okay.
Like all the time. And I
Yeah.
will defeat you easily. It's not going to take me an hour and a half to go pour through let's mathematical equations cuz that's bullshit. Because every time
Yeah.
you want to take me to math, I'm going to be like, "Okay, your bullshit math doesn't comport over to reality." There's that, right?
Hmm.
And then there's the other thing where you're going to have to demonstrate everything you say, and that's never going to happen. Because in my
Yeah.
experience, I've asked that from every single intellect of the globe, from Mr. High and mighty professor sitting on a pillar up there, everybody looks up to all the way down to the lowliest of common person, the layman, and they don't know
Yeah.
anything. So
Uh,
nobody knows.
It's funny
I
though, isn't
wish
it? Because
Professor
sorry,
Dave. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying it's funny because they love jumping on the math, but the only math they can't give you is the mathematical measurement of the drop over distance. That
Exactly.
they can't talk about that part of the math.
Yeah. They even would say that we've got it wrong with the 8 inches per mile squared. And my friends, nobody throws it back to them and says, "Are you an idiot? Because no flat earther came up with this, you dumbass. This
It's the
isn't
globe
our
Earth.
it's the globe Earth, you freaking idiot.
Y-
Like what do you
No,
think?"
I I knew that.
Some flat earther sit down and say, "You know what? We could get it with 8 inches per mile squared."
Oh my
And what's
god.
his name? Dave Farina, yeah, professor, whatever he calls himself.
Hmm.
He says that anybody who says 8 inches per mile squared is the way to do the math for the globe is a con man. Can you get
Hmm.
this? This is he went so far as to say anybody that talks about 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. And I threw it
Hmm.
back at one of the idiots that came in there. His name is Bob the Science Guy. He has 21 some thousand. I don't know. He probably has more followers now on YouTube. And he's like, "Well, I use 8 inches per mile squared." I'm like, "Then you're a con man, Bob? Is that it?" Are you a con man? Because according to Dave, Professor Dave, who has millions of followers, he says that
Yeah.
anybody that uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. So, therefore, making you a con man. Are we using 8 inches per mile squared? We don't say that there's any curvature. So, you can fuck off with that. We're nobody in
Yeah.
here saying that there's any 8 inches per. We're telling you that's what the people that of the Earth is a globe is saying. So they're claiming
Yep.
that it's 8 inches per mile squared. We don't give a shit because there is no curvature, dude. So for us, we don't give a shit. We're just we're pointing something out to you. So we're showing it. But you, however, are the one who's saying that the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. So your own globe zealot, who's let's say got more people and more famous than you, would say that you're wrong and you're a con man. So that makes you a con man, not me, because I don't give a shit
Yep.
about 8 inches per mile squared. I don't think the Earth has any curvature. So
Also
No,
who's the
there is
makes
con
no
Mick,
man?
curve.
You are.
sorry. Also makes Mick West a con man because obviously he's got an Earth curve calculator with the radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles, which denotes an 8 inches per mile square drop over distance and 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet for a geometric curve. So he's a con man too. Anybody
Yeah.
who suggests the radius of the Earth is a con man.
Jedi, we can put them all in a basket and just say, Dave, you just labeled every one of the zealots that you suppose allegedly are buddies with, rubbing elbows with. All these idiots are con men in your eyes. Way to
Mhm.
go. You just sabotage the globe Earth in one fell swoop. Good job.
Yeah.
I should actually give you a round of applause for that because you've been the biggest help on our side to point out how big of a con man they are. And you just did it in one fell swoop. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for your service. Fuck off now, because you're also an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm pretty sure you guys seen the clip, right? Of
Mm.
Professor Dave. I just
oh, he's
posted
he's
on
got many clips.
live chat, the live stream voice text.
Yeah, he's got many clips, bro.
Yeah,
He's
but that
really.
clip talking about he admitted he got some people writing the material for him and some other bullshit, and that was the first time I actually seen that clip. Somebody posted earlier, I downloaded, and saved for later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just an idiot. He wouldn't get
Yeah.
10 minutes in here without being shellacked up to. Everybody would, especially me, would love to come in here just like give him a what's for, because he would not last at all. Not in here. He lasts in his little scripted little sandbox where he invites everybody to his platform so they can shellac them in his own. But he would, when it's time to actually gird his loins and speak for the truth, he
Mhm.
would not. He just no one would. Not in 24/7. Even
Yep.
people that think they're flat earthers, they come in here like, wait a minute, I thought you don't have the argument right. So you got to rethink about
Yep.
how he's saying it. So even flat earthers have a tough time in here. And I'm telling you, even flat earthers
Yeah.
get banned in here. It just depends on, because they get upset. You're like, well, dude, that's fucked up. And like, if you paid
Yeah.
attention to all the people that have been talking in here, you would understand the culture. It's pretty
Mhm.
simple. You got to understand what
Yep.
we're doing. Don't white knight for these assholes that come in here and be like, oh,
Mhm.
well, why can't we just let him talk? Okay, he's trying to say something, guys. Yeah, man, fuck that guy. Like, he doesn't know what he's saying in the first place. Why am I gonna give him like 5 minutes to tell me his bullshit? That's
Yeah,
stupid.
boy. Here.
Hey, welcome back, brother.
Big Root.
I got a story for you guys. When you
Back, right.
hear the globalists complain that flat earthers overmod, what happened to me yesterday on that medicinal mass media? They asked me questions. I answered them. Then they told my answers were spam, and I also didn't answer at all. So they timed me out. So then after the timeout wore out, I'm like, how can I not be answering and my answers are spam answers? And they said, now you've complained against moderation, you're timed out again. And then they said that that's what they told me. I was coming into their house throwing hammers into their drywall. I go, how do you figure that? Walk me through that process? Explain that worldview, if you will. Timed out again. That's how they do it. They don't give a shit about what you have to say. So when they come here, don't give a shit what they have to say either. Give them their
Yeah.
own. Okay? If they
Yeah.
want to come here
Yeah.
and preach bullshit, they preach their own bullshit on their own servers, and you can't even get a word in
Exactly.
edgewise.
Hey,
You
Crit,
can't
I
even.
hear you. I hear you, but we don't need to do that. That's their only defense, right?
Yeah, they can't even. That's the thing. They'll come here and think like, oh, they just want to have a conversation. No, they don't. Just like Miggy said, they want to preach bullshit and then play the
Bullshit.
victim.
Yeah. Bullshit.
And no one
That
even
one.
asks them. That's the funny part. They'll come here and no one even asks them a question, and they'll just start squawking about something they heard or something they saw about Flat Earth. Meanwhile, if you're just sitting in the VC minding your own business listening, you just get bombarded by questions. Like, dudes, can't you just talk about the globe and then I want to hear your derp for a while?
I'm actually the thing with me is I want them to come in here. Go ahead. I want you to start talking. Tell me what you think you know about the globe. Talk to me. Tell me what's up. Tell me what's going on. You got the truth? All right, lay it out for me. If you think you can handle what we got for you, I want you to give it your best shot. I want you to see how far you can get here in here before we're gonna turn up the heat and you're no longer you're gonna be eviscerated. Like it's I know what's coming. You don't because you've never been in this arena ever before, and the only other type of arenas you've been in your little comfy and cushy little servers where you hold the mute button. But in here, there's not a person gonna hold the mute button. I'm gonna watch you like come in here and do your best, and then I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna show you how little you know actually, in reality, how little you know, and that's gonna really
Yeah.
show you. It's gonna show you the truth that you don't know what you're talking about. So that's why it's like for me, go ahead, give it your best shot. If you're out there, you're listening to me right now. If you think you know the Earth is a globe, click on the link right now on the YouTube. Click on TOS's UK on his link on his YouTube. Everything's linked back to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. When you guys come in here, be prepared to answer some questions. And if you think the Earth is a globe, then you're gonna have to answer some specific questions. So I don't know how that's gonna fare for you, but I just say, give it your best shot. Because we're not gonna mute you. I want to hear what you have to say. Because if you think that you're holding on to the truth, my friend, when you step foot in here, you're gonna find out how little you actually know from the thing that you think you know right now. I think that to me is most important. When you come in here and you're like, "Oh, just let me tell them this. Can I speak?" Okay, guys, it's like an ant on a beach ball. Believe me, like we haven't heard that a million times. It's like an amoeba on a beach ball. Like that's bullshit, once again. But you're never gonna get through if you don't have your P's and Q's at all. So just saying, that's for your benefit. If you think you're gonna come in here and tell us what's what about the globe, it ain't gonna happen ever. Never,
Mayhem,
ever,
I do have
ever.
a question for you. Mayhem, I do
Yeah,
have a question for you.
sure.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
talk about these type subject in person to people, families, friend, or somebody, coworkers and all that stuff? Do you do that? Like, let me ask you
uh,
because I tried that with coworkers and families and friends before. Some of them okay, and a lot of them not too good. But yeah,
well, yeah. There's a method how to do it, Kimbo, and so I'm gonna teach you the method.
okay.
You want to hear what the only you're not concerned about arguing with them. You don't care. Like, listen, coming
Hmm.
into this with any new person, you're not gonna come into it trying to look, man. You just don't understand. No, you don't. Leave that alone. Like, here's what you got to remember. Ask them for their complete knowledge of how they know the Earth is a globe in these three simple questions. This is what I always tell people. All you got to
Hmm.
do is understand that these three tenets of the globe cannot be answered by anyone. And so what you're going to do is you're going to expose them. And by doing that, they're going to be like, "Oh shit, I don't really know." Right? So they don't know that right now. They think they know when they talk to you. So the thing you got to know is these three questions, right? Number 1, who has ever measured the curvature of the earth any time in history as in drop over distance?
Hmm.
Who has measured the curvature of the earth any time in history as in drop over distance? So you're going to tell them because, right? Give them a little information so that you won't leave them empty handed. Because they're telling us that the earth has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference.
Hmm.
So in order to know that the earth that you stand on right now has this consequent of it having this curvature, being an oblate spheroid, we got to know Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Number 1. If you tell them, if you don't know, say, I don't know. If you know, tell me specifically and exactly how you know. That's the two choices you have. Either you tell me how you know specifically and exactly, or say you don't know. That's your easy way out. And I'll agree. If you don't know, if you think somebody else has done it, just tell me that specifically. I don't know. Say those words. I don't know. Don't say, well, I know, but it's just some other guy that it. No. I'm
Yep.
not going to accept that. You have to tell me, confess with your mouth that you don't know. That's the only thing I want.
Okay.
Either you know or you don't. And so you give them those two options, right? And
Mhm.
specifically how I just told you the question, right, is how you tell them. That's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, you're going to tell them about the axial rotation. So the Earth's spinning on its axis, it's tilted, wobbling, and doing all that stuff, but specifically the movement of the Earth as in axial rotation, right? The Earth spinning around on its axis.
Mhm.
Who has ever measured the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth any time in history, as in axial rotation? And so you give them a little context, because they tell us that at the equator, it's said to be spinning at 1,000 miles per
1,000.
hour, right?
Yep.
So you give them context. The context is you tell them, that's what they're telling us, that it's spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So who has measured the spin of the Earth as in axial rotation any time in history? And tell me specifically how you know, right? And then
Mhm.
if you know specifically, then we go into the specifics and find that out. If not, then we'll say that you don't know. You got those two options. You know or you don't, but you have to say you don't know. These are the words you need to hear, right?
Yep. Yep.
So they have to confess.
I'm typing it down. I'm typing
Yeah.
it down on my computer.
So they listen, they have to confess to you that they don't know. Don't
Okay.
if they say like, well, yeah, I think I know, but maybe not. I don't I'm not sure. You're like, okay, if you don't know, you have to repeat this. If you don't
If
know,
you
say
don't
I
know,
don't know.
don't know.
Say I don't
Yep.
know.
Yep.
They have to say those words. These words are I'm gonna tell you, they're like magic. And the reason why I'm telling you, it's like a lawyer building like a case up. And in order for you to understand what I'm gonna about to tell you at the end, you have to hear them say it specifically, like I said. Don't bargain for anything less. I
Okay.
don't know. Those 3 words are what you need to hear for them say. Okay. That's question number 2, right? How
Mhm.
do we know that the axial rotation? Who has ever measured that in any time in history? And that either you know or you don't. And specifically too, specifically, right? So here's it, and you could put a little sidebar to all these questions, and these are the things you're looking for. You need primary source, you need citation, and then you need a demonstration. Primary source, citation, demonstration. The primary source is the origin of the information. The citation is where it's being said, anywhere on the internet, on library books, whatever. And
Mhm.
then the demonstration is how it's presented as true knowledge, as in empirical. So, primary source, citation,
Citation and
and
demonstration.
demonstration.
Yep.
Remember those 3 things. That's a sidebar. Put that off to the side, because that's how you're going to know what they're saying is actually valid. So you're going to be able to show me where, who said it, right? Show me the primary source, where this information originated from. Show me the citation where it's being said, and then show me the demonstration to follow up how we know that this has been done. Okay.
Okay.
Now the third and final question, it's really easy. The third and final question, it should be anyways for them. They're telling us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe, right? This one's a little bit more lengthy, so you might want to just kind of hear me out.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
the
I
uh,
can hear you, bro. Yeah.
the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. Now they're telling us
Mhm.
that the pressure air that you and I breathe is said to be about 14 psi, around there, that we breathe in and out of our lungs on the surface of Earth. On the surface of Earth, the pressure of the air that you and I breathe is about 14 psi, and it depends on the elevation that you go. It changes. There's a gradient pressure. We all know this. It starts to decrease as you go up in elevation, and so on. But they're telling us that as you raise up in elevation so far as to say, as past the Kármán line into the vacuum of space, you start to decrease even so far as to say right above the alleged exosphere, right? That's a contradiction. But even allegedly above the exosphere, they're saying that the air is so thin it's around 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is in around, it's super low pressure, right? Not saying that it's at zero, but it's super low. It's really, it's a high, vast pressure differential from the surface. So you got to put some context into this, right? So you're going to tell them that they're telling us that this vacuum of space that's above our heads is adjacent to the pressure that we are breathing right now. Now then,
Mhm.
if that is the case, if they say that the Earth is an open system, the open system of the Earth has matter and energy being able to be transferred back and forth through the system. Well, how do we know this from the globe perspective? They say that rockets can leave the Earth, that's matter leaving the Earth, right?
Mhm.
And rovers can land on Mars, satellites are roaming around in Leo, low Earth orbit. They're telling us a bunch of information about that place that you can go to, right?
Mhm.
What we understand here is that that cannot be possible whatsoever. That is a second law of thermodynamics violation straight off the rip. Why? Because in order for you to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. A container is the thing that you need to contain the pressure of this gas, which is the air that you and I breathe. Now,
Mhm.
if you do not have this container, you do not have gas pressure. This is simple. It's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. You need a container to be in place in order for you to have gas pressure. No container, no gas pressure. Remember that.
Yep.
No
Yep.
container,
Yep.
no gas pressure. So, therefore, if the Earth is an open system, matter and energy can transfer back through the system back and forth. So
Mhm.
the question is, how can we have gas pressure without a container? Meaning
Yep.
the Earth in an open system, like the Earth being a globe. So they need to answer the question, how can we have gas pressure without a container? Now that's on them. You don't debate them, you just ask them that question. And if they say, well, the atmosphere or the ozone layer or gravity or any such other nonsense, then you
Yep.
would tell them, okay, I need primary source, I need a citation, and then
Patient and
followed up by a
demonstration.
followed up by a demonstration. Now you have to
Yes,
present
sir.
those three if you want to make your case. Now, if you don't have that, you don't have a case. So I need those three things, and you can't listen. There's no negotiating. There's no negating. There's no saying, "Well, I'll give you gravity." No,
This
don't give them.
tactic, it's man, it's strong. It's really it's tough. So
Listen.
they gonna fail. Like I can see this
Well, okay.
coming miles away.
Right, and this is the reason why, Kimbo, because
This is
we're
the
only
recipe,
interested.
Kimbo. This is the
We're on,
recipe.
we're only interested in Kimbo, we're only interested in the truth. That is all. I don't give a shit about feelings in this case because these guys that were like you said, I want to present this to family members. This is how you present it because the only thing you're doing is asking them for their specific knowledge on the earth being a globe. Three tenets. The earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. The earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. These are the three tenets, right? So once you
Yep.
actually get to the end of that, you're going to demonstrate to them. You're not arguing with them. You're just saying, look, I just want to know if you know or you don't know. That's it. That's all.
Mhm.
So you either tell me on these three questions you know or you don't know. I need you to tell me that right now. And so when they tell you, Kembo, your family members, right? The people you're saying you don't want to argue with,
Yep.
you're
Yep.
asking them for their honest intellectual understanding on this. They're either going to tell you,
Mhm.
I know, and they're going to go into specifics, or they're going to say, I don't know, which all three should be the I don't knows, right? At which
Yes,
point,
sir.
at the end of that, you're going to say, let me finish. I just want to tell you the end of this. So here's the thing. The summarization of it is the most important part. So don't skip this part. The summarization. Okay. So the earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, by your own admission of you saying, I don't know the three questions, is just a blind belief that you have right now. It's a blind belief because you don't know that it is. You just admitted on all three questions that you don't know. And you've said that admittedly. So now we have it documented that you said, I don't know. Three times to the three fundamental questions to how the Earth being a globe is what it is. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
I like that.
Boom.
I like that.
That's the recipe there, mate. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
So what I've
Now,
handed you was a gold bar because Kembo, you don't have to argue with these people. What we're doing here is not a debate, sir. And then contrary to what you might have heard in the past about people,
Mhm.
well, let's get into a debate. I'm sorry, this is not a debate. This is an
Yep.
utter destruction of a mindset of someone who thinks the Earth is a globe. It is complete destruction. That's why my name is Mayhem 100 because I'm mayhem to the globe 100% of the time. Like there's nothing else left for them. They can't present once I give them these three. They're actually honestly
done.
when they come in here, yeah, when they come in here, I allow them. They can have their conversation. They can have their little civil conversations with everybody in here. But when it's my turn, the globe will be utterly destroyed. There won't be nothing left. So
Chaos.
right. Anyway,
Yeah.
I just want because everybody can do this. I know if you just
I
listen to what
appreciate it,
I
man.
just told
Thank
you,
you.
and you can kind of do it in your own little way that you know however you want to present it, but make sure that you hit the high points. The high points are that they have to tell you they either know specifically or they don't know. Do not skip on this, guys. If you're hearing me, do not
I
skip.
got you.
The words I don't know must be uttered by them. If they do not utter, you have to kind of okay, look, listen, if you don't know, just tell me these specific words I don't know. I need to hear that from you. Well, I'm not saying I don't know. I can't accept that. We can't go to the next question until you say I don't know because that's going to let me know that you really don't know, right? So
Yeah.
remember that. Don't let up and don't settle for anything less than I don't know. That needs to be
I
said.
got you. I got you. Yep.
Probably one of the most powerful tools that we've got, elucidating that these people who think they know shit have just got a belief. They
Mhm.
think they know the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, but they don't. They just believe this shit to be true. Now, we know the Earth is flat because we can verify that shit. They can't verify any of those three physical claims that they make about reality. The Earth being a ball, the ball moves in a vacuum of space in an open system. They can't verify any of that shit. So, yeah, Miggy's done. Well, this has been going for a while. Miggy has done this to perfection. And it's probably one of the. Well, we've got lots of tools, but this is one. If you want to take them down a peg or two, make them realise that they don't know shit, those three questions. Get them to understand that they know nothing.
Yeah, that's the same thing that well, not the same thing, but I've been presenting ideas to friends, whatever, and like everything I present to, like he'll reject it me, and he'll say something like, "Oh, well, what about all those scientists? Are they lying? Like, what's going on?" And and he just got
Ah,
mad at me. They just got mad at me. I'm like, bro, I'm
yeah, but
just
listen,
like,
Kemba, listen to this.
yeah,
Here's one thing you got to be watching out for. When you're
yeah,
presenting these three questions, and it doesn't matter in this room or in another arena, if you
yeah.
hear other people trying to like there's a flow of the conversation. It's between you and the person you're speaking to. So what you're doing at the moment when you're doing the three questions is you need some room. And I hate to put it this way, but like especially in here, you need to allow the other person to have that conversation with the back and forth with you. When somebody
Hmm.
else interjects, they're gonna sabotage the flow of the conversation and could give the person a branch to swing off of. It sucks. I know. It's I hate to sound like it's just hogging the mic, but you need to have total conversation control when you're talking to somebody specifically about this, okay? So
Yeah.
if somebody does interject, you just kindly say, just let me finish real quick. I will be done in just a moment if we're just going to take this person through. So the reason being is because let's say you're talking to the guy, right? And here it comes me. I'm like, well, he just said something. I want to talk about gravity real quick. What do you think gravity? And I'm interjecting the flow. You're going to lose your, where you're at in the conversation. So
Okay.
I need to, as a flat earther, respect that you're actually doing this method and not interject
Hmm.
you. And this is difficult because when you start on your road, Jedi's been interrupted. I've been interrupted when we start doing this because people don't know. They think that it's a free for all. Well, there's all of us in here, man. Okay, we just all speak. It's cool. We do that in here. But when
Yep.
somebody's in the middle of a point, you have to let them finish. That's the flow of the way things work here.
I
So
got you. I got you.
so
Yeah.
so you and listen, if the either another person jumps in or the guy you're speaking to is giving you well, but how do you know? Like, and they start asking you questions, you have to be able to redirect them to like, no, 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 hang on a second. No, no. Asking me questions, we'll do that later after these 3 questions, and then we'll talk
Okay.
about stuff. Right
Okay.
now, we're not going to
Okay.
get into anything. I just want to
Yeah.
know what you know. Remember that.
Yeah.
Redirect.
Yep.
I just want to know what you know. Remember saying that, because it's going to come up where they're going to detract and derail and no, okay, yeah, fine. Whatever. But how do you know
Yeah.
that the planets are like, they'll ask you questions and try to like redirect. So you got to be very agile and redirect them back to the premise and don't lose focus. The
I
moment you
got
lose
you.
focus,
I got
you
you.
will lose them. So
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this is important.
Well, I appreciate it, man, for the tactic, and I know
Yeah.
it's a very strong tactic. It's like a big foundation, that
Yeah.
because they're gonna hit you with with whatever they got, right? And you're gonna lose it if you're not strong enough. And I love this
Yeah.
tactic right here. What you just told me, because I can answer like basic flat earth question and all that stuff, but there's a tactic behind it, because they will try confuse you, or they will try
Yes.
to change the subject or the
Yes.
question or whatever, or or a bunch of fallacy or whatever. You're gonna lose track. So stick
Yeah.
to the foundation. I got you in that
Yeah.
part. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so important, man. I can't stress it enough, because I already know when a mind is being locked into answer some questions, they're like,
Hmm.
oh bullshit, what is this? Is this a gimmick? You guys are just tricking me. I like, no, this is no trick. This is no gimmick. This is for you to understand. If there's any knowledge that you know about the earth, you're gonna tell me for sure. But then if you don't tell me, then we're gonna know that you're not. You can explain it to them, but at the same time, you can't let them detract, because a mind is gonna want to wiggle its way out, and it will take any branch it could swing off of. Oh, there's another flat earther here. He just said gravity. Okay, let's talk about that. I want to talk about gravity. You're like, bullshit. We're coming right back to the point, my friend. Like, there's no way you're going off
Yeah.
that.
I got you, bro. I got you. Thank you again.
So,
Appreciate it.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, man.
Yeah. I like it, man. I like it, and I think it's gonna be fun. I
Well,
think
the
I'm a
only way you're
practice.
gonna know, Kimball, go practice on your family, dude. Like, go take this information.
Oh, I
I'm
got a
serious.
guinea pig. Don't worry.
But listen, you're like, look, I'm not here to debate you. You're gonna have to premise it that way. I'm not here to debate you. I just want you to tell me what you know. If you know, tell me what you know. If you don't know, say I don't know. And just
Yeah.
simply, yeah, you're like, I don't care to argue. I just want to know what you know, and then just
Hey,
go at it that way.
you want to? I'm sorry to cut you. You want to know something crazy, bro? My
Yeah.
my wife had mentioned like me being a flat earther to her younger brother, and this fool don't want to talk to me no more for whatever reason. And
Yeah.
I think that got to be one of the reason, because we had a Christmas party, with all the families all together and all the stuff, whatever. And I guess he was bugging out because he didn't want to come to pray with us, whatever. I know that it's a little bit off topic, but he's like, oh, I don't want to believe in a religion. I believe in science. So he was arguing with his mother or whatever. But then, I guess, when he had to talk with my wife, and my wife was like, oh, Kemba is a flat earther. And since then, he never really want to talk to me. I mean, we say hi and bye here and there, whatever. So it was just kind of a little odd. It's like, I think in the back of his mind, he thinks like, oh, this guy anti-science, and I love science. I don't even believe in religion, but this guy anti-science. So I don't want to talk to him. We might be family, but I don't want to talk to him. So yeah. But yeah.
Why is it telling you? Why is it fucking telling you?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, bro. Fucking hell. My bad. Sorry, Ken Bars. Hot micing. Carry on, mate.
Oh, no problem, bro. Yeah, but yeah, that's what happened. I think it's gonna come. It's gonna come to time that I have to talk to shit, my brother-in-law about that. Me
Well, lead
being a
in with
flat
the 3
earther, but
questions, man.
yeah, I think I'm gonna try that. I think I'm gonna try it next time I see him.
Yeah, just ask him. Look, man, I'm not here to argue. I just want to know what you know. That's it.
Yeah.
If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then just say you don't know. But
Yeah.
remember, primary source, citation, demonstration.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I mean, I wrote, I wrote it down. I typed it down on,
Okay.
a little note I had or whatever, and you know, I really like that
What's
tactic.
what's specific about the first question that people often overlook? When you're asking them who's measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, the most important bit is the second part you add to it. It's an addendum that I made to the question. Uh, it's been like about a year, 2 years maybe that I made the addendum where you add
Hmm.
due to drop over distance. So drop over distance is the most important part of that first question because that is the
Yeah, I'm
consequent of the Earth
familiar with
being
that. Yep. Thank
yeah,
you. Yeah.
that's the consequent of the Earth being a globe.
One of the funniest times, and it happened maybe about 4 weeks ago. It was in the last month anyway. One of the last times you were around before you went on TikTok Mayhem. Somebody was trying to give the drop over distance as Aristosthenes, and your blatant answer was no, because Aristosthenes isn't a measure of drop over distance. That's a calculation of the circumference of the Earth. That's not drop over distance.
He measured the
Exactly.
shadow with the stick.
Yeah. Honestly, mate, I kind of creased up when you just blatantly said no, that's not what I'm looking for. Just
Yeah.
brilliant, man. Just brilliant.
Uh,
And that
Which
is
is
why you added in drop over distance, because that's specifically what we're looking for. We're not looking for calculations of the size of the Earth based on an R value that's assumed. We're looking for the
exactly.
actual physical measurement of drop over distance, the 8 inches per
Yep.
mile squared, where we get the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet from. That bit there.
And that's what
Yep.
you say. I don't give a shit about Eratosthenes. Did he measure drop over distance? Yes or no? And so I'm telling you, that can hand wave dismiss all the trouble you'd have for spending like 30 minutes to an hour going over whether Eratosthenes is a way to do it or not. Because that's not what you're looking for. So remember that. It's key to the first question. I don't care about Eratosthenes unless he measured drop over distance. And if he's done that, then show me how. Because we're looking
Yeah.
for drop over distance. That's what we
Yeah.
need right now. And he
You know who
measures
you
in sticks
remind
and
me of?
shadows, bro. Yeah,
You
who?
know who you remind me of?
Who?
The younger version of QE.
Oh, he's younger. Or maybe he's just an older version of me.
Yeah,
The same
exactly.
shit.
Like, that's.
Yeah, no,
Oh
we
man.
If Mayhem's
that
a younger version of QE, then I'm his fucking nephew.
he's his nephew. Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
you can't get us all of us in a room. You can't do that. It's just
Oh no!
it's
If you get me, Mayhem, and Quantum Eraser in this room at the same time, you better be careful the words you bloody say.
everybody. Yeah.
Oh bloody hell!
Everybody be careful.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're a globe earther, and specifically these days, if you're a flat earther, be
Yeah,
careful of what you
specifically your
say,
planet.
because you're going to be one, representing yourself, right? But two,
Yeah.
representing the flat earth and everybody within the
Yeah.
surfer. And words mean things. We don't mean to be rude, but when people say, "I did an experiment when I took my camera to the beach," you fucking
Oh,
didn't.
nope.
See, it's. I mean, look,
Observation.
this is one of the most important things I learned coming into the flat earth. What science is and what science most definitely is not. So
Yep.
understanding when they say to us, for example, that science proves the shape of the earth. I mean, we ask people that question because we know it's a stupid question to ask, because science doesn't measure shapes. Science only deals with the cause of phenomena in the physical natural world. That's all it does. So
Mhm.
you have to understand that the idiosyncrasies within the points that we make. Words are very important, and we have to understand that this is how we got into trouble in the first place, right? By not understanding words, by being bamboozled by priests, scientists saying and making claims like science proves the shape of the earth. Well, we know the earth is a globe because of science, right? Yeah, no, you don't, because science only deals with cause and effect, and a shape, that's a concrete noun. That's not fucking doing anything. So,
Yep.
be careful what you say.
Okay.
Yeah, they're fucking doofuses, dude. Because that's a category error. It is not even science. Fuck. The what is question? How the fuck are you gonna do science with a what is question? Yeah, so
I
it's
got you, bro. I got you. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Well, I
I'm taking
appreciate you, man. Thank
notes.
you. And like I said, like this server does have a culture. So the culture here revolves around people supporting each other in the sense of like we haven't let it stand in here that people like to white knight for these other individuals that come in here. Let them speak. And like, fuck, if I have to take that guy down, I'm taking you right after him. How about that? Because I know I'm looking at people's whenever somebody's in here and they're listening, like, wait, can't we just let the guy speak? Fuck you. You're gonna get muted too, just like his ass. And even if you're a flat earther, you need to be on your P's and Q's. Think about it. Because we're not
Yep.
here to babysit you guys. Like you guys should already know what the deal is. Already
Yep.
be up on game. You should already know what's going on. We don't have to be repeating ourselves and showing you that. Like that's for the new people, right? For the older ones who've been in here, they know what's going on. You don't have to think. You're like, yeah, I already know what this is. So
Yeah, I
and
learned,
Jedi's
for the past 2.5 weeks, I learned that I pay attention. Like like I said,
good thing you didn't
my
chime
first
in.
day,
Jamal. Good thing you didn't chime
bro.
in. Jedi would have
My
fucking shellacked your ass, dude. He would have got your ass.
Bro, my first day, that's what I thought. Like, yo, let the other guys fucking speak, you know? But then
Yeah.
I understood after the next day, I'm like, okay, so they got their own way to do things over here, so I have to respect that, you know what I mean, and learn what's going on around here, you know? Have a conversation, maybe in person, it might be different or whatever, but in
Yeah.
here, there's a way of doing things, there's a reason
Mhm.
why these globe heads are in here, and I get it now, you know? So yeah.
It's difficult coming into a server, say for the first time, and you hear a conversation for the first time, and I understand what you're saying, but it's just a little bit of forethought, right? If I've been in this server for an amount of time, then I guarantee that the anti-flat earther has been in this server for a long time, right? This argument's been going on for what, 8 years? 2015. This
Mhm.
server's been up and running
Mhm.
since 2018, something like that, if I'm correct. So we've been doing
Like
this for a
4 or
long
5
time.
years.
Yeah. So we understand what sometimes it looks like for an outside observer. My God, these flat earthers don't even let these people speak. I tell you why. Because usually within their very first sentence, they've begged the question. And why should we let people continue to tell a story based on that fallacious reasoning? That's the thing that we're trying to point out. 99.9% of every single globe Earth argument requires them to beg the question, as in, the Earth is already a ball in the first place, and we can now apply everything to that preconceived idea. Now, in this server, we want proof of that assertion that the Earth is a ball, so the direct measurement of drop over distance. Please don't beg the question. It's one thing that you can't do here is beg the question. Sometimes we let people, if they're new and it's quiet or for whatever reason, yeah, we'll let them talk for a bit, get them used to the server and stuff. But if this has been going on for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours or days, no,
Oh
it's time
man.
to start pushing that knife in as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
Sometimes people turn around and say, how are you, giving a good representation of yourself? Right? How are you going to convince people the earth is flat if you're rude to them? I tell you why. Because sometimes people need a slap upside the face to realise the stupid things that are coming outside of their mouths. We're
Yeah.
like a mirror, right? We
Yeah.
have to reflect that fucking argument back
Flat
to them. So
smack them.
hopefully they go, you get my point, right? Because I'm
Yep.
sick and tired of the stupid things people say. They're
Yep.
lying. And somewhere in their consciousness, they know they
They
have to
know
lie.
it.
They
Yeah,
have, yeah,
they know it.
exactly. So
Yep.
we know it too. So that's why we stop them from lying. Don't lie to us.
You know,
Yep.
Jedi has such a great point that you people often overlook is that they know they're lying. Once they hear so the mirror so the mirror happens when like Jedi is saying you repeat back what they're saying in a way that they I didn't say that. Bullshit, dude. The reason why I'm saying it is because it doesn't make sense and you can now hear it because I'm saying it. And so you're and after that they're like, "Oh shit," like they're
Shit.
probably thinking to themselves like, "I just like shit the bed with this argument." Like and so they what happens is they double down cuz they don't want to look bad in front like, "Oh, it just is." Like, "Nah, sorry. That's not going to work here. We're going to expose why this is incorrect." So when this happens, it's good to kind of like not let up. And so that's why from the onset for somebody brand new, it looks like, "Oh man, you're being too harsh." But
Yeah, that's what I thought my
just
first day when I was here. But yeah,
well,
I
not
learned it
only
real
that, but
quick.
other people might hear it that way as well. And it's like, why do you got to be so mean to these guys? Why can't we just like it's just like Jedi's just saying. It depends on the demeanor of the person. If they're coming in here nice and they're okay, well, I didn't know that. That's fine. They didn't know. We're helping them understand. But if they're coming in here like a total asshole, oh man, those are my favorite. I love when they think
Awful.
that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Please come in here and act like a prick. Do that when
Yeah.
I'm around.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
asking you.
Be full of arrogance. Have some pride. Brilliant. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Come and talk to us if you've got arrogance and pride. You don't want Miggy or myself or certain like QE or a few other people in the server if you've got arrogance and pride. Because if you got that, I want to snatch that away from you straight away.
I know. I love it when they stand on their little tippy toes and they're shouting it out there. It's a globe. Oh, really? You know that to be 100% true? For sure. For sure. I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun. Because it's even more fun doing it when you think it is, but when you know it is, oh, that's just precious, I think.
But I will say this on the other end of the argument, right? And this only goes for testament about how good the people in the server are. Because obviously people do come in here very inquisitive, asking good questions. They might be a little bit confused, but this server can be really, really patient with those types of people. We can really take our time and walk people through the process so they can come to the understanding. But it all depends how that person comes in. We might have to take them down a peg or two, or we might have to lift them up. They might not be so confident, right? So we do a lot of things. It isn't just the aggressive battle kind of debate structure that we're talking about at the moment. I've been witness to and taken part in some of those really good conversations that have lasted hours. So much so that people have had a change of mind. So much so that they've become gold members and even moderators on the server. Because that's what we're trying to do, right? Whether it be one way or another, we're trying to get that information through someone's thick skull. That's what we're trying to do. And we have to remember as well, we're live streaming, right? So it's not just the person that we're talking to or the people in the server, it's those that are watching
Everybody
on YouTube
else.
and Rumble. Yeah, exactly. So we have an audience as well. So that's why the room is highly moderated. Yes, that's why we do like people to have free speech and be able to say what they want to say. But ultimately, if people are going to be a religious zealot, arrogant and full of pride, over talk and be condescending, then we have to take control. We have to man up, right? Because we've got right on our side. So what are we afraid of?
I got you.
And it's testament to you that you stuck around as well, man. You're obviously intelligent. You see into these things. You understand that you had the respect and the thought of mind to say, well, this is how these guys do it over here. Let me just sit back and see what I can figure out and see if I can understand the process. And there are many processes, right? Miggy's 3 points, for example. That's something that's taken 4 years in the planning, and something that we only came to realise because we were saying the same things every single day. We came to realise that they're only making 3 claims. The Earth is a ball that spins in space. Well, what's the proof of those 3 claims then? And that's all we have to do. We don't have to. Look, I've been on TikTok for a while, right? And I'm sick to the sight of satellite imagery and people pointing out harnesses and all of the CGI and all globe earthers coming back with Humarari images or the remote control robot on Mars and all of this type of stuff. You can just take that away with the 3rd point, and we don't have to go any further, right? That's how easy the flat earth argument has become over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, because people like us have sat around and listened to the bullshit every single day. We listen to the bullshit. Now we can point it out. It's all fallacious reasoning. Every single part of it is begging a question. And you'll probably need a flat earth to begin with.
And listen, I don't have to be around anymore. Like, not in that sense. My energy, my voice still echoes through the 3 points. The 3 points is being carried on to people using street activism in here and so forth. So the way that we've actually destroyed it, because it's not just me, it's a part of everyone. Knowing this information and actually being able to handle it correctly, it's a part of what Flat Earth actually is. It's bigger than myself and Jedi and everyone. So the truth, right? Constructing it in such a way that it's so precise and coherent and to the point, and once we actually administer it, it becomes like the greatest weapon against all falsehood. So that's why it's like important for you to understand, like, there is a method, there's a culture, there's it's not just any old bloke that can come off the street that gets a gold member in here. It's people who actually acknowledge, the ones in here anyway, acknowledge that you actually are moving up the ranks and you're articulating yourself well. You handle the conversations, you know, like you're doing due diligence to make sure people understand what you say. Then you get like a promotion in that. You know, it's like there's levels to this in here. And so once you get to the place where me and Jedi are as moderators, you know, that's like I would say the highest level. Their only other level is the admin, but they're the ones who actually are managing the server. Other than that, they're just like us. So we're all in this.
Okay.
Once you get to the level that we're at, we're all about this. We're the same. You know, in the say that if I'm in here, or if Jedi's in here, or if Indio's in here, or if Gemsy's in here, or if Eli's in here, any number of us that are in here, we'd be able to destroy the opponent like no problem. But I don't know. I guess it's where I would say, you know, I'll say it this way. I'm just really proud of the work that we've done thus far. We've actually done so much work in here, so much content. I'm telling you, Kimball,
Yep.
there is years of content that we have put out on YouTube that you could go back to any
Dedication.
number one. Yeah, it's so much. And it
Yep.
just, I don't never, there's never like people would want to question my, you know, my loyalty to this is like it should already go without question. But I still get it.
Yep.
Like these days, what are you doing on TikTok? Why are you not over here? Like, bros, do you forget who I am? Like,
Yeah.
my God, man. So
Yeah.
maybe sometimes that
Oh,
every now and again I
sorry,
have to come in and remind you all, like,
sorry,
And,
we're
and
dude.
you
not.
know what? And you know what?
Sorry, I've just
Check
got.
this out though.
Go on.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Check this out. So when I was in Florida, last year, you know, one of my coworker, like I explained to her with the flatters and stuff or whatever, and she's like, whatever. But then later on, she came back to me. She's like, oh, I get what you're saying, because I found some information on TikTok. So I don't know who started it on TikTok. I don't know when or whatever, but it's good to have multiple, platforms, not just on like Discord. We can have YouTube, Rumble, I guess Rockfin now, what you call it, TikTok, maybe into more platforms. So I see that, it's a good thing. It's a win-win.
What were you saying, Jedi? I think Jedi was gonna say something.
No, it's just when you turned around and said, "Do you know who I am?" And I was just thinking to myself, "Nah,
Fuck, dude.
that sounds a bit arrogant, but actually, it's not. It's confidence in the truth." And Mayhem has been like myself. We literally joined the server on pretty much the same bloody day way back when, and it's that confidence in the truth, right? He's Mayhem. I'm the Flat Earth Jedi. Do you know who we are? Right? I'm kind of making a mark on TikTok, and even when I say it, it sounds a bit fucking arrogant, and I hate blowing my own trumpet. But with this, Mayhem and I and people in this server, yeah, we got this shit down, and there is no way the Earth can be a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. No way. 100%. Not 99.9%. I don't think an apple's always going to be an apple. It's 100%, right? That's where that arrogance and that swagger comes from. Do you know that we're flat earthers? Do you know that we're right?
Yep.
I do love that though, Mayhem. Do you know who I am?
Yeah,
Yeah,
do you
I
know
know.
I say my fucking name once? Jeez. It's just it's hard because you got a lot of these guys who are cowboying up for like maybe a year or two, and you're like, bro, I've been in this game with shellacking these assholes for 8 years plus now because it's probably like 9, but that comes with the stripes, with the street credit, with the like knowing that people, your name is out there, my name is out here, Jedi. If they look us up on TOS UK's live streams, on Helio Skeptics live streams, on my own live streams, on any like, dude, we're, I guess you could say, street famous. We're the people's champion when it comes to flat Earth.
Since I've been on
Indios,
since I've been on TikTok, I created my own hashtag FE Jedi. I think it's like 1,500,000 or something like that. So yeah, people know who we are, mate.
and do you know the people that I respect most of all in here? Jedi, Indio, QE, Gemsy, Eli. Like, I'm gonna drop some names here because these guys right here, they're the ones that I will go to war with. Like when it comes to this, like it's not easy finding that cohesion, right, with the people that you actually do this type of thing with. But they're big time too. In my eyes, they're big time. Like fucking Indio is a monster. Like you don't want to be in the ring here if you're a Glober
No,
at
no.
all, dude. The level of his intellect is over 9,000. Like you'd be. Oh man, like.
I'll tell you what. This is an unspoken rule. If Injo comes in and he starts talking, shut up.
Shut the fuck up immediately.
Yeah, just shut up. That goes from moderators all the way down the server. If Indio comes in, and he doesn't always come in, right, and he does a lot of work behind the scenes because he's the fucking owner of the server. But for a reason, if he comes in, shut up, because he's got it. Hands down. If you think Mayhem's got it, you think I've got it, mate.
Indio is
yeah,
he's a rock star, that guy. But like, you know, when
I haven't talked to him, like,
respect
you know,
is
I've
what
been
it
here
is.
2.5 weeks already. I haven't met him not even one time, so you know what I mean. Shout out to him too. God bless him.
Shout out to him, because like what I'm saying, it's respect amongst the people that have made this server what it is. It's respect. You give him the damn respect when he comes into the room. You shut up, you sit back, you listen, because when a Glober's in here talking all kinds of nonsense, and when he steps foot in here, don't interrupt. You don't need to say anything to that Glober, because you're gonna listen to a genius and a master at work. Like that's all I got. He's probably blushing right now if he's listening to me. But dude, he definitely over these many years, he definitely deserves it. Because like I would tell you, like, real quick, there's a little backstory about a few years ago. Our server got shellacked by some asshole, right? I don't want to even speak his name because then people are going to talk about him. But he got shellacked by this asshole, and he took over the server, the previous one. That's why we're 2.0. But the 1.0 server got taken over by this asshole, and he wanted to take everything with it, right? The people included. He was like, I'll give you guys any channels you want. You guys can do whatever you want.
And who was this guy? I'm sorry.
I'm not going to mention
Who's
his
this
name.
guy?
I'm not going to mention his name. So
was he part of?
Voldemort.
He was a flat earther too.
Nah, well, he allegedly claimed to be a flat earther. But anyway, so we were in the server. He somehow managed to take control of the server ownership of the server, and so he had a meeting with everybody. All of us did too, because the 24/7 flat Earth community came, like the main core group of us, right? We had a meeting with him. And he was like, you know, I'm just going to tell you this is the way it's going to be done. I'm going to invite this people. And we're like, no. Hold. Wait. No. What are you doing? And and I was fucking pissed, dude. I was like, you're going to give the keys. You're going to give the keys to Indio to this server. That's what you're going to do. You're not going to, because I had a show running called the Flat Earth Initiative, and me and Jedi and a bunch of other people were doing it. And I told him, that show, and specifically everybody that's doing it to give this server promotion, is going to be specifically to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, as in we choose who's going to be in charge, and we say that you give the keys to Indio. And the fucker didn't let up. He did not want to give the keys over to Indio. He wanted to hog it and say that he was going to be the one that's going to be over 24/7. But he failed to remember that the 24/7 is not the actual Discord that we're in. It's the people that make 24/7 what it is. We are 24/7. And I reminded him that moment. I was like, you failed to forget. You're not taking over shit. The 24/7 is these people that are in the room right here. And when we go, 24/7 goes with us. So you don't get to keep shit. What you do. And I was furious, dude, because I was like, there's nobody's going to take over the hard work that we put in, the blood, sweat, and tears that everybody's done to argue with these assholes. And you know what I'm saying? The server was rocking at like 30K people in there. This is kind of like what we're at right now. So we, asked him to give over the keys. He said no. And so we're like, all right, fine. Fuck you and whatever you had to stand for. And I said, you know what, guys? I appreciate you guys and all that, but I'm not going to stand for this. I'm out. I'm taking my show with me and everything. And if you guys want to stick around and hang around with this dude, you guys can do it, but I'm out. So not more than a day afterwards, there was a plot and a plan to kind of shellac him with all. There was a massive exodus out of that server. I mean, massive. There was taking all of our information, all the videos that we have, all the content we have, taking it out of that server and putting it into this one. And so the mass exodus out, we got everything that we wanted, all the people that we wanted, and we banned over. I know Mimas Aurelius banned over 12,000 people in that server. So he kept that server for whatever it was worth, but it was a broken down shell of what its existence was. So the people that made it, like all of us in here, we
Mhm.
we left. And so now this server that we built up, Indio is the lead with all respect that comes with it. Like everybody in here
Awesome.
understands that because we've grown it from the place that it was where let's see the curation of the server, and I'm just giving you the little backstory so you can understand, Kembo. Like this wasn't just
Yeah.
like a group of people that wandered into this server together. It's like all of this I feel was it's all intentional. Like the way the cohesion works together with the people in the core, the struggles that we've had over people thinking that I was trying to take over the server, that Jedi's doing this and that, like that other people in here were labeled as villains, has now been
Mhm.
overturned, and now we're basking in the kind of like the light of the situation, which is we've seen all the fruits of our labor and the struggle that we had to go through to make this server be what it is, and for somebody to come in here and just take their muddy shoes off and just like stomp around and do whatever they like, that's not gonna fly. That's why
Yep.
this server has been guarded and protected and been like certain key people are in positions to make sure that the integrity of the server remains the same because of all
Yeah.
the stuff we had to deal with to make it what it is. And yeah, I'm just giving the backstory because sometimes it's just like a refresher to some people that forget like where we came from and why we're here. And so
I didn't
everybody
know
that's
none of this at all.
yeah,
I didn't know none of
yeah,
this.
yeah,
So there's a lot of story behind this.
yes, yes,
So well, I'm glad you telling me a little bit. So right now it's like it brighten up what I'm seeing or what I'm envisioning, what really
hmm
happened and what's going on right now and what's gonna happen in the future. But yeah, thank you so much for letting me know.
yeah. And I'm doing it for the people that are listening in because some people they come in here, they think it's just a random group of people that are talking on the internet, and it's very much been worked on. Like all of us in here, we've known where, like I said, the core group of people, we know each other in a different way than other people see us. So yeah, we
Yep.
kind of we are who we are, but at the same time, everybody in here has earned the respect of the community in here to be who
Yep.
they are, and it's not easy. I'm telling you, to be in a position where I'm at, or where Jedi's at, or anybody else who has earned like a gold member or moderator status, or whatever, like they've actually earned their way to it. It wasn't just like given as an we'll just give this guy gold. No, because we all kind of see how everybody's doing in here, and then we
Mhm.
do like an assessment to make sure that the person isn't going to be mishandling the actual role that they get. So it does, in a way, kind of means something. It's like it's like a rite of passage, if you will, to actually get a promotion in here. Because amongst the intellects in here, you have to know what you're saying. You can't just be
Yep.
any geek off the street. You know,
Yep.
you just can't. You have to know
Yep.
what you're
No,
talking
you're
about.
right. You're right. I do agree with that. Um, yeah, and you know what? Shout out to Wits It Gets It. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't find this Discord server. Shout out to him on that part.
Yeah, for sure. But I've been going on because I think sometimes it's just taking us back and letting us remember like where we came from and know where we're at today. And the struggle was real, but now that we've already gone past all of that, there shouldn't be anyways people questioning the integrity of the core group of people. They should already
Hmm.
know when they see me. They shouldn't be like, oh, is he did he leave the TikTok? What is he doing? Is he with Flat Earth anymore? What's going on with him? Is he all right? Is he feeling okay? Like, fuck that, dude. You guys already know I'm fucking mayhem 100%. Like, you know that. Don't ever let that don't ever let it slip from your minds that I'm that guy no matter what. But when
Yep.
I'm operating on a different level, remember that I'm like I said with TikTok and what I was doing with it is I'm making it an
Mhm.
avenue for everybody else to grow their channel. I'm not talking about what I'm doing in here over there. I'm separating it. So when I start to get people over that comes from here over there start asking me questions in there, they shouldn't be doing that. I'm already saying that. You should leave that alone. Like just do what you're doing here. Get your account grown on TikTok. Go do your thing. Do the damn thing.
Yep.
Get in there and make your channel, do what you want, but just know where my loyalty lies. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. No, I got you on that part. Um, but yeah, well, like I'm glad you tell me all this. I know it's not much, but at least I can understand the history behind it, because somebody had mentioned your name before,
Mm.
within this 2.5 weeks, and they mentioned your name. If it wasn't for mayhem and this and that, blah blah blah, whatever.
Mhm.
I'm like, who is this guy, mayhem? And I finally get to talk to you today. Thank God.
Yeah, and like we want to keep it to where people actually want more and achieve better. Like it just don't be the regular Joe that's coming in here and just listens. Get in there, man. Like put the gloves on. Like, get in there with the conversation. Like we want I'm telling you, this is what I personally want to see. I want to see everybody like people such as yourself, just anyone, put the damn gloves on and go duke it out with somebody. And if it's struggling, if you're like, oh, I didn't get it right, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and do it again. And don't stop until you get your shit right, until you become somebody who's really well spoken in the arena. And that's what my hope is, that people actually take that advice and then work through that, because this is not a spectator sport. Don't be sitting
Yeah,
back letting somebody else do it. Like when I'm not around, I want Kimbo B to be in there like shellacking them, or whoever,
but
Wave Mixer. Like get
I,
in there,
ma-
shellac
man,
these
but I
assholes.
see
Like
myself, my brother. Excuse me. When I see myself, bro, I'm like, maybe, like, well, I tell myself maybe I'm not built for this, like to like debate or have a argument with people. I'm
mm,
like, I see myself. I'm one of those guys. Okay, what I mean, I gotta approach people in the easy way. By flatter. Maybe they can open their eyes. But now, since you showed me the three methods, well, I got no choice but to try it.
yeah, because really that way was just very non-confrontational in the sense of like, no, 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 I'm not trying to debate you here. I'm just asking you these questions. So that keeps it to where you don't have to be in their face where like you're stupid because you believe the earth is a globe. You're just like, all right, just tell me
Yeah.
how you know. That's all I want to know. If you know or if you don't know. That's it.
Yep.
And
It's
then
a
usually straight after those 3 points, I'll introduce them to a triangle, and then the game will be over. That will be the conversion, hopefully, of somebody to understanding that the Earth is flat. Once they realise they've got a belief, and then when they understand, we navigate across a flat Earth, requiring the Earth to be flat because we use triangles when we do it.
Mhm.
Hopefully, we'll get to some kind of conclusion or some point, or somebody's had a change of heart or mind. But really,
Yep.
yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate saying everything you just said, Mayhem. That was absolutely awesome, man. It's good to have you back, and hopefully, I know you've taken a little bit of time out today, and you are really, really busy on TikTok, and we do appreciate
Yeah.
it. But hopefully, you'll be able to pop back from time to time, man, because we do miss you over here, because you are Mayhem 100, and this is your
Always,
home.
bro. Yeah, always. I'll
Thank you,
never
bro.
change.
Thank you again.
I will never change. But like
Appreciate it.
notice that I like I was saying before, I just have to make mention that when I am doing my TikTok thing, just let me do my thing. Don't go over there be asking, oh, what are you? Well, are we gonna have any more flat Earth content? What's going on, brother? Like, you are fucked, dude. Like, I don't need that
You-
shit over there. Just you already know when I come here what time it is. But like, I'm doing my
yeah.
shit over there. Just be cool, you
Wait.
know.
Wait. So people actually DM you and ask you a question like that?
No, they'd go into the open server and they'd be talking to
Oh.
me openly. Like I'm like, bro, I'm just doing something over here. Like, yeah, but when are you going back? What's going on? What happened? What?
Yeah.
Relax,
Okay.
bro. Fucking
Yeah.
lax.
It's I
Chill.
can I can imagine what it's like from your point of view as well, man, because if they come in and start saying things, it's not necessarily that you can start retorting, start giving them direct responses. You just tell them
Mm,
to shut up, and you've got to quiet the situation down. I understand why you're doing it the way that you're doing
yeah,
it, mate. So these guys really need to calm down a little bit.
that's
What
relax. Like
Okay, I missed up. So on TikTok, you're just make sure I got it
I'm a
correct.
different name on TikTok.
Oh, okay, and you're not using any
I'm
sort of
not
flat
you.
Earth content.
I'm not connecting anything that I'm doing here over there.
Okay, I got it.
I need to be the gap between. So that needs to be done where you guys know that you can grow your account wherever I'm at. And if for some whatever reason you get shellacked by TikTok, you can grow your account back again, another one in my channel, and I'll keep being the gap between. But I don't need people going over there being like, what's your name over there? What's good? Just know that if you need your account grown, just go over there.
Hey,
But
Miggy.
what up, Sash? But Sash knows.
Yeah.
Sash knows. But
Yeah, I got it. I didn't. Do you know that I wrote something that I started to write Biggie, and you
yeah,
said, and then I got it. Fuck, he doesn't want,
I'm
and I
like,
stopped it.
relax,
Yeah,
Sasha. Just relax
yeah,
over there. Like,
yeah.
and so that's all it is. But like, I don't care. You can name yourselves whatever you want as far as Flat Earth goes. That's you.
Yeah.
But if your account gets shellacked or taken down, you come right back to where I'm at, build another account up, and start all over again. Like the reason why I'm saying that is because the gap between means that if you ever need your account grown back again, you're not gonna be left just like, well, fuck, how am I gonna grow my account again? I need to be somebody prolific in that arena so that I'll be able to get everybody back up to their accounts back up. So that's why I'm trying to be the gap between without you guys going like, oh, dude, what about Flat Earth? I'm like, shut the fuck up already. Like, just let me do my thing. Let me grow your account, and you go shellac the people on TikTok. Don't fucking come in here to be spilling the beans and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Biggie, I need help if you have time, but not now. In
yeah.
future.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit. Anyway, and that's
Yeah.
the only reason I'm saying that, because I care for everybody. I want you guys to have a good place in every platform. So I'm trying to see what I'm gonna do with growing your accounts and shit. So I care about it. Like I'm saying, I care about the community. I want to make sure that everybody's getting their accounts growing and all that shit over there. But I'm telling you, I'm separating that from here to there. If I see, and I'm not doing it to be mean or rude, but if I see that you don't let up and you keep going on about stuff, I'm just gonna mute you and kick you from the other side. I don't want to do
Yeah.
that. That's why I'm saying that here.
Yeah.
Everybody know what I'm saying? Like,
Got you, bro.
and depends on how you want to go about it too. If you want to play it the hardball and follow me over there and keep going in with sock accounts and keep asking me some shit, then you might get your account banned from here. And I don't want that. So relax. Take it easy, like
Everybody who needs to know knows that this is for the right thing. We've all got Mayhem's back. So if people are going to start having a go, then yeah, I'll stand with Mayhem on this. Your place in this server will be up for debate as well.
I'm looking that even different, Mickey. Do whatever you. I don't fucking care. What are you doing somewhere else?
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
I mean,
It's
I have a question.
connected. The two are
Yeah,
connected now at the hip. As goes one, as goes the other.
Yeah. Somebody had a question?
No, I have a question. I just want to see what you guys think about this. What do you guys think about a flat earther and a flat earther debate? What do you think about that?
It depends what the
Flat
question is.
earther.
What's the question?
What's the question?
So what? Two flat earthers having an argument about what? What's the question?
I heard I overheard somebody came in here. I think it was Andrew. You remember Andrew? He came in
Yeah.
here. He started talking about, oh yeah, it was a flat earther like journalism and some other flat earther. They were debating to see who win or lose, and somebody get some pride, whatever, on a different platform. But I don't know what was the argument about because I haven't checked it
Yeah.
out yet. But I'm
So
just like, what's
it,
the maybe there's a point, but I don't know. I just wanted to
it
hear what you guys.
depends. Yeah. So it's not a popularity contest. Is this flat earther better than another flat earther? It's the claim. So we all agree that the Earth is flat and stationary and the vacuum of space doesn't exist. But beyond that, there are certain beliefs, or that's a good word actually, there's certain beliefs that people have. And it's those claims that go along with those beliefs. One of them being the ether, for example. Some flat earthers say there's an ether. Some flat earthers say there isn't. So it'll be a debate about that. Some people, maybe it's about science or something. A long time ago, God, it sounds like it's been going on forever, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe a few years ago, there was a point that was brought up by Nathan Oakley with regards to, I think it was the gyro, if I'm not mistaken, and Bob Nodell. Now, Bob Nodell claimed that he had science. We all know, because it doesn't follow the scientific method, that he didn't. So this kind of become a bit of a dividing point between flat earthers. Again, the ether claim, now that's outside of science. Definably so, because they say it's a untangible medium, right? So outside of the physical and natural world. But ultimately, there are people saying that there's an ether and science can prove it, or that they can prove it in some form or another, usually with a gyroscope. So this type of argument's been going on for a few years now within the flat Earth community, and there's kind of two sides to it. It's kind of being brought up again. Obviously, God rest his soul, Bob Nodell has passed away recently.
Yeah.
But people like Jereminism, Witsit, and a few other people, Quantum Eraser, myself, Nathan, a few other people are on different sides of this fence. So the only reason why I jumped in is because if it's about something, then I understand why the debate between flat earthers will be taking part. It's not a popularity contest. It's the claims that people make. Like I said earlier, right? It doesn't matter if you're a globe earther or a flat earther. Your words will be used in evidence against you. Your claims. You make a claim, you've got to prove that shit, right? Some people still like to make claims within the flat earth because we're just people, right? And some people like to do that, and they might be being held to task on it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, more often than not, yeah.
I got you now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
No worries,
so
bro.
not everything you hear coming from a flat earther is like rock solid. Yeah, I support you, man. You got to remember, everybody here is held to task when it comes to something that cannot be supported. And so it's either you're gonna put it in one or two baskets. It can be understood empirically, or it's a speculation that you have. Which is,
Yeah.
if you're gonna be talking about a speculation, you have to caveat the conversation with, like, check this out, guys. This is my speculation. Here it goes, and then tell them about what you think. But if it's something that you know for sure, 100%, it's
And you
empirical, you can
start
test it,
claiming.
verify, and then you start saying
Yep.
there's an ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth, then we're gonna call you out and be like, you just claimed
Yeah.
the ice ring surrounds the Earth. Now prove that shit. How are you gonna do it? How are you gonna do it?
Yeah. No.
Captain Cook. Okay, you're gonna refer to somebody else. That's what a Glober does. Isn't that what they do?
You're right. I get that. Okay.
Okay.
I
So
get that. Yeah.
with everything, you have to remember, take it with a grain of salt. Understand like what the person's saying. Either it can be something that's verified or it's not. There's no in between. Well, there's a gray area there. You could say somebody knows the Earth has a ring of ice around it. Bullshit. I want to know how we can all know that. Can we?
No, we can't.
Okay. See how easy that was? That was easy. So
Yeah.
as long as you don't have your ego invested into that question, you can
Okay.
answer it
Yep.
honestly. No, there's no
Yep.
way.
Yep.
Okay, so then that solves the mystery if it can be known or not. And so it's really that way with people that make the claim. If you make the claim, support that shit and give somebody the way to verify it. If it's true that you could demonstrate this to be true, and somebody, I don't give a shit what it is. And if any flat earther says whatever they say, okay, how do we know? Can we verify that shit? Can we? No, it's just my spell. Well, then why did you say it as a matter of fact? Because now the audience who heard you is now clinging to your words as in you just said something that's true. Well, you can't verify it, so why you open up your pie hole to say that that's a matter of fact when you don't even know? It's speculation. Shit like and I'll give you an example. This is just an extreme, but they got flat Earth documents in the bottom of the Vatican. Like bullshit, dude. Like why are you saying some shit?
Yeah.
And you don't got to be doing that. Like just if something is truly what it is, then say it. If not, if saying you know what my speculation is, okay, and that's different because that's your speculation. You can say what you're gonna say there, and nobody's gonna hold you to whether it's true or not. They'll be like, well, that's interesting, right? At best.
Yeah. No,
So
I got
remember,
it now, man. I got it now. I think like after like 2.5 weeks, man, I learned so much, I learned so much, coming in here. I've been listening or whatever, so I learned. I might not speak. I might not be able to put into like a lot of words or whatever, but I understood the
oh,
the
that's good.
ideas and everything behind it. Yeah.
Well, not most people have the same kind of introduction into this place as you do, Kembo. So it's kind of a privilege that you have this moment to speak about. Because like people don't know the history, they don't know like the arguments, they don't know the things to stay away from. Because they come in here like, well, what's going on? And sometimes flat earthers are firing off at the mouth without having to know any of the culture here. So that's why I'm going over the culture. The culture here has a different way of addressing topics in here. It's not just like I've been in flat Earth for a while. Let me come in and take a whack at this. No, it's this
Yeah.
culture has curated this platform so that people aren't having missteps in their arguments. And missteps
Yeah.
could be like arguing the toss over like if the Earth has a dome over it or not. Like that's bullshit, dude. Why you don't do
Yeah,
that?
you
Like
can't verify that. You can't
right there, you
verify
go.
that. Yeah,
See
you
what
can't
I'm
verify
saying?
that.
Like,
See,
see what I
but
mean?
okay, but I do want to tell you one thing. So my first day when I came in here, I got excited, because I
Mhm.
haven't been around any flat earthers, even in person. So when I got excited, I came in here, and it's pure speculation, So I'm like, hey man, what if we can go to the south, and can go to the north, or at least we plan some ideas, maybe we can set a date, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Even if we can't go, at least we plan to see maybe our next generation or whatever, blah blah blah, this and that, right? I guess yeah, it didn't sit well, so I learned my lesson that first day.
I remember
We-
that.
Hey, we used to have a guy that would come in here. His name was Hollywood. And
Yeah.
every single time this fucking asshole would come in here, he'd be like, what are you guys doing sitting around here? We should all be having a petition to go to Antarctica. What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you still in this 24/7 flat earth talking about flat earth? We should be mobilizing and going to the Antarctic, excuse me. And he was always talking about that shit. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking nuisance, dude. Every time you come in here, what the fuck do you... Okay, let's just say, for example, I would always tell him this. Well, let's just say, for example, people followed you, whatever. They signed your fucking petition and they all want to go there. All right. We're all going to Antarctica, right? You got a boatload of like maybe 30 or 40 of us, whatever the fuck. And we're all going down there. We get all the way down there. We got our sleeping bags from Walmart and packed some like bologna sandwiches or whatever the fuck, right? We're all there. And we go traverse across the ice all the way to where the dome meets the ground. We're touching that dome. We're like, oh, there's a dome. Everybody take a picture of it, take some video footage. All right, guys, let's go back and let's go tell everybody what we saw. We got video. We got people saying, hey, hooray, we found the dome, whatever. All right. So now let's get all 30 or 40 of us back on the boat, back to civilization, right? Let's get back over here. Now let's start telling everybody what we found. Now then, what do you think is going to happen after that? I'm asking you, Kembo. Let me see if
Shit,
you
they
got
probably
some
think we
critical thinking.
crazy, or the videos is fake,
Mhm.
There's a
What
lot
else?
of things, and
Well,
I don't think
Exactly.
let's just say, for example, that it is true, right? That the person
Yep.
did actually find whatever they found. But what do you think the rest of the world is going to have to do once you tell them the information? What are they going to do immediately? And let's just
Oh,
say it's
that
true. What
to
happens to
be
the
honest,
person hearing
I
it?
think I think some people would probably want to go see it too.
Well, that could be the case, but because
Yep.
logistically it's not possible because there's a treaty, right? And only that certain
Mhm.
group for some reason was able to bypass the treaty, or they got permission or whatever the fuck. But the rest of the world
Yep.
can't do it, right? Because there's still the treaty. So there's still like that red tape. So not just we can't all just why don't we just all go there? The all of the population of the world. Like that's not the point. The point is when they come back, all right, let me tell you. What's going to happen is that everyone's going to blindly believe because these people are saying, this is the honest truth. I swear it. I could swear in a court. I don't care. And everybody else will be like, okay, dude, I trust you. And what do people do with the globe? Hello?
Yeah,
What do they,
I'm here. I
what do
thought
they do
you
with the globe? Yeah, what do they do with the globe? They trust the people that tell them about it, don't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's another belief system that
Believe
you're
in
going
us.
to
Yep, I
create.
get it now. Yep, it's
So
another
now
belief. Right there.
it doesn't matter if you go and touch the fucking dome and then you videotape that shit and you just jumping around and you found the dome and
That's
shit.
what the
What
globe
do you
did.
think? Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. What do you think they're gonna come back? Bro, they got ISS flying around this fucking tin can that's going at 17,500 miles per hour
Supposedly.
in a decaying orbit around the Earth, right? Allegedly.
Yep.
But they're doing that shit,
Allegedly.
and
Yep.
they got video footage. They got all the shit people hanging around and floating around and shit. And what do we have down here? Blind believers. Because
Yep.
nobody can go up there, right?
Yep.
Right? Therefore, what are you going to do when you touch the ice wall? Same shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Like, that's the same thing
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you guys. Is that what is that gonna fucking do?
Yep.
That's not the fucking point of this. What you have to understand is if the earth you're standing on has the 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop rate, like they
Oh.
say it is.
Mhm.
That's what you need to know. You don't need to go to some fucking remote place on the earth to figure out if the earth is what you've been found out that it is or not. Who gives a shit? You can go there if you want, but it's not going to do anything for the true knowledge of what it actually is, because you can know that right here where you're
Yeah,
at.
we already know. We already know on that part. I think
There
it's
you go.
more like a
So it's so
curiosity.
when you do it,
Like, oh, there's
so
more land.
no, I'm gonna fuck that. No, I'm gonna fuck that,
Yeah.
dude. Because like, listen,
Yeah.
if you already like, yeah, you can involve yourself in so much stupid shit in that. Like that, don't. You're troubling yourself. So what you got to get here is people with the foothold and the understanding if the earth is what we've been told by all, like you, me, everybody can empirically know for sure and test the earth if it's what they tell us it is or not. Right now, not in a few years when you mobilize and go to Antarctica. Like, that's bullshit. No, you're gonna do it right fucking now and find out right now if it's what they tell you it is. Not later. You can go to the beach and find this shit out. Go to the beach.
Yeah.
Because that's
Yep.
where you're gonna where you see over water, right? Do a line of sight test. That's it. Do a line of sight test. If there's some curvature in that shit, you're going to know 100%.
There's no
Because it's
curve.
going to
There's no
curve.
curve.
It's
Yeah.
going to curve at the drop rate that they tell you it is, because that's the consequent of it being an oblate spheroid. So
Yep.
back to the idea. What good is it gonna do to get to some people touching the fucking ice wall over there in Antarctica? Now, see how what I mean? Now look at how it sounds. There you go.
I got you.
And when you go to Antarctica, you will touch one point. What is telling you that what is around? How you will tell other people what is all around?
Yeah, I
You
don't know.
got only one point. You will say, okay, on this point it's a container, but how do you know that it's all around?
Yeah. Well, that's not, my
No,
thing
I
is
got
like
you.
when you come back, you got a fish, you got a fish tail, right? My fish was this big, but you got no fish. So what the fuck, dude? How are you gonna make somebody? I got video. So does ISS. So does NASA. So do they.
Yep.
Those fuckers
Yep.
have
No,
all the
I
video in the
get it,
world.
bro. Hey, the first day when I mentioned about that man, Sasha almost killed me too.
Well, with good reason too, because what it does.
Yep.
I
I
told
got
you
it
that
now.
you're gonna Kembo B. I told you you're gonna die when you try to go there anyway.
Yeah, you too,
No
Chris.
shit,
Is
dude.
that Chris? Is that
Yeah,
Chris?
that
Radwin, how
that
stupid is that when it's like, dude, let's just go to another. Fuck you. You
Yeah.
fucking.
You're gonna go and you're going to die. Okay,
yeah.
just remember that. You're not coming back.
For
Fucking
sure.
Yeah, it
package
was
some.
Chris too.
People
think-
think you come there and then you have another 100 mile when you are on ice and that's it. What if it's
oh, we
100,000 miles? What then?
Who knows? But people just like they want to cowboy up and take their sleeping bags and their fucking sack lunches and go over there and have a great. Oh, we're gonna know if the Earth is, got the dome around it. Like, dude,
And do you know,
what the
Miggy,
fuck,
in
dude?
treatment in the treaty, you cannot even take dogs. Nothing. You cannot take equipment. Like you cannot
Yeah.
use nothing there.
So I live in Ohio. I don't need to go to Antarctica to experience cold.
I don't.
All right, guys, I just want to jump in really quickly. So you do realise that you're being streamed live on TikTok. Chris Black
What?
Lloyd Writers, yeah, man, that is truly awesome. So I've just jumped onto his TikTok. He is live. So we are live on TikTok. So good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everybody out there on TikTok land. If you'd like to join the discussion, please follow the link that I'm sure that Chris is going to be able to provide for you in his comment section. It's not a direct link. You're going to have to copy and paste it into a search engine. But hit that link, copy and paste it, shove it in the search engine, and come and join the 24/7 live Discord server where we talk about the shape of the Earth, right? So well done, Flat Lloyd, right, man? That is absolutely awesome, bro.
Welcome to Flat Earth. If you guys want to talk about the Earth being round like a globe, come on in here. Oh, you guys just don't know what we have for you.
I'm watching
Jedi serving.
Apollo 1 just started. I'm watching it. Or Apollo 13, I mean.
What, the movie? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I want to make sure I know what happened. when they went to the moon.
Oh yeah. Hey, we got some new people in there. We got Kite hanging out. What's up, Kite? Howdy. How y'all doing? Just any questions, anybody? I see. I come off as too overbearing. I'm not like as soft with it like some other people that everybody's intimidated when they when they hear me speak. They're just like, I will just sit back and listen, like for now. uh, Nobody wants to play with me anymore. Not like they used to, man. They would come in here and be like, "Yeah, I'll take you on. What's up?"
Oh,
Yeah, I
he's
know.
he's responding in the chat right now.
Yeah, I see that. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
You scare him away, bro.
I scare a lot of people away, dude. When I'm on the mic, I'm like that dude from what's that movie? Adam Sandler with the when he was the wedding singer. I have the mic, so you're gonna listen to every word I have to say.
Oh.
No, it's cool. You guys are if you're out there somewhere floating around in social media land, wherever you're hearing us from, whether it's Rumble or TikTok or now TikTok or YouTube, come on in here. If you have the honey hold my beer fallacy and you think it's so easy to knock over these guys here, oh man, I could tell them the Earth's a globe in like a hot second. I doubt it. Not this server. Perhaps another server where they're talking about I don't know, other topics. Like is gravity real or not? I wonder if the Coriolis effect is real or not. In those servers probably, not here. And is a link in the description, Flatloid? Because I know that it just depends. Or in the comment section or something.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, I have it in my profile.
Nice.
So they can just click on it and get right on in. And of
Well,
course,
what
I
I
try to
found out
pause you guys sometimes and make some announcements.
What I found out too is that you can actually have a clickable link on there too. So.
Oh, can
Oh,
you?
nice.
Uh
Oh, from the
Yeah.
live page?
No, from your profile.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't like when we first started this Jedi. I wasn't able to be. Now you can.
Yeah, you'll have to show me how then, buddy. Or where and all that type of stuff. Because
Oh,
I'm
just go
aware
to your
that you
profile.
just stick
Oh,
on the
you are you?
profile, yeah? Just stick
Yeah,
it on the
click on your
profile.
profile and then edit profile. It's right there on the page.
It's done
And
it.
then go
Alright,
into
cool.
where it says website, and then you can
Yeah,
just drop the link to this place.
cool.
Make
I'll
sure
do
that
that now.
it's the one that doesn't expire though.
Not the top one, the invite server.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the invite doesn't expire because I don't know what that is. I don't think I've seen that, but the dancing dad.
Hey guys, thank you so much, man. But I'm gonna go now. We'll catch you guys later. God bless and take care.
See ya, Kembo. See you on the flip
All
side,
right,
bro.
sir. Okay,
Later.
bye.
Everybody talk at once.
No, I was just
I
thinking.
can't hear any.
I was just thinking about the dancing dad, man. That was all. I'll have to send you a link to him on TikTok for sure. He's just a dad who stands in
Hell
the
yeah.
living room. Yeah, it's hilarious, man. But it's like over 20,000 people watching him at any one time. Well, a couple of times that I've jumped in anyway. So he's really popular to a certain degree.
Well, he's a dancing dad, of course.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Funny though.
Although you can be too, you'll just be more handsome.
Oh yeah,
You'll be-
absolutely. Bless you. I might actually need to shave. I definitely look a little bit raggedy today.
Presentation, man. You get only one time. Your first impression's the most important.
Well, I've already got the job lost start on Monday, so I'll have a shave over the weekend. I've got so much to do, man. I'm just hanging back at the moment because Alex is still at work, but as soon as we've finished, we're off to start doing some bits and pieces in on New Home.
Let's go.
But yeah, hopefully at some point I'm going to get to go live, especially, try and get into some new routine with regards to work and stuff. So, but yeah, hopefully going to start going live on TikTok maybe once, twice a week and trying to get some more people to come into the server. Kind of, you know what my plan is, mate. So that's basically it.
Heck yeah, bro.
Have we got anybody new in? Any names we don't recognise?
Not that all these guys look like the usual suspects.
Fair enough.
Except for Kite. Oh wait, Deuce is in here.
Yeah, Juice has just got voice verified. Hello, Juice. How are you? You got control of your mic, obviously, because you got voice verified, my friend. But Mayhem and I like pointing out, you haven't got any after turning rolls. Hello, my friend. How are you? I hear.
Yeah, Ken, I'm just on break real quick. I was jumping in to see what's going on. I won't be here but a minute.
All right, buddy. No threat. We won't interrogate you. That's for sure. Not if you can't spend more than a minute in it.
Oh, I'm not a Globie.
Oh, fair play. Then we definitely won't interrogate you, man. You can chill.
I appreciate it.
No worries.
That was no fun.
I know, but maybe at some point when you got a bit more than a minute, we'll work around you getting some kind of Earth-determining roles, whether it's Globe Skeptic or Flat Earth or whatever it is, man. Just so people like me and Miggy don't jump on you as soon as you jump in the room.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll probably get 2 more people in here later today. They asked me about it last night, so I was just seeing what's going on.
Oh, sweet stuff, man. Are they Flat Earthers? Are they Globe Earthers? What food?
No, they like me. They question it all now.
Oh, awesome stuff. That's brilliant. We like people who you start questioning things, don't we, mate?
I tell you what got me was when I took a flight to Europe and I noticed the flight path. That's when I noticed something didn't make sense.
You started going quite north, didn't you?
Oh, extremely. And I was like, what the hell is going on? So that's about when the ball started rolling.
What did you see us on, Deuce? Like, what platform did you see us on?
I was on Rumble when I seen this station, when I seen this Discord.
Yeah, but what video? Who's Rumble? Was it Helio Skeptics Rumble?
I can't, but it looked. It had the Flat Earth 24/7 live stream.
Yeah, I have that on mine, and so does Helio. So it's just we're on. See, I was just saying this, guys. See what this brings. We're bringing in people from Rumble, from TikTok, from YouTube. I mean, just all over. So this is the effectiveness of that. If Deuce didn't see that, he wouldn't probably be in here. So
nope, it's exactly right. I'd have never known about it.
You have to remember, Mayhem, right? Nathan Oakley, he always says at the beginning of his show, please share the show. Because we got to share it around, man. What the hell are we doing if we're not?
Yeah, I've done that too. So I got 2 more probably going to come in today.
Brilliant stuff, man. We really appreciate that for sure. Thank you for that.
No problem. I'll check back in with you guys. I'm just working, so I just thought I'd say hi and see what's up.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man. For sure.
Yeah, big hello back to you.
All right, I'll talk to y'all soon.
See you.
Later, brother.
There you go. Aren't we good, Mayhem? Aren't we good?
I'm just saying, man, like, that speaks volumes for what we were talking about this morning. Like, that's exactly what we're saying. Because we've been bold enough to take the step onto another platform. We've gotten somebody who's, want to get connected to this group, and that's the effectiveness of it. It's just proof is in the pudding.
Yep. It would be interesting to look at our statistics with regards to how many people have joined the server. We know the number that we've got to, and we understand it kind of plateaus and whatnot. But it'd be interesting to see what happened after, June of 2023. See how it rises. I reckon we're going to get a little bit more traffic in, man.
Yeah.
See, Morvis is in. What's up, Morvis?
What up, Morvis? We heard him for a second.
Yeah, right.
Are you?
Ether's also got his microphone unmuted. So what's up, mate? Ether? Hope you're keeping well, bud. If you got your mic unmuted, mate, I'm talking to you. Who else we got in here? Sasha's in the house. What's up, Sasha? I hope you're keeping well. Obviously, Flat Lloyd. We're probably still on TikTok. That's brilliant. Flat Earth Professor, dude, is that you? I can only read the Flat Earth bit, so I'm just making a bloody guess. Yes, Flat Earth Professor. It's probably asleep behind him. Flat Earth Batman's in the house. Bite. Blood's Thicker. Hello, Blood's Thicker. Haven't seen you for a while, mate. Warrior and Wav Mixer. Wav Mixer's probably at work, so big shout out to you, Wav Mixer. I know you join us when you're free and able to do so, mate. Always good to hear from you. There's a Spud 2.0. What's up, Spud? Yoke Smashers in the house. And look, Johan Midgard. You've got some awesome font there, mate. Took me a second to read it. But yeah, there's a few people in the server, man. Just no Glovers.
That Globy McGlow face didn't work out too well, did it? I think we should play that clip. Should I?
Not for him.
We should play that clip.
Yeah,
Who had it? I think TOS. Was it TOS UK? Yeah, TOS UK put it.
one of them. Yeah, TOS or Simp. Probably TOS.
Yo, TOS, you got that clip, brother? Then we can run that clip. I didn't get to hear it, so I don't know. While I eat my brekkie, be kind of nice to hear. If you got it in your archives. What's his face? Glowman McGlowface. 10-4. I haven't heard it. Have you, Jedi? Were you here when Globy was in here?
No, mate, I wasn't. Unfortunately, I wasn't.
Okay. Well, it's for you guys who've been in here, probably it's something you've already heard, but
I haven't heard it, mate. Honestly, I caught maybe a bit of it, and I was busy, so I couldn't catch all of it. But what I have done, mate, is I've gone through as many of Globy McGlowface's comments and left the link to the Discord server. I've definitely done that. I've also called him out on the server a couple of times because I missed him and I want to speak to him about a couple of claims that he's bloody made. So yeah, I've been calling him out and he hasn't returned to the server since.
All right, let me do it now this way. I'm about to play it, so. All right, here we go. See, hopefully it works. No, it doesn't work that way. Let's see. Has the soundboard bot been giving us a little trouble?
To be fair, mate, I haven't heard it in a few days. I don't think we've needed it so much.
Weird. It says soundboard bot is okay, let me see. Let's see. Soundboard. I don't need to play a soundboard. I want to play a video. Is there a doctor in the house? Somebody know how to work this bot?
I'm not ignoring you, mate. I know. I wouldn't know what to do, and I'm on my phone anyway, so I know I can't help you.
We got a few bots in here, but we got the Flat Earth music bot. Type M help. Okay. All right, so maybe they changed the. Oh, it's exclamation point. I get it. It's exclamation point. I was using. Okay, so it's different. Okay. All right. Let me go at it that way. Just give me a second here. I'll play this clip.
Join discord.gg/flat-earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Globy McGloberface.
Globy McGlobeface, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good guy, Mike Globy.
He sure does.
Yeah, I got a mic.
Welcome to the server, man. So do you believe? So, but do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
No, not at all. Yes, I don't have to believe it.
Are you 100%? What would you? Are you 100% confident though?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you also believe it's rotating, right? Like it's moving?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember a point do you have a specific memory in your life where you saw the Earth either rotating, or did you ever see it as a sphere?
I'm sorry, what's that? You just asked me if I've seen it rotate?
Like do you remember a point in your life where you saw something or experienced something, and that experience confirmed to you that it was a sphere?
Now that you're looking for things, sure, yeah. If you just walk outside on your back porch and like look at this, look, no, you wouldn't necessarily know. But if you're trying to think about it and actually discover the shape of the planet you live on, yes, you can do that easily.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any? Do you know if there's any measurements, like specifically like direct measurements or anything?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. What are where was the measurement taken?
There's one here that was done at McDonald Observatory.
Okay. And that one, is it over land or water?
It's over land.
Okay. What was the distance? Or I'm sorry, not the distance. What was the expected rate of curvature, the drop rate?
It wasn't measuring what you would expect to see. It was a measurement to find out if there's any curvature or not.
Can you explain it?
Sure. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No.
Say again?
Okay. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No, I don't. What was that?
Go for it. Enlighten us.
Okay. Do you know what a zenith is?
Yeah.
Me, I don't actually. Go ahead. What is it?
The zenith is essentially a measurement directly over your head, 90 degrees. So it would be like plumb to the earth.
Okay.
Right. So it's hard to explain without showing you guys, but if you picture two people a certain distance away from each other, both set up with theodolites. Do you know what theodolites are?
Yep. How far? What's the distance you're using with these theodolites?
This one was 1,200 meters, I believe. I got to look it up.
1,200 meters? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So what they do is you have 2 locations set up with theodolites that are plumb to the earth. They take their zenith is directly 90 over their head. Then they observe each other through the theodolites, which are a measuring device to measure angles from eye level.
Over 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your curvature over 1,200 meters?
Well, it wasn't measuring curvature per se. It was measuring angles away from each other. So if those 2 observers were angled away from each other, that was taking measurements of how much that angle was.
Okay, how much was the angle, and what can you relate it into a measurement instead of an angle?
17 arc minutes.
17 arc minutes. Yep. And height, that relates to height of?
That relates to the 2 observers being angled away from each other by 17 arc minutes.
17 arc seconds, you mean, don't you?
Arc seconds, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, not arc minutes.
Okay,
So they're standing on the earth, they're angled away from each other. Is that what you're saying? By 17 arc seconds?
17 arc seconds, yes.
All right, what's the error?
Theodolites are it's 0.3 arc second margin of error, I believe, for theodolites.
Over what distance?
2 miles, I believe it is. 3 miles.
3 miles for a theodolite. 3.5 kilometers, my surveyor says. That's the max he can do.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you agree it's a very small margin of error?
Well, he said you can't measure drop. He said you measure angles, yeah? This is in actual...
That's what they actually measure here is the angle, yes.
These theodolites are actually supposed to do is measuring angles, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's why I said they measured an angle.
Yeah. So they measure the distance. They measure the angle that they're away from each other.
Correct.
Okay.
So even though both theodolites are 90 degrees plumb to the Earth, they are actually angled away from each other by a certain degree.
Okay, and that's auto leveled or manual leveled, or how's that?
Auto leveled.
Auto leveled.
Yeah, theodolites auto level. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess there are manual ones, I guess, but
well, it's auto leveled, and then you got to correct it with a manualing level. So, and the only way to do that is to have a look at your actual target, and then set up a target in the middle, and then you got to get your level for that. So.
Right. Yeah. This whole
did they go through the all the steps of setting up the theodolite?
No, they probably skipped a whole bunch of steps.
Okay. So
what? Wait. Can you wait? Before we go further, can you post that measurement in the chat? I actually do want to see it. Do you have the link to that measurement? I just want to.
We don't even need to hear anymore. He's already said that it's null and void. There was an error in the setup.
Dude, I was being sarcastic. If you couldn't hear the sarcasm, it was slightly sarcastic. Sorry. It's a 43-page observation.
Oh my God.
So you can read all about how they set up everything and how they tested everything. To summarize it, they tested 6 locations. 6 locations back to a centralized observation point. Here's the mileage. So
is it in the chat? Did you post
57 miles. It ranged from 20 miles to 57 miles, all the observations.
With a theodolite.
They did that with a theodolite? What What power
They don't go that
telescope
far.
does it have on it?
Hmm?
What power scope does it have on it?
I'll link you to all the details. You can.
All right. 'cause I doubt they
I
can
want to
see that far. 50 miles, that's ridiculous. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I agree with Godrock, and I've used them. My surveyor said 3.5 kilometers, and you'll end up with a 7 mil error.
I've used them for years in my career, so never for any length, quarter miles as far as I've ever used one for. Because that's what they're made for. They're not.
I use them over 500 meters, and then I'll set up again.
Yeah. If you're going to go any more than that, you do have to reset. You have to go point to point. Yep, that's what you have to do.
Can you use them to measure the ground?
Measure what?
No,
What do
they
you
just
mean?
measure angles.
Oh, they don't.
You can measure grade. You can measure grade elevations, or you can, if you're lining the theodolite up over the top of a square head, that's what they put in the ground for a property line or for a grade elevation for a foundation or a footing. You set it up over the square head, and then there's a plumb bob that comes right off the center of the theodolite, and it goes down. It has to be centered right on that nail, a finish nail, directly above that finish nail on that square head. And then the theodolite has to be leveled. You got to spin it 360 degrees and make sure that bubble stays in the center at all times, perfectly leveled. Then you can shoot it out in 90 degrees or straight off of that nail head. You can turn it left, right, make a 90-degree turn, and then you can aim the theodolite down. You can actually aim it at another square head in the dirt, and then you can have them make a mark on it with your pencil. You can lay lots out and footings and foundation walls very, very accurately if you know how to do it. But you got to be real accurate.
And let me ask you this: so, what was the so when he said they're angled away? Do you think so? If the Earth were, what would the counter theory be like? Okay, if let's say he found them not angled away.
Say they're not leveling them properly. They're getting an error of those arc minutes that he's talking about. If that
sounds like a presupposition. I'm sorry, that sounds like a presupposition. You're assuming it has an error before you've looked at the data.
Well, he just asked what could be.
Check it out. If you're not there and seeing it with your own two eyes, there's no way you can say that theodolite was leveled properly and that it was shooting an accurate angle down. There's no way unless you're there and actually witness the leveling of the device. Because that guy, you have no idea how good he is at it, how many times he's done it, whether he even knows how. So if you're not there to see it, it's not valid.
Did you witness the Black Swan picture of the oil rigs? Did you witness FE Core's laser tests over the lakes? Did you witness all those? But I bet you guys have referenced those before.
In videos, but yeah, it's all documented in the videos.
They were repeated. They were repeated. So how many times do you want them to repeat them?
Theodolite measurements haven't been repeated. So I'm just trying to get at, and I think you understand that you've blatantly accepted some evidence while denying other evidence. Okay.
I think I get what he's saying. I think what he's saying is sorry. Go ahead.
Just say you accept there being a globe because he saw it on TV and at school and TV documentaries.
No,
yeah, that's just like a non-point. But thank you for chiming in.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
I can't post it in the chat, by the way. I don't have access.
You don't have the okay. Let me see if I can give him. Can someone give him the link?
Yeah. Hey, the guy who's complaining about the black swans. If you want, you can go out to the beach and check it out for yourself. It's a little bit different than you guys who are dragging theodolites into the mountains and then bullshitting about it.
Yeah,
see
exactly.
the difference?
Why would you want
the difference, pal? So if you want to bellyache any further, listen. All I could do is drag the theodolite up into the mountain like you do, bullshit about it, and come here and be an asshole. Well, I can also go to the beach. Which one's different? Do you see the difference?
Yeah, the beach isn't a measurement, so thank you.
No shit. But the distance markers from the beach are Einstein.
Okay.
Can you
Does
explain
light-
the black swan? Hey, listen, if you're so
Yeah, does
pissed
light
about it, can
bend?
you
Why are you
explain
being
it?
such an asshole? Is there a reason you're being such an asshole right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather be an asshole than whole ass. So,
Okay,
you guys who are
well.
complaining about the black swan, would you like to explain it to the class?
Yeah, sure. You want to cherry pick one day when there's
No,
a
it's not a
refraction?
cherry pick,
refraction.
Einstein.
Good
I
for
said
you.
go to the beach yourself. If you've ever been to the beach, you'll find it's not cherry picked.
It is, because I can
Have
show
you
you
been to
pictures
the
of the black swan. I can show you video
Look,
of the black
sir,
swan
I've
observation
made my own
where it's not
observations.
distorted. Do you want to see that?
Zodiac, I've made my own observations. Did I cherry pick those?
Yeah, you probably did, because you.
Oh,
you
really?
held
Well,
yourself-
now we see how desperate you are. Listen,
I'm not desperate. You're the one coming in here throwing insults around. So, or you've already lost.
Excuse-moi. You're the one. Listen, pal. You're the one acting like all play and honest. You're setting. You guys are running a road game.
So the asshole, you are the one
Hey guys, the Earth's flat. You know why the Earth's flat? Because I saw some wavy, distorted oil rigs in the distance once.
Oh, really? Well, guess what, pal? The point of those observations is the horizon behind it, Einstein. So you don't understand it. So stop bellyaching about it.
Listen, Copernicus, light bends through the air, doesn't it? So did you measure the refraction that day?
Oh, the terrestrial refraction, which uses the R in the first place. You have to assume the globe exists in the first place to start begging.
Are you denying that refraction exists?
Oh, you mean
So
refraction? Yeah, and you stand in the fog, you can't see a hand in front of your face.
Are you
You're talking
denying
about
refraction
terrestrial
exists?
refraction. Hey,
Are you
pal,
denying it
you're
exists?
talking about terrestrial refraction. You're not talking about disturbance in the air.
Are you
hear
denying
me?
it exists?
He's exactly right.
You're talking about
it does
terrestrial
exist.
refraction. Do you think that's the
Why
same
can't
thing,
you answer
smart
the
ass?
question? It's a very simple question. Do you deny
I
it
told
exists?
you, yes. I've been outside. Have you? Can you realize there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and refraction? Yes
So
or no?
you deny you just denied refraction
no, I
exists.
don't.
Everybody did.
No, I don't.
Okay,
Do you?
good for you.
Do you
Define
acknowledge?
refraction, globe face. Define it. Define refraction.
And terrestrial refraction. Define them both.
I'm not going to define anything for someone who
Listen
denied
to
refraction.
the smart asses. Now they make excuses. You listen, you little
Nobody
punks.
denied refraction.
If you guys don't like the black swan, go out and make your own observations.
Yeah, and it's funny because he also said, on different days we see the black swan in a different position. So where's your geometric horizon?
I'm not claiming that as evidence of the globe or flat Earth. You are. You're cherry picking something with distorted.
No, dude, you don't know what the listen. You don't even know what cherry picking means. You don't know what
you're denying again that all refraction exists.
Listen, you're talking. Hey, Einstein, listen. You're talking about a specific type of refraction.
It's so weird that you can't answer a yes or no question. You know why you can't answer it? Because the answer is you do believe refraction exists. And then my next question is going to be, well, what was the refraction?
Listen to me. I know that disturbance exists in the air. It doesn't allow you to see forever. It doesn't allow to see you around a curve.
And you didn't see forever. You saw a little bit further in the black swan picture, did you?
So
was it forever?
A little bit further. It's
was it forever?
Hey, Zodiac, do you?
Was it forever?
Who's talking?
Was it forever?
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Okay, let me ask, and I'll shut up because your arrogance has got me. I pity you guys.
You came in arrogant.
Listen, punk. Are you telling me everything you see in the distance is optical illusion? Is that the delusion that you're going to like dig in on?
I'll tell you what I did do, and you can see it on my.
Is everything you see in the distance an optical illusion?
An optical illusion? No.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. You see it because it's there. You guys think chanting refraction means something. It doesn't.
Why didn't you calculate the refraction of the black swan
What refraction? Picture? Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Oh, so refraction doesn't exist. Okay.
You got listen, pal.
Yes, terrestrial refraction. Yes.
Okay. Well, that.
You need R for that. So where's the
that assumes there's a globe in the first place.
All I'm asking is why you ignored the refraction. That's all I'm asking is why you ignored the refraction.
Hey, Globy. I posted a picture of your terrestrial refraction Okay, is that what you're talking about? So it's all wavy in front of you. Does that make the ball appear and disappear?
I don't know what you posted, but
I'm going to post it again right now. That's exactly what you're talking about. That doesn't make a ball appear and disappear.
It means there's distortion going on, and you haven't accounted for that in your observation.
Distortion of what? How am I going to account for it from here to there? Every 5 feet?
I'm not saying you can. It's very hard to do.
Well, you need.
It's very hard to do over long distances.
Hold on.
Hey, asshole.
Hold on. Distortion of what?
You've lost so hard already, dude. It's so funny.
Distortion of what?
Noted.
You're so angry. I love it.
Distortion of what?
If you look at the Black Swan pictures, they look like they look like you're. It looks like you're looking through a funhouse mirror. If you look at the Black Swan
what
pictures.
specifically is distorted in those pictures?
Everything. The horizon. The Black
everything
Swan,
is as specific as you can get. So try again. What specifically is distorted in those pictures?
The oil rigs, for one.
The oil rigs aren't part of the argument. The oil rigs aren't part of the argument other than to be demarcated.
Part of the argument. Oh, you want to ignore the evidence of the
just said it wasn't an optical illusion.
That's their.
You're literally taking pictures of the oil rigs. Don't tell me they're not part of the observation.
Quiet. The oil rigs aren't the argument. What specifically are you saying is distorted?
I'm saying that the distorted oil rigs prove there's heavy distortion going on in the picture, and you can't even argue.
Okay, so what specifically is distorted?
Things aren't an optical illusion. Now they are.
Hold on. If an oil rig is distorted, that doesn't matter because that's not part of our argument, right? You're saying there's something else in the picture that's been distorted. What?
You guys, I love how.
What is being distorted in that picture?
I've already told you 4 times.
Yeah, but every answer you gave us had nothing to do with the actual argument. So, want to try again?
Rigs being seen too far away?
No, it's got nothing to do with the rigs being seen too far away.
100% does, and now you're lying.
No, it doesn't. You don't understand.
It's about the oil rig. It's about too much of the oil.
You don't understand what you're arguing with. You need to go learn the argument and try this again because you don't even know what you're supposed to be addressing.
9.6 miles away, and the claim is that's too far to see from the shore?
No.
It's the horizon, Goofy.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're arguing
just
with.
The horizon now. You guys are ignoring the oil rigs now.
What a moron.
Yes, we are ignoring them. Retard. They're marker points for distance.
Yeah, they're marker points. The oil rig is 9.6 miles, and it should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, right? This is what you guys always say.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. You don't know what you're arguing with. It's the distance of the horizon itself.
How do you know the distance of the horizon without the marker of the oil rig?
That's how you know it. It's not about the oil rigs being blocked per se. It's about where the horizon itself appears. We can see, given the demarcator of the 9.4 mile oil rig, right? It's further than 9.4 miles, which makes it much further than 1.2, which means that it's not the geometric horizon that you're arguing for. So my question is, what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
So you need the oil rigs as part of
as demarcators. So what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
Oil rigs. Have you ever seen those pictures when the
what specifically is being distorted? If it's not a 1.2 mile geometric horizon, then nothing you have to say matters.
Yes, it does, because light bends.
Then is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon that's being
You're ignoring a variable in the observation.
You're ignoring the point of the entire argument, which is the 1.2 mile geometric horizon that must be there in that image if the Earth is a globe.
Why?
Are you saying it is, but it's distorted?
Why?
I've seen boats hover over the ocean. Is that exactly what you mean?
Concave?
No, are they?
Have you seen Fata Morgana? Have you seen boats float?
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
yes, it does.
Float on the road too. So shut up.
Even on a flat Earth, according to you, if it was a flat Earth, that boat should not be floating.
Shut up, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Fata Morgana occurs in relation to the horizon. It's not something that happens to the horizon itself. And what you just responded with had nothing to do with what I asked you, which was, is there a distorted geometric 1.2 mile horizon in that picture?
It does.
Okay, this guy's a total idiot. You guys have fun. Yeah, I got something else to do.
Globey, you've debunked the globe twice already. Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric? Just answer the question. Simple question.
All we've discovered is that you ignore refraction in the observation. That's what we've discovered.
Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric?
Of course, there's a geometric horizon.
Okay, so it should always be at 1.2 miles, correct?
It's also effected by refraction like everything else we see.
Okay, cool. All right.
So everything is at 1.2 miles. What day is that?
Again, you guys ignoring refraction is very disingenuous.
Bobby, shut the
What
fuck up.
day is it?
I won't shut the fuck up because you tell me to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll just kick you out then. But you know what you need to do is you need to listen and then respond, and then we'll listen and then respond. But why? If you can, what's the measurement of refraction? What should it be then? Tell us that. What should it be? What should
yourself? Why would you do an observation and ignore a variable? That's what I want to know.
Just answer my question.
I don't. I'm answering your question. I don't know what
refraction. Claiming refraction. What should it be?
I don't know over that distance. I answered your question.
Oh my God. You don't know what it is.
You're arguing for something you don't even know.
Yeah, so is that why you told us it is an optical illusion and it isn't an optical illusion?
No, you would use Snell's law for refraction.
Oh, so Snell's law now.
No,
You're needing a terrestrial refraction, not Snell's law.
Is over 10 miles, it's very hard to figure out what the exact refraction is going to be.
You're an
Plus,
imbecile. Nice try.
We don't even have temperature readings that day, do we? Do you have temperature readings?
Snell's law. You just claimed Snell's law. What's the two mediums it's going through? What's the two mediums? What's the two mediums?
I already told you over 10 miles is going to be very difficult. It's going to change mediums several times.
You're a fucking idiot.
Snell's law. What's the two
refraction
mediums?
from one medium to another medium?
Yep. What are the two mediums?
Denser and less dense air.
So air.
Colder and warmer air. Denser and less dense air.
Air and how much? And how much?
You're laughing. What about what I said is wrong? Without laughing, what about what I said is
But we
wrong?
don't have temperature readings from that day. Now you're telling us what the temperature was?
No, I said there aren't temperature readings that day. So how would we know what the refraction was that day?
I was at the beach about an hour ago. It's pretty warm out, and I saw black swans everywhere around me. There wasn't a 1.2.
That's your scientific analysis.
I'm about 6 foot tall. There wasn't a 3.2 mile geometric horizon in sight. Get out more, pal.
Was it about 80 degrees then?
Congratulations. You took temperature readings over that distance?
Get out more. Hey, Globy, have you ever been out of the basement?
This is so ridiculous that you guys won't admit that you should include variables in your observations.
It doesn't make sense.
You're debunking the globe. Hold on, fellas. Hold on a second. He's giving us the game. If you're saying there's variables and you can't measure the horizon ever, then you've also just gone ahead and debunked the globe. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's our argument.
I love how you jumped to that conclusion. That's great.
No,
but it's
that's
true.
argument. You're making our argument for us.
No, because I don't.
Our argument is there's a source in the horizon is not a measurable place. Of course.
I don't make claims. I don't make claims that watching things over the horizon are proof of anything. So don't.
No, we aren't either. We are not making that claim. That's the globe's claim. That is the globe's claim. The globe says that no, the geometric horizon is blocking boats and buildings. That's your claim.
Yeah. Check this out, dude. That is your claim. That is your claim. So we don't actually need measurements of temperature or any of the stuff that you're asking for. What you need is a measurement of the geometric horizon, which you say is in that picture but refracted. That's what you need. So where's that?
That's weird. I haven't talked to you guys before, so I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth about it.
The claims are made for you. Listen.
Look, you don't know your claim, but I think you're welcome for helping you with that.
I don't know my claim. Okay, I'll tell you what my claim is. Let's talk about my claim.
You don't know it because I just gave it to you and you didn't recognize it.
No, I'll make a claim right now, and then you guys can talk about it.
Globy McGlobeface, listen. As a blind believing globe zealot, you don't get to make the claims. The claims were made before you were born.
Shucks. Okay.
So put it in context, genius. You can't come in here and say, I haven't made a claim. Well, what are you doing? Creating your own Earth?
I've made claims. You're putting words in my mouth, though. We're
talking about the 3959. You don't get to as a globe believer. That's your claim.
That's weird. I measured 3959.
Oh well, you dug to the center of the Earth.
We can talk about that as well, but you don't want to hear that.
Are you Jules Verne?
No, actually, a flat earther did it on TikTok.
Now you're gonna quote. Now you're gonna quote Netflix
He's
damage
actually
control.
he's not a flat earther anymore because of it. He gathered 10.
You're
He
an
gathered
imbecile,
10
dude.
people. He gathered 10 people, flat earthers, mostly flat earthers, because he was a flat earther.
Globy, your little fucking spiel is a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, thank you for your
You're
your ad
welcome.
hominem.
You're
Thank you for your
welcome.
ad hominem.
Now keep it real.
I am keeping it real. I'm trying to explain to you an
wasn't an ad
experiment that was
hominem.
done.
I'm insulting you.
And there's actual proof of this experiment being done.
Oh, really? You dug to the center of the earth, huh?
Why do you have to dig to the center of the earth to figure that out? Oh,
Was it an
simple
experiment?
minds.
You measured the radius.
I forgot. Little simple pea brains can't figure out that you don't need to dig.
Oh, the cope is real, isn't it?
What's the experiment?
It was
You said there was an experiment.
Yep. Eight people took simultaneous measurements of the sun angles. It was a recreation of Eratosthenes' experiment, except with multiple people at the same time.
Moron.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What'd you say?
They had parallel sun rays, is what you're saying?
No, it wasn't parallel sun. I was measuring the sun, measuring the shadow length.
He doesn't even understand it.
Excuse me?
He doesn't even understand it.
Hey, Globy
Parallel
phenomenon. Genius. Eratosthenes assumed sphere.
Doesn't matter if the sun rays are parallel.
Hey, Eratosthenes also assumes sphere Earth. Did you know that, genius?
I did know that, genius. And guess what?
You know what happens when you assume, genius?
Guess what? You don't need to assume because the measurements we took.
They did assume.
The measurements we took, we applied it to a flat Earth as well.
Dude, you're a goofball.
What flat Earth?
Yeah, it was part of it. What?
So what flat Earth?
You can take the measurements that you get and assume a flat Earth, and then triangulate back to where the sun should be using those measurements.
Sun?
In the sky? What do you mean? Where's the sun?
How far away is it?
Say triangles.
Well, that's what you're calculating. You take the length of the shadow, you take the distance between the observers, and you can triangulate using right triangles where the sun should be.
No, you right triangles. 90 degrees.
Hold on, guys.
That is 90 degrees. One of the observers is under the subsolar point at the time of the observation.
No, I don't doubt it. That's a flat Earth.
Yeah, so one of the observers is underneath the sun directly, under the subsolar point. That is a requirement of the observation. So you have a 90-degree right triangle.
Yeah, but
and then guess what happened when we measured all the angles? That we got different heights for the sun at different locations on the Earth at the same time.
Yeah, that's because you can't. That's because you can't triangulate celestial bodies. That's why everybody knows that in celestial.
Why are they magic? Why are they magic?
Like I said, nobody triangulates the position of celestial bodies. That's ridiculous.
Why not? Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth? If the sun is right there, it should work.
It just doesn't work, period.
Okay, just no. Okay.
There's no method. No. When we're
there would be a method. The sun is right there. The moon is right there.
Navigation, when we're using celestial navigation, using a horizontal baseline, there is no triangulating for any celestial body. No, that doesn't happen.
There's no triangulation in celestial navigation, but I'm not talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah, but I'm talking about trying to use a singular point from a celestial body. You can't do that. Nobody does that. You're just making an argument that you can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Duh.
No, I'm making an argument that we did that, and the sun is not where it's supposed to be on a flat Earth.
Because you can't triangulate the position of a fucking celestial body.
Why?
Moron.
Why? Don't call me a moron and explain why, because you can't explain why.
There's no explanation for why. You just can't.
There has to be an explanation. So you just don't know what you're talking about and just saying no. Thank you.
Why? Give me an explanation for no, I don't.
You just came in here claiming that you can't do it. So you must know why you can't. Otherwise, you're just repeating something you think you've heard.
Who claims that they can? We have one Earth. On this Earth, nobody can triangulate the position of any celestial body. That's the end
Anybody
of.
else have a point? Okay, so if we have a sun and we have angles to that sun, we should be able to triangulate directly back to it.
Except we can't.
Why? It's just trigonometry. Why? What's wrong about the trigonometry?
Because you can't use trigonometry using
Sure
the
you can.
celestial bodies. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Okay, that's what we call a nuh-uh.
No, that's not a nuh-uh. That's just not what anybody does using the celestial bodies.
If you can't tell me why, then that's a nuh-uh. You have no reason to
No,
know
it's not a nuh-uh. You're saying that we try to triangulate and we don't.
I'm not nuh-uh.
Well,
I'm telling you, if we have an angle,
if
we have
that
a
was
measured angle.
possibility, we would be doing it or
You're talking about
utilizing.
You would need to know the height to the celestial body in order
You're talking about
to
different things.
triangulate.
That's not true. That's what we're calculating for. We have an angle to it, and we have a distance to it along the
except you
surface.
can't. It's not a nuh-uh. That's a ridiculous claim.
So what about
is
the
nuh-uh?
tangent?
You
What
trying to
about the
call a fallacy
tangent?
on me using the words that I use? What fallacy?
Yeah, what about the tangent of the angle to the
What
sun?
fallacy? Is that a nuh-uh fallacy or something? Like what
Yeah, you
ridiculous
haven't-
shit is that?
Sure, if you have an angle and a distance, why can't you
No,
calculate
not
the
just
other
the
way?
not just
Okay.
the reiteration of what you've already said. You said that I'm just saying nuh-uh. Like what am I committing a fallacy? What fallacy am I committing and what form is it?
You're repeating something without verification. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm not. You're saying that why can't we triangulate? I'm like, we just don't.
Okay, celestial navigation is talking about triangulating your location.
Yeah,
That's not
so
what we're doing. That's not what we're talking about. So you're not even talking about the same thing as I'm talking about.
yeah, I am. I'm telling you that you cannot triangulate the position of any celestial body. That is just a point blank, straight up fact. You're asking me why. Why the fuck do I have to tell you that? Why
Because
don't
you're
X
making-
fly?
because
I
you're
don't
making
fucking
that up.
know. Are you serious?
Because you're making that up. The thing we did was
No,
exactly
I'm not making that up.
triangulating.
Yo, please come in
Make
here
him
tomorrow when I'm actually not, traveling. It was good to see you in here, bro. I would love to have a conversation with you for reals. But you guys can continue.
Well, I would too, but you got to come back with like reasons for your things you're saying.
Go ahead and bring a citation about how you can triangulate celestial bodies.
Sure, it's called trigonometry. That's the citation.
Well, isn't there a problem with the medium being unknown? Like the medium that the sun is within, that's unknown, right?
I mean, it's not. It's you guys claim it's in the air, in the atmosphere of Earth, or outside in the water. Beyond the,
I mean, we don't claim a distance. We don't claim a distance. You guys do.
I didn't give a distance. The point of
The
this
sun's
observation was to
listen,
measure the
genius. The
distance.
sun's the sun. You're the one that's convinced it's a 93 million mile distant star.
I don't have to be convinced. I measured it.
Did you measure 93? Okay, post the measurement in the chat. Post the measurement in the chat.
Miles anyway.
Just talking fucking ridiculous.
Oh, he doesn't have links. He doesn't have links.
To the sun, kid.
I love the way you said it's ridiculous. You know why you say it's ridiculous? Because you all think I have to touch it to measure it.
Well, they just changed the distance again. So which distance did you get? The one they just changed it to, or the old one?
When did they change it again?
Aren't you the expert? Aren't you the one measuring it?
Yeah. That's why I want you to embarrass yourself and tell me when they changed it.
So which one did you get? The one they changed it to, or the old one?
Like yesterday? No, actually, I was.
What are you, a valley girl?
I was actually off a little bit. I calculated.
So you don't know.
I
So you
calculated
don't know
100.
then.
I
So
measured
would
it
you like to
myself.
concede that you don't know?
I love how you won't let me talk because you know you're going to be
You
embarrassed.
said you measured it and you were wrong. So would you like to concede that you
No.
were wrong? Oh, so you're just going to lie. Go on.
He didn't.
It's not that I was wrong. I was a margin of error. How does that make me wrong? I measured
He
up.
didn't say he measured it. He said he calculated it based on an assumption that he lives in the spinning space ball in the back.
No assumptions made. No assumptions made. Level.
So good to see you, Globy.
Yeah, welcome to the Nuh Club level.
Hey. I tell you what, if you can tell me what a rocket pushes off of in the vacuum of outer space, I would love to hear that, please.
Can I finish my sun observation discussion first before I explain?
Then if you could come back to what a rocket pushes off.
Absolutely. Don't let me forget.
I'll love it, man. I'll love
Remind me. Don't let me forget. Remind me.
And maybe you could explain moon golf later on. I didn't know you were that.
Sure. No, so the measurements to the sun, to the sun were actually
wrong.
partially
You were wrong.
actual measurements.
So you don't.
Done?
Okay. Here, DM me the link to the measurement of the sun. I'll post it in the chat for you. I'll post it in the chat for you.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous. DM me the measurement of the
He's
sun.
got link embed roles, so he can do it himself.
He has it now. He has the role.
Hey, all of you good stationary flat Earth people, welcome to TikTok Glober. Welcome.
It says I don't have permission to view the message history of live stream, but wait here.
Give him VC verify. Give him VC verify.
Yeah, that's his problem. His attention span is about 4.2 seconds.
Okay, you can post it now. Try now.
You're so sad. You're such a sad individual.
Try now.
Try now. It's adorable listening to you lose your shit, though.
You are projecting yourself. Shut up.
I just paused it for a little bit. I seen the new people are jumping in. Does anybody have any questions on what we're listening to a recording back from Globy McGlobeface that came in here from TikTok?
I thought it was live.
I saw you open up your mic, Jama. I thought you were thinking that, so that's why I did what I did now.
I was gonna shoot them to let him explain how they measure distance to the sun, but they were all over him. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I just kind of figured I seen your light go off like you were gonna jump in, but that's a recording.
Oh man, I was jumping on the recordings.
Yeah, but what up with everybody? Real quick before we go back to the. I was only playing that because I haven't heard it, and a lot of people here haven't heard it. So.
He's that guy from TikTok, or?
Yeah, Globy McGlobeface. Yep.
He's a guy you talk with on TikTok, or just someone you don't. You heard of?
He comes into the comment section of any flat earther, and so I guess he was invited to this server, or he found the way here by the links. So yeah, expand your horizons, guys. Go join TikTok. Create your channel and go over there and visit, and talk to these guys. Send them a link to come here.
Are you doing the TikTok or Clubhouse thing still, where you live stream this channel?
Well, other people can do it. Anyone can actually. You can do it if you wanted to.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay,
doing it. But I'm saying anyone can.
Yeah.
You just go and get your 1,000 followers and go and stream yourself. Because anyone can stream it. It's yeah. But anyways, he came in from there, and that's the only thing that I was highlighting, is that those numpties are plenty over there. So just bring him in here. Anyways, back to the show, I guess.
Yep, let's hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Moron.
You guys are fucking so tricky.
Hey, listen, one of us called the other
This is the guy that I banned twice today. He calls us triggered all the time.
Mr. Globy McGlobeface, 42-year-old calls himself Globy, is the number one fourth grade debater on TikTok. I've had the privilege of going one-on-one with him twice, December and then a few weeks ago, and he literally debates at the fourth grade level, and I can't go that low. I can't go fourth grade, because after I got done with Globy on a Saturday, 9 days later, I got to go 2 hours and 15 minutes with Professor Rob Parks, PhD astronomy, Georgia Tech, Georgia State University. And you know what? It is so much more enjoyable to debate a PhD astronomer, Rob Parks, and talk to him than it is to talk to any TikTok Glober. When you talk to a TikTok Glober, you are literally talking to a fourth grader, and you just will get a fourth grader in here, or Google, or Wikipedia to talk to, because talking to TikTok Globers is talking to a fourth grader or to Wikipedia or Google. I promise.
Well, I had no idea he had scraped himself off the bottom of the barrel. I guess that makes a little more sense. Would you like to try and explain the whole black swan observation again? Because
I still want to know how he measured the sun.
Yeah, we're waiting for the sun and the link.
Yeah, you can post the link. Post the link in the chat if you can still hear us.
What is going on here?
I can't.
Gave him permission.
Really?
Yes,
Okay. Just DM it to you. DM it to me.
yes, he can.
Yeah, you should be able to now. We gave you the ropes. We gave you ropes.
I got it. I got
And
it.
I also want him to make the measurements to Jupiter, the measurements to Saturn, the measurements to Mars. I want all those measurements.
One at a time.
I don't care about that right now. I want this distance to the sun.
Yeah.
What happened, Globy?
Maybe he used a theodolite.
Did TikTok not update you on the change distance of the sun?
Wait, just post it. Where is it? Come on.
I'm waiting.
Are you able to see live stream voice text now?
Yeah, he can.
Globy, you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, yeah. Just paste it in there. Just paste it in there.
All right, what do you think? I have it copied in my brain? I gotta go get it.
Okay, yeah. Take your time. Take your time.
He just did that. Didn't he? He should have all the measurements, all the stats, everything like he claims that we need to have for a photograph.
All the stats?
You wanted the... Oh, wait, here we go.
Refraction for the day, he did it and everything.
I will give Globy this. He's the first TikTok Glober since I joined back here with 24/7 Flat Earth that has actually come over from TikTok. So he's the first one, so you got to give him kudos for that.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you guys over here were any different from the TikTok Flat Earthers, because those like level, literally he said no to everything I showed him.
Oh my God.
Including that geodetic surveying.
It's so hilarious, man.
Oh, wow.
You guys assume everything. You Globy, you guys start from assumptions and work backward. That's what you guys do. You presume
here we go, level.
He
everything.
says he's okay with that.
Globy, it's okay.
I gotta deal with level on TikTok.
Globy, it's okay, Globy. It's okay.
Yo, here's the deal.
At least some of the guys in here are interested in talking, unlike you, level.
You didn't even make a positive claim for me to go nuh-uh to. I asked you, was I a fallacy of some kind or something like that?
You're back on that?
Well, you just said people are saying nuh-uh, right?
I literally said there's no because you can use trigonometry to measure the distance.
You just interrupt my complete thought. I don't know how you do it on TikTok or whatever, but this is a different space. I know that you came in when most of the guys aren't actually in. I'm not actually in. I'm actually traveling to AC right now. But the thing is, if you want to have a conversation with us and ask us what our evidence is, that would be a conversation. If you want us to debunk the globe, that's a conversation. I guarantee you it's different from whatever the fuck they got over there on TikTok, because I'm not impressed.
Well, so far it hasn't been much different. Not gonna lie.
Well, I'm all you're doing is not making any claims. I'll tell you that.
Excuse me. I gave you a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. Maybe you weren't here when I did that.
No, I would. But can you please come back tomorrow, or just frequent? Just come back.
I'll be back. That's fine. I'll be back. I'm looking for different people to talk to. But I gave a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. I also was trying to explain to you how to measure to the sun yourself. Anybody could do it.
You told us you measured to the you got the radius measurement. You went to the core of Earth.
Yep, I told you that. I went to the core of Earth to get the Earth's radius. Yep, that's what I said. So I actually gave you 3 direct measurements.
Oh, you went to Africa?
Did he actually say that? I just came in late.
No, he said he measured the radius. I asked him if you went to the core of Earth, and he goes, yes.
Because like a typical flat earther, he takes me saying I measured something and saying I had to go.
Did you measured the radius?
Yeah, and also that doesn't make the assumption that I have to go to the core of the Earth.
How did you measure the radius of Earth?
Well, if you think I have to go to the core of the Earth to do that, then why?
If I'm the ignorant one, enlighten me.
No. Clearly, the only way to measure something is to go to the toilet.
One, enlighten me how you measured the radius of Earth, please.
I told you already. 8 people recreated the Aristophanes.
Okay, so you did it by 8 people. Got it. Okay. 8 people, that's the same thing. Got it.
8 simultaneous measurements of the sun length at various locations around the globe or Earth. Doesn't even matter.
So you didn't actually measure the radius
When
of
you
Earth.
look up how to measure the radius of the Earth on Google, you get 40 different answers.
He looked up to the sun to measure the radius of the Earth. Thanks for playing, Globy.
No, actually, we looked at the ground. Actually, we looked at the ground. The shadow on the ground makes certain lengths. That's what we did, not up at the sun. But thank you for misinterpreting everything.
Cool.
So what you did was we took the measurements, and then you assume a flat Earth. You assume a flat Earth, and then you measure from one location to the other that you took the observations, and then you have the angle of the shadow, and you can easily get the height of the sun because it's.
Is this the reciprocal zenith angles?
No, this is Aristophanes. This is just trigonometry.
Oh my goodness!
Are you assuming?
No, Eratosthenes assumes sphere. Genius.
It's amazing how ignorant you are. The ignorance of your comments is like you belong on TikTok.
Is my mic low or something?
Well, he does do very well on TikTok. He's got like 42,000 followers.
Yeah.
So he does do well on TikTok. It's
okay.
Cool,
so what I was explaining, if you guys let me finish, is that yes,
tennis balls.
So I guess you can't. All right.
Yeah, just chill for a second.
Eratosthenes.
Why is anyone not pointing? Didn't I just say just chill? Like, what's wrong with y'all tonight? You know what? Okay. As long as you come back tomorrow when I can actually do do whatever you want to these
whatever
guys.
you want, dude. I was trying to explain something and I kept getting interrupted. So sorry.
Yeah, we already know about size markings now. We already know about size markings.
We already know them way better than you do.
We already know about this.
Eratosthenes did assume a globe. He did assume a globe.
Took over Antarctica in the 1940s.
Awesome. How'd you get the distances between the sticks?
The distances between the sticks, the observer's location.
Yeah, the observer's location. You need a distance between your sticks and shadows, don't you?
Yeah. The observer's location were marked with coordinates.
What are those based on?
Well, if we live on a flat Earth, then they're based on flat Earth.
No.
If we live on a globe, then they're based on a globe.
No,
the point is,
they're not. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been listening to you rattle nonsense for about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, rattle nonsense.
What are they based on?
So the distances between points in the coordinate system are based upon the radius. That thing that you're trying to prove in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So that's called circular logic. When your conclusion is within your premise.
It's circular logic to take a distance. You're saying we don't know the distances between 2 points?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a conspiracy to justify your conspiracy.
Yeah. Co-partner, bro.
Yeah, co-partner.
So how did you measure it then?
Coordinates, GPS coordinates.
Okay.
Already told you.
How are those measured?
So you don't use your GPS to navigate?
No, I don't.
Oh, really? You're the only one on Earth that doesn't use Google Earth to navigate? That's ironic.
Why would I need to do that? I know where I'm going. I know how to read a map, as a matter of fact.
Bro, that's so disingenuous of you.
I live in a city. I don't need Google Earth to tell me where I am.
Okay, that's good. Well, 99.9% of the population does.
So we're going to make up numbers now. Awesome.
It's not making up numbers. Guess what? I put it in my GPS and I get to where I'm going.
99.9%
The distance is very accurate,
is
isn't
a
it?
made up number, and you know it.
I know it
The
is.
world don't own a cell phone. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're arguing so disingenuously.
Hey, so what I actually wanted to come on, I want to talk about this spherical excess. That's what I really want to talk about. So, you think
Okay, well, first you admit that people navigate with GPS. Can first you admit that people navigate with GPS every day? Lots and lots of people.
Yeah, so what?
Okay. Does it work?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, so the distances are right.
Based upon satellites.
Yeah.
No, the distances are approximately right. Depends on how you do them.
Okay, so thank you. So the distances were right. So That's why we use that.
They're not right.
Approximately
They're artifact of the coordinate system.
Approximately, but just enough wrong to throw off our.
Listen, GPS does not use latitude and longitude. It uses something called Earth center, Earth fixed, which are in Cartesian coordinates. But you know that, of course, right? Because this is better than TikTok.
Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, so you know that, right?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry.
How does differential GPS work?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry. It does.
No, it doesn't. It actually uses a what the hell do they call it? They call it Web WGS or something like that. It's a special datum just for Google Earth. And Google also says that Google Earth is a toy that is only used for it's only good for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, see how many times you have to spin Google Earth around to get all the way around once, Glooby McGlobeface.
What is that going to prove to me?
Well, have you done that? Well, you're the one saying that Google Earth is somehow roundabout proof of the Earth being a sphere.
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said it works and it's accurate. So why were you?
He asked me how I got my distances between the observers, and guess what? GPS works. You use it every day. The distances are accurate.
I don't either.
Whether Earth's flat or round, the distances we are using
lost all the time, dude. Because I can't stand someone saying.
I just want to know, how accurate are they? Within 10%, 1%, 50%? How accurate?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter.
Why?
You're the one.
I think it was the
between a bunch of freaking points with sticks and shadows.
Yeah. So what's your point?
My point is that you don't have that. You don't have the fundamental distance between the points.
Of course not. So what would you accept? Walking it off, pacing it off? What would you accept?
What would I accept? Let me think.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they claimed to do back in Eratosthenes' days. Send a messenger to go fucking take some fucking steps, 500.
Yeah, because they didn't have. Shit, they didn't have
WGS 84.
They didn't even have that.
Okay.
So the word that is we don't have a primary source for Eratosthenes. We don't even have a secondary source. We have a tertiary source. So
we also don't need to have his source. You can do it yourself.
Yeah, cool. So you ever seen that video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks.
Yeah, except those were 2 sticks, and he didn't wrong. I 100% agree, because he only used 2 observations. 2 observations, you can come to a conclusion of a flat Earth as well.
So here's a funny part. When he's in the parking lot, before he goes on his little bike ride, both his little sticks, they're sitting right next to each other 3 feet apart, and they're measuring different shadow lengths. Why is that?
You're measuring different shadow lengths. How far apart?
They're about 3 feet apart, and different shadow lengths like 1/4 of an inch.
Because their sticks were probably different lengths or off at different angles.
Well, how's that possible? Because they're both L's, right? And if the shadow is not cast on, no, they were. Well, he did. He made an L out of 2 meter sticks, a vertical meter stick and a horizontal meter stick, and he had two of these apparatus.
I don't know. Is this a video I can go watch?
Yeah, hold on.
So I agree. Aristophanes assumed a globe. If he had assumed a flat Earth, he would have came up with a number for flat Earth as well.
But the Chinese assumed a flat Earth.
But you can do that with more than 2.
They did the experiment at the same time that Eratosthenes did. The Chinese did.
Yeah. Well, my point is, if you do it with more than 2, you don't have any ambiguity.
No, well, there's another thing that was mentioned when you said if you use a flat Earth, you can't get the height of the sun. Well, in Eratosthenes' method, they were never bothered with that because they just gave the sun an infinite distance.
That's correct.
Assumedly.
Right. So in our observation that was recreated on TikTok, the Eratosthenes experiment, that's why I said we took the data, the raw data, and assumed both models. If you assume a close local sun...
You assumed one model. That's where you get your distances from.
If you assume a close, we got the distances from the land we live on, whether it's flat Earth or a globe.
No, you didn't.
We're going to go in a circle now, and you're going to tell me that distances are not correct.
You don't know what you're talking about.
All
you
right.
don't know how the distances on any of that shit is generated.
Okay, good for you.
They're not measured. They're based upon a claimed radius.
Okay. You already said that the distances are mostly accurate.
That's a fact, right? So I can punch in, right? I can distance between 2 points on Earth. I can punch in coordinate systems, right?
Okay.
And it'll give me a distance based upon a claimed radius, right?
Right. So you're telling me if I punch in the distance on Google Earth from New York to LA, you're telling me that number is going to be completely wrong?
I don't know how wrong it'll be. That's the point. Neither do you. It could be off by 50%, and you wouldn't know. It's not like you're going to drive from New York to LA and be like, "Oh my God, it took fucking an hour longer than I thought." Call the fucking National Geographic Society because we need to get to the bottom of this.
I don't know what you're rambling about, but we would know. We fly those distances every day. We travel those distances every day. We drive.
Yeah.
We know those distances.
There's a margin of error.
That they're somehow 50% off. Of course, there's a margin of error. But you're claiming they're 50% off? Stop it. That's childish.
So listen, I flew from Boston to Dallas. It took like 2 times longer than what it normally takes.
Okay.
Okay, so why is that?
I don't know. I don't know what your flight was doing.
So if I said, "Oh my God," if I take my airspeed and I go, "Oh, it took me this long to get to Dallas," suddenly Dallas is 2 times farther away than what it's supposed to be. Call the National Geographic Society.
Oh, what was your airspeed versus your ground speed?
I don't fucking know. That's not the point.
That is the fucking point, because you could have been hitting a strong headwind that day. That's making it harder to get there.
The point is that if your flight takes 2 hours longer, 2 hours less, 3 hours longer, whether your drive takes an extra day, extra half a day, nobody fucking notices because it's within the margin of error and it's good enough for practical purposes.
Nice conspiracy you've developed there.
It's not a conspiracy. It's reality.
It is. It's not reality. We fly those distances every day. We know our ground speed. We know the distance from here to there. Everyone knows these things. To claim they're somehow 50% wrong is disingenuous.
Flight time from JFK to LAX? What's the average flight time? Everybody knows these things.
What is the point right now?
There is no point.
Yeah, well,
the point is he's claiming we don't know the difference between anything on Earth. That's what he's claiming.
No, I'm claiming that you assume the globe to prove the globe and disprove the flat Earth. That's what I'm claiming, and that's an actual fact. No,
that's not a fact.
No, it is a fact because your distances come from the radius, the thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the ground distance and the way that's tabulated is obviously not the same way they do it for air or sea travel. So you're being disingenuous to your audience or whoever the fuck you speak to.
What are you talking about?
Oh, is what I said a conspiracy when it's actually true? Oh my God. Look at, I'm on the ropes.
I just asked you what you were talking about. I didn't say it was a conspiracy.
I just told you the way that ground distance is tabulated versus air and sea travel is different. This is the point that Indio is trying to make, because
that's not the point he's trying to make.
The distances that we're given is good enough for practical purposes. Maybe you're off by 30 minutes. Maybe you're there sooner. It doesn't really matter. But when you try to put it into an argument, you give us a definitive figure based on the radius of the Earth. Well,
but it doesn't matter how long it takes to get somewhere. That's a variable of your velocity.
Oh, that's just a hand wave dismissal right there. That's
it's a fact.
Just evidence for your claim about the accuracy of distances.
No, it's not.
And throwing your own claim under the bus.
No, when you drive from one place to another, your car literally tells you how many miles you've traveled, right?
Yeah, and there's something called slippage, right? So if you look up the odometer, its accuracy, it's 15% margin of error.
Okay, so
if your tires are overinflated or they're underinflated, all that matters.
It's like gazillions of factors, dude.
Yep. You're right. We don't know the difference between any locations on Earth.
We know it good enough for practical purposes. Listen, if you took a flight from LAX to frickin' New York City, at what point would the flight time have to be off of what your predicted flight time till you would be like, oh my God, I gotta report this to FAA?
It would depend on. You need variables in there. You need what the wind speed was, what direction you were flying. You need airspeed of the aircraft.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You get on the plane at noon and you land at some time. At what time would you like? It's supposed to be a 12-hour flight, and it only took how many hours would you say?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a very subjective question. I'm not sure what that proves.
That's our point. Good enough for practical purposes. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter.
You're out of your depth here, bud.
Nobody knows distances of things. Got it. All right, so
that's right. You got
I'm not going to be up all night, so let's address Levels' question.
I want to get to the spherical excess bullshit you tried to peddle. So, what is an oblate spheroid, and why is it used in geodetic surveying?
What is an oblate spheroid?
Yes, the oblate spheroid, like the Clark ellipsoid or the WGS-84 or the Bezel ellipsoid. Like, why do they use that? Why does it exist?
I don't know. I didn't bring that up before, so I don't know why you're saying I peddle it.
Because you said that there's spherical excess, so I presumed you know something about geodetic surveying.
I referenced you to a direct measurement of all of that from geodetic surveys.
It's a reduced measurement. That means they took measurements and did something called reduction of the horizontal direction. And they projected the measurements onto a reference ellipsoid, and that's where the spherical excess comes from. And this is really
funny because it's really funny that you just brought something up that I didn't even mention. But thank you for.
Hey, Globey, do you ever listen, or you just wait to cope?
Think about this. You're going to make a triangle on top of 3 mountain peaks, and all these mountain peaks are the same elevation. Now you have mountain peak A, B, and C. You take a site. You're at point A. You're going to look at B and C, and from B you're going to look at A and C, and from C you're going to look at A and B. Now you make these lines of sight, and you make this triangle. Can that triangle have a greater than 180 degrees with those 3 lines of sight?
Can they have a greater than 180 degrees?
Yeah, we have a line of sight between 3 mountain peaks, all at the same elevation. You're at the top of the globe. You're at a mountain peaks, all at the same elevation. Can that triangle that you formed with your lines of sight be greater than 180 degrees?
If you're measuring from peak to peak?
Yeah.
No, it shouldn't be.
Rest the case. That's it. There is no spherical excess.
How does that rest the case?
There's no spherical excess. It's not even possible with lines of sight. It's idiotic to even say.
I wasn't talking, but I never mentioned line of sight observation. So again, you're mischaracterizing and misunderstanding what I'm talking about.
You just use buzzwords than typical TikToker.
How do you survey then without lines of sight?
Don't even know anything.
No, dude. So I brought up reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay, reciprocal.
Do you know?
Yes,
yeah.
I know
okay, so that's what I was talking about. I was not talking about measuring line of sight angles between 3 peaks.
Okay, so how did you compensate for deflection of the vertical and curved plumb line?
I'd like to know what the correlation.
So you are aware that hold on, Elijah. I just want to finish this one thing. You are aware that plumb lines are curved in the globe model, and that there's already a deflection of the vertical, and that there is no. Plumb lines are curved in the globe model.
Are they?
There's a deflection of the vertical that already exists.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Mm-hmm.
In the model. So when they measure, they do these measurements, right? The so-called deflection of the vertical, and there is no quote-unquote measured deflection of the vertical. That's what they call a weighted mean value that they take after assuming that the Earth's a globe bending at 8 inches per mile squared. But I'm not even going to get into the fucking mathematical details of it. Point is, there's no measured deflection of the vertical, or there's no measured reciprocal zenith angle tilt, because it's not compensated for with deflection of the vertical, which can be as great as 0.70 degrees. So these claims by idiots like Jesse Kozlowski, who banned me from his YouTube channel 5 years ago, right, that there's reciprocal zenith angles is nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
It's nonsense. And you do this for a living?
I don't have to do it for a living.
Oh, okay.
I know how to read.
Okay. So this measurement that they did here, they took into account that deflection, and they also took into account.
They didn't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is. I've talked to both Jesse Koskowski and Main Surveyor, and neither one of them knew that deflection of the vertical even existed in geodetic surveying. And yes, they do it for a living. They didn't know it existed.
Oh, did they say something like you're making that up? Did they say something like, what's your source for that?
My source is geodetic surveying. There's actually AI posted an image of it in image straight from a thing. There's publications on it. There's literally publications that say deflection of the vertical and curvature of the plumb line done by the University of fucking New Brunswick Institute of Geodetics and Geometric Surveying. It's not something I made up. It's there. There's supposed to be so-called experts in their field, and they don't even know about anything about their field. See, they're end users. I have a friend in high school. When he was in high school, he did surveying. That's the level of skill that it takes. So saying, yes, I know all about the internal combustion because I drive a taxi, that's a bunch of horse shit.
Okay. That's
These
nice.
guys are end users. They take a device. They were taught how to use it. They know how to write down their frickin' readings, and that's all they know.
Well, if you say it exists, I'll go look it up and see what it is, and then next time I'm around, we can talk about it.
So go on Google Scholar and look at use and abuse of deflection of the vertical, right? And it was written by a guy. He's an Australian guy because in Australia they have to have their own custom datum because the globe is all fucked up down there. Nothing matches up. So this is a guy named Featherstone. It's a freaking peer-reviewed, published paper in their field. It's called Use and Abuse of a Deflection of the Vertical. And it has actual examples and measurements and all that shit.
All right.
That's just one. I have way more than that. But that's just like, whatever. I'm also curious why you think the Black Swan is a one-off. Like that was like the only observation of that.
I didn't say it's a one-off. I said it's an abnormality. It's an abnormality that you're cherry picking.
That it's an abnormality. What makes you think that?
Have you ever looked at the Black Swan picture?
There's a bunch of them, but there's a bunch of them. That's the thing. Which one?
Well, we're talking about the oil rigs.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Can I mention something? Like this is oh my god. Let me educate you real quick. The Black Swan is based off of a logical argument. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So I went to my beach and I applied the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which was mine, 6 feet. And guess what? There was no horizon distance where I expected it to be. That's the argument.
And my argument is, why are you not taking into account refraction when you know it exists?
Well, then doesn't that just fuck the geometry that you claim? Oh, well done.
No, it doesn't. No, leaving out a variable and then claiming you've discovered something when you've left out a variable is disingenuous.
No, so then how'd you ever measure how did Al-Biruni at the top of a mountain get the radius from looking at the horizon? If there's refraction, was it no Atmo day?
No Atmo day.
Exactly.
Did I reference any of his measurements?
No, I'm just saying you don't know enough. That's all.
So
you can just claim I don't know enough. I am saying that none of us can use just visual things looking at the horizon without taking into account all the variables. I'm literally sitting here saying that. I'm not claiming I have evidence of something and then leaving variables out. Okay.
So
I'm telling you,
let me
you
ask
should stop doing that.
Saying it from a position of ignorance.
Okay. Then which part is ignorant?
Well, why don't you use your ears?
Oh, use my ears. That's how it's ignorant. Thank you for the details.
It's
Use your ears, and it's 24/7. Relax. The lecture will continue.
Let me ask you a question. Since there's this refraction going on all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is the horizon physical or optical? The horizon that we see.
Depends.
Depends? What's it depend on?
It depends on the variables that you're leaving out.
So you don't realize what question you just asked. You just asked you a basic question.
Yes, I did. If there's a very low refractive day, it's going to be pretty much geometric. There could be a possibility of a
pretty much
ideal.
geometric. What the fuck is that?
That's my whole. That's literally that's my entire point here.
No, you don't.
How do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference of what if you're seeing heavy
They don't go
refraction?
over the horizon and suns don't set around the curve of the Earth.
Sure, they don't. We've all seen sunsets behind.
So that's the optical effect, right? That's an because if the horizon is the demarcation line of the sun and these boats and the mountains, then and that horizon is not physically there, then the horizon's just some optical effect obscuring everything, right?
I got a pause.
No. Refraction doesn't make objects disappear bottom up as they travel further away from us. That's ridiculous.
But the
hang on a fucking second. What the fuck just happened, bro? This fucking clown said pretty much geometric. What the fuck is that? What has that ever been? I have never heard somebody say, well, it's pretty much geometric. Like, what the fuck, dude? How do you get that? That is insane. That is insane. Well, I can tell you that the Earth is a globe. It's pretty much geometric. Like, can you imagine using that in a sentence? That just doesn't. How do you? What?
Wait, what?
wait, what? Now, because now he's arguing from a point of because he sabotaged his argument. He didn't know that, right? But Indio's just shellacking him left and right, and Eli's coming in there with the, you know what I'm saying, with the dunk. They're just dunking on him at the moment. But this Globey McGlobeface coming off of TikTok, he thought he had his game down right, you know, and he's such a fucking weasel. He's a weasel, right? So the weasel out of him, he's lying about a lot of things so far. When I was listening to him, I was like, nah, I heard the conversation from the beginning. You're lying, bro, because you were in here claiming that you could see the geometric, like all this stuff. He was saying that. Now he's, because of what's going on now, this current junction in the argument, he's shifting his words to well, it depends. Well, no, what is this? Where did you get this information that it depends? Where did you, this is horseshit. You're just making this up. Everything that you're saying right now is just all made up on the spot because you're losing face and you're trying to recover. So you're coping hard. And so everything he's saying at this point, he's just grasping at straws at this current point and making it sound like he knows what he's talking about when he clearly does not. And he's out of his depth. He doesn't know any of the words that are being told to him. He's totally bamboozled. He does not, right now he's in the area of the conversation, of the argument, where he's completely out of depth. He's and he doesn't know how to get back. And he's not, no one's letting him get back. We're just Indio and Eli are just hammering him on the point. And so what he's saying, it's something you could hold him to when he said it, pretty much, well, depends. It's pretty much geometric. What the fuck is that? How is this as mind-boggling? How do you say that? It
doesn't sound very scientific to me there.
Exactly. Not even that, but it's category error. But the thing is, saying that it's pretty much geometric is suggestive in that, okay, well, if you're saying it's pretty much geometric, that means that you don't know. In essence, right? You don't know.
I swear I heard him say that you could measure it geometrically or measure it with geometry. I swear. I mean, I guess I should have wrote down the time, but I mean,
when asked the question, is it an optical or geometric, like consequent, you know. And when he was asked what it is, he's like, it depends. What do you mean? How does it depend on what? And you didn't like.
Yeah.
He's at that point. He's trying to figure out. Well, if I say this one thing that it is geometric, then I could be held to task. But if I say it's optical, I could be held to task as well. So he thought about it. That's why he said it depends. And that word there, it gives him the actual leeway to like not claim one way or the other, so that he can save face no matter what he. So this is a debate tactic that he's using right now, and so like everybody's hearing him, and it's just the words that he says, like they're just too far out. They're way too far out there. It's like pretty much geometric. It doesn't fly. I don't care what Glober comes in here saying that. I don't know. It's so mind-boggling. Like, how could somebody? You can't get away with that. No, I want to stay right there and just prove to you that what you're saying is so bad. Like, it's wow. Anyway, but yeah. So Globy McGlowface, he's drowning right now. Actually, he's already a floating corpse, I would say, but he doesn't know it yet. He still thinks there's some kind of, I don't know if he thinks he's gonna come back from this. I just want to finish playing it and kind of see where this goes. There probably isn't much more of it, I don't think. How much it feels. He's feeling this way around. It feels geometric. Pretty much, I'd say. Yeah, let's go with that. Geometric. That sounds good. It's like, bro, this isn't a like. You can actually make it sound like you're saying that. Yeah, it's geometric. No, is it or not? Like, there's no. It's either a freaking oblate spheroid that you claim that it is, or it's not. Which one is it? You know, it's like. Pretty much is not going to save you. Yeah. That's all I got to say about that. But let me go back to, I don't know, it's just weird. I had to, oh my God. You know what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure you could easily talk for 3 hours on what that dude said, for sure.
Well, because you can't get away with saying that in here. Like, you just can't.
Nope.
Say anything. Especially if you're certain the Earth's a globe and you're in here, he says, I directly measured the curvature. Bullshit, dude. You didn't do anything to directly measure it. He was lying right there. And a lot of other lies that he said previous to that. But I'm going to play the clip again.
Horizon itself is refracted. What are you talking about?
Horizon itself is refractive.
You're saying that the horizon is refracted in the black swan. The horizon has to be refracted to 10 times the distance it's supposed to be.
That just makes the horizon appear in a different location than it actually is. A little bit further out, a little bit closer.
So if there was a boat, hold on, Elijah. So if there was a boat 10 miles away in the black swan and that was disappearing over the horizon, that would be the what horizon?
In the black swan picture?
Because in the black swan, the horizon is a mile away, right?
Yeah.
And the horizon is greater than 10 miles. So if we could see a boat 10 miles away disappearing over that 10-mile optical illusion hologram horizon, would that be the geometric horizon?
Yep. No, that's an optical horizon. That's a heavy refraction. That's a heavy refractive day.
So if we saw a boat disappearing over that horizon, that would not be the curve of the Earth.
Which is evident by the huge distortion we see in the oil rigs in that picture.
Okay, so, but just answer the question. So if we saw a boat disappearing over that horizon in the black swan, that would not be the curve of the Earth.
What? Eventually it would be, yes.
Eventually.
Yeah, things don't disappear bottom up from refraction. So, yes.
That's incorrect.
That is 100% correct.
That is incorrect. It's been demonstrated, proven, peer-reviewed.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
Peer-reviewed? Come on, dude.
It's in a peer-reviewed paper. Sorry.
Okay, what's their source for that? Can I look it up?
I'll post it right now.
Okay, thank you. Love to read this. All right, we're down to 4 minutes. I got to go to bed. So 11 o'clock was my cutoff.
Hey, you damn right you need to go to bed, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Did you answer the question directly once?
Yes, I've been answering questions all night. What have you done since you've been here?
Is the horizon optical or physical?
I've already answered that. I'm not going to keep answering the same questions over and over again. I've already answered that.
Your answer is not direct and clear.
Okay. You're not listening. Maybe you were asleep.
No, your answer is not direct and clear. Everyone in here is irritated listening to you because you don't give direct and clear answers. Just say physical or optical.
You're
Which one is
irritated
it?
because you can't deflect from the point that you've left a variable out of your observation, and that's
fine.
No one asked for anything about variables. Which one is it?
Refraction's a variable.
Because everybody who talks about refraction, with the refractive index, first of all, there's a real refractive index. And then there's the one when you beg the question of the radius, the thing that you're trying to prove when you're saying that there's a geometric horizon that nobody can measure to. So let's cut the bullshit. Tomorrow, let's get into the details. Let's pop open a PDF with Andrew Thomas Young, the person that all you guys clown around, stealing cliff notes from, and let's get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, well, you want to get to the bottom of refraction?
In the meantime, Indio posted you the reference that he was speaking about, so you can look at it.
And you can go on that YouTube channel and see about 20 more of these.
But I don't know why anybody would deny that an alternative path of light could cause the bottom of something to be unresolved. It just makes perfect common sense. I don't know why anybody would refuse to believe such a thing.
That's the irritating part when listening to people the likes of him. Like, what is the point in denying that?
Demonstrate it.
Did. It's in the live stream.
What is this, a video?
Yeah, it's a video. So this lake is 1,000 feet long. The camera height's 2 inches. They take this little RC boat, sail it away. The horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how does the boat disappear behind the horizon it can't be at yet? And then there's the National Geographic one where they take a flag and they sail it on it. They row a boat or do whatever. I don't know if they rowed or what they did. But they sailed it away and they had this flag and the bottom stripes disappear. And then that's the curvature of the Earth. That's why they're disappearing. But you can clearly see the horizons behind the flag. So it can't be the horizon blocking the bottom of the flag. So there's that.
Your claim is that refraction is causing the sunset? You're claiming the refraction's causing a sunset to disappear bottom up. That's what you're claiming?
No, that's not my claim at all. My claim is that the horizon is an optical effect. It's not a physical place you can go to. It certainly isn't the edge of a fucking ball.
So, I mean, it seems like what you're claiming, because what's causing the sunset to disappear bottom up then?
The limit of your vision, where the horizon appears to be. That's the limit.
Part of optical phenomenon, don't you understand?
Yeah, there's so optical phenomenon, so a vanishing point.
So an optical phenomenon. No, it's just an optical phenomenon.
Oh, optical. So it's just magic.
No, not magic. I mean, do you want me to get technical?
What kind of stupid ass cavil is that?
It's called total internal reflection, but you don't know what any of this shit is. So we can go into the weeds if you really want.
No. I'm asking you questions so that you can say I don't know, and then we can move on.
I do know the answer. Total internal reflection.
Okay.
Explain that.
Just demand that the opponent just says I don't know, so that you can try and pummel him again.
And see
I'm asking for answers. He said I don't know, and then when I questioned him again, he said, "Well, if you really want to know, it's internal."
No, I did not say internal reflection. I did not say the word.
He never said that.
Well, you said it's not reflection, and then you said it's not.
I said it's not refraction.
Refraction. And then you said it's not vanishing point.
How about you just stop trying to stop insisting that someone is wrong and just actually listen to what the hell they're actually saying to you?
He doesn't know how to listen.
I'm trying to get.
He doesn't know how to process. You listen, then process what you hear.
Okay, so I'm going to process what I just heard. 2 seconds ago, you guys said that boats disappearing over the curve are from bending light, from refraction.
No. We said that the horizon
you're
is not a
clueless.
physical location that boats disappear behind, and that's your position.
Okay.
No, but you're trying to maintain two positions. That when I don't see the boat disappear, when I see a boat disappear bottom up, that's Earth curve. But when I don't, there's refraction.
Yeah, so let's try this.
It's so hard. Someone on here says it's so hard to believe that bending light makes things disappear from the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about it.
So I'm sorry
let's
that I'm
rephrase
talking to 4 people here at the same time.
Yeah, no problem. And you're only talking to 2 productive people. But anyway, are you of the claim that the only thing that can obstruct the bottoms of things or cause the bottoms of things to not be seen is Earth curve obstruction in the way? Is that your position?
Certain things, as they're traveling further away and disappearing at a given rate, yeah, refraction would never do that. The sun wouldn't set 15 degrees per hour every day from refraction. So we can,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about in principle, is it possible for you to not see the bottom of something and it not be Earth curve that's responsible for it?
Not if the object is the same distance away from me. No. Not if the bottom of the object and the top of the object
same
is the
distance
same
away
distance.
from you.
Okay, so
like a mountain would be wider at the base than the top, right? Yet as we drive towards the mountains, we see the top of the mountains first, then the bottom.
Well, hold on, friend. You do realize that... Oh, yeah. Well, let's be clear. According to the law of triangles, the top of the mountain, if you're on the horizontal and the base of the mountain is on the horizontal, the top of the mountain is further away.
Exactly my point. Yet you're seeing it first.
But they don't occupy the same angle in your field of view, do they?
Yeah, one's a lot closer to you.
No, it's not a lot closer, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the angle within your field of view.
They're both within your field of view. One's just directly in front of you, theoretically, at a 0 degree angle, and one's at a little bit of a higher angle.
Yeah, perfect. So you just said 0 degree angle. So I want to ask you a very specific and explicit question. Is it possible to see at 0 degrees?
Yes, I see straight ahead of me at all times.
Okay, you're wrong, sir. It is impossible to see at 0 degrees. This is known as the angular resolution limits of optics. No optic can resolve 0 degrees, period.
No, you're talking about angular resolution. I'm not talking about that.
Okay,
right,
so then let's move that. Let's move that burden.
What burden? We're talking about mountains. The peak of the mountain is not any smaller than the base of the mountain in angular resolution. Yet you're seeing the top of the mountain first.
You're
and it's
wrong,
further
sir.
away.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. So you see the bottom of the mountain first when you're traveling toward mountains?
The top of the mountain is the same size as the bottom of the mountain?
In angular resolution, yes.
No, it isn't.
That just depends on the distance away.
But I won't be able to parse this out with you because I'm being fought by my own team, so I'm going to withdraw.
Okay.
No, don't.
Rather than ban anybody.
Hello?
I mean, goddamn, the top of the mountain is the same size as the bottom of the mountain?
No, nobody said that. We're talking about what angular resolution is. Because we're talking about.
You misread what was going on. That's not. It was a different thing.
It wasn't saying that.
That's what you just said. So when you look at a damn mountain in the distance,
I had him on a different point about the resolution. It had nothing to do with that.
I'm talking about the same point he was talking about. That just it's like the thing that he said was
the angle from the base of the mountain and the floor to the top of the mountain and the floor, not the same thing that you're talking about.
Well, Eli, we were talking about the same thing.
No, we weren't. As you drive toward, I was talking about. I wasn't even talking about angular resolution. I was talking about the top of the mountain.
That's what AI was talking about.
The top of the mountain
You
appears.
just keep telling us that you're not talking about what AI was talking about. That's the problem.
I changed the conversation because I realized what he was talking about. Then I started talking about what he was talking about.
Red herring fallacy. That's what that is.
Oh my god, dude, you're way off fucking rails here.
No, you're way off rails. You just keep telling us over and over again you're not talking about what AI was talking about.
I was following the conversation.
Get back to what he was talking about.
You did commit the red herring fallacy, and I know you did because AI said, okay, so let's move the goalpost then, or whatever he said. He was willing to let you do it.
Okay, let's restart because maybe we got confused. The tip of the mountain appears at the horizon first before the base of the mountain. So you can't talk about angular resolution because the tip of the mountain has the same angular resolution at the horizon than the base does. But the base is so much closer to you.
That's nonsense. If you walk towards the mountain, the peak of the mountain is going to peak up and then you'll see the bottom. You'll see the mountain top down. Then you walk backwards, still looking at the mountain. It's going to be obstructed bottom up.
Okay, so I agree. You do see the mountain top down as you're walking towards it.
So look like this. Say the mountain's 1,000 feet high, and you're at the bottom of the mountain, and you're 6 feet tall. Now you have your field of view.
Mm-hmm.
Below the center of your vision, your eye level, is 6 feet. That's subtense 1 visual angle. And above your eye level is the rest of the mountain, the other 9,994 feet, which subtends a larger visual angle. What can't you understand that the bottom will disappear first? Because the bottom, the part that's below your eye level, is going to hit the limiting angle before the rest of the mountain.
There's a problem. My eyes have one angular field of view.
Oh,
they don't have an eye down and an eye up field of view. When I'm looking straight at the
dude, that's a red herring right there, dude.
That's dumb as hell.
Works, bro.
You even know what a red herring is?
Yes, I do, because the point that Indio and AI tried to make is that because of the difference in the distance, the resolution is your ability to resolve it is obviously going to be different. Like I'm not going to be able to
easier to see. The bottom should be easier to see. It's much closer to you.
It's nonsense, bro.
No, let me answer to this, friends.
Oh my God,
it could be tens of miles closer to you.
Just neglect angles, right? Just neglect angles altogether, right? Just forget that.
What angles? What's the field of view of a human eye? What's the field of view of a human eye?
Time out. Look at what Donato posted. Okay? Do you understand this graphic? The part on the right.
Eye level horizon.
Yeah, the part on the right. You see how this little Empire State Building here?
Uh-huh.
Below the eye level, that's one angle, but the rest of the building, that is sometimes a much larger angle. Now, why can't he see below the fucking ground? I don't know. The ground's in the way.
No one's talking about the ground being in the way, sir. What are you talking about?
Okay, so his point stands and you haven't refuted it.
Oh my God, he's worse than I thought.
In the picture you're showing, that's his eye level. That's not the ground.
Dude,
we get that. You're refuting and saying that.
So his total field of view is 62 degrees.
If you were to extend the distance at some point, the angle is going to be too small to solve, while you can still see the much larger angle up above. It's
my God,
a fifth grader would understand this.
Yes, a fifth grader would understand that my eyes aren't divided into two fucking planes. Okay, guys. You see the total field of view.
What the fuck do you think you're countering?
Your eyes see one field of view. What's the field of view of a human eye?
Hold on. Here's another example a fifth grader can understand. So if I have a brick in front of me, I can see it. If I move it out 2 miles, I might not be able to resolve that brick. If I build a tower on top of a layer of bricks, then I'll be able to see the tower, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm going to be able to see the bricks that were unresolvable. Hello, McGloby face.
Oh my God. Okay, so the human eye
is the intellectual high ground here. We are seriously denying that we have various angles of sight.
Gregory.
Listen. This is very easy. Okay. The eye has 95 degrees of field of view.
That was borderline in AdHom. I'd like you to address what I just said.
What was borderline in AdHom?
Here we go. Not addressing the point that I made. How about you address it?
What was your point? A tower, and you're not going to see the bottom.
Wow.
I'm trying to address your point.
It was only related to the graphic that we were just talking about. It was only that.
Say it again.
No.
Okay, then shush.
Now, please go, Gregory.
This guy is seriously sitting here denying that we have angles of sight. Like, what is so difficult to understand that the further away you are, the more difficult it is to see the object? The closer the damn thing is to the ground, the more difficult it is to see because the angle is tighter.
The angle's not
What's so
tighter.
hard?
The angle's not tighter. You have a 95-degree field of view in your eye. The angle is not tight.
I'm talking about the direct angle, not the field of view. Stop conflating things.
Yeah. So if you're looking at like 100-foot tower, right? The angular resolution of the tower is the total angular field of view from the top of the tower to the bottom.
Stop.
Right, the tower is occupying a lot more of your field of view than a little Lego toy down on the ground.
So if the tower is 75 degrees of your field of view, then you can see it because your eye can resolve 75 degrees. That's how angular resolution works.
Friend, you're confusing angular size with angular resolution.
Your eyes have a limit to its angular resolution, right?
Okay, what's the limit of the human eye?
Okay, I don't know, but that's
okay. I'll give you the answer. 0.02.
We can both 0.02. Great. Okay, so now.
So let me ask you this question: if an object, or the light, or the propagation angles of the light from the object falls below the reception angle of 0.02, is any of that light resolvable? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. Now, is an object an all or nothing? For example, if it has a certain angular size, is it one thing or is it actually many angles making up the thing?
The light coming off of it is coming to your eye at the same angle. It's literally one thing.
Oh, it's the last.
No, it isn't. That's impossible. That's impossible.
It's not impossible. If the object is too small to see, you won't see it. That's the bottom line.
No. What if a portion of the object is below that angle? Then what?
How can a portion of it be below
You're making the mistake. You're making the mistake that an object is an entire thing at all times, and not a million or a trillion points of individual pieces of light. All of those lights must pass through the propagation angles to reach the target optic, right? So any portion of that light where the propagation angles and the reception angles are lower than 0.02 degrees, that portion will be unresolvable.
Sure. And that would happen if you have something that's, say, getting further away from you as it's getting taller. Because as you go up, the part that's getting further from you is getting smaller and harder to resolve to a point where maybe you wouldn't see it anymore. Okay, they have to be changing.
It's not just about distance. It's not just about distance. It's about the angles of propagation.
Unless you're talking about refraction.
What? No, listen, friend. Regardless of the distance an object is from you, any light that enters the optic below the angular resolution limit, where the reception angle and the propagation angle are below that limit, all that light is impossible to be resolved.
It's below what you can see.
Yes, I agree with you. You're also just applying it incorrectly.
What is the incorrect application?
Because if you're looking at a mountain, the bottom of the mountain isn't harder to resolve because it's closer to the ground. You're making that up.
No, listen, friend, pay attention. You already conceded that if the angle is below your angle, then you won't be able to resolve anything. And it just so happens that a portion of a mountain far away from you, the bottom will subtend that angle.
The bottom is harder to resolve than the top that's further away.
Yeah.
And smaller in relation to the bottom.
Yes,
because it's not below the limit.
It's literally further away and harder.
But it's not below the limit.
Listen. I'm not going to fight my own team.
Then the bottom
isn't. Friends. I'm not going to fight my own team for the mic. I don't need a cheerleader. Thank you.
Weird in here.
I know, huh? I could make it a lot less weird real quick. But anyway, friend.
So the top is harder to resolve than the bottom.
What? No, the opposite.
So the closer part is harder to resolve than the further part.
Correct.
Just because it's
the
closer
reason
to the ground.
is no, it has nothing to do with that. It's because it's closer to the point at which the reception angles and the propagation angles fall below your angular resolution limit. So when you have a mountain, right, it's a multitude of things. It's not just one thing. It's the bottom plus the middle, it's the bottom to the top. All of these different packets of light have different angles of propagation to the optic, right? Mm-hmm. And it only matters what angles of reception you have that you can actually resolve something on the sensor. So you have more available angles from the bottom all the way to the top than you do just at the bottom to the bottom. So yes, it is true, according to the law of triangles, right, that it's going to subtend a different angle in your field of view. And if those angles fall below your angular resolution limit, since we already all understand that the reason why it's called the limit is because that's where your resolution fails below that number. So if any portion of the mountain falls below that, you won't be able to see it.
I would agree with you. And I'm also going to disagree with your pseudoscience explanation.
What? How's that pseudoscience? So the law of triangles is pseudoscience?
No, you're applying it completely half-assedly to the bottom part of the mountain. It's harder to resolve because there's less angles available in your eye. That's absurdly...
I just want you to stop and think about what you just said. There's less angles available of light entering.
Where there are angles
you simultaneously are going to say it's not harder to see? That makes no sense, brother.
It makes complete sense.
Really? So your claim is that when you have less available propagation angles, you shouldn't see a reduction in what you can resolve?
No, I'm claiming you're applying that completely incorrectly to the observable facts we're talking about.
Well, that's great, but you failed to demonstrate that in any meaningful way.
You failed. It's your claim. You demonstrate it.
No, you're claim.
What?
The fuck?
No. Your claim is the reason we don't see the bottom of the mountain is because...
Your claim is that his application is wrong. You prove that.
I prove what?
You just said that his application is wrong. You prove that. The hell are you doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
So either prove that your critique that he's applying it incorrectly is wrong. Either prove that critique or shut up.
Sure, yeah, I'll prove it. The eye's angular resolution, the eye's angular field of view is 95 degrees. That means anywhere within that field of view, you can resolve an object up to the minimum of your, or the maximum of the eye's limits.
And when it's not in that fucking limit, can you see it?
No.
Thank you.
All right, so we rest our case. We rest our case, brother. Thanks for conceding and agreeing.
No, nobody conceded and agreed.
You just did, brother. You said that if it falls below that angle, you won't be able to see it.
No, the whole point is the entire mountain is within your 95-degree field of view, which means your eye is completely available for all the light angles of that mountain to enter your eye.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Nobody interrupt me. You just, by your own admission, denied the existence of the angular resolution limit. Now, you're going to say you didn't, but rest assured, friend, you did.
No, what you did is completely make something up to make it seem like it's going to work for you.
Okay, friend. So, Mr. AI invented the Raleigh criterion, named after Mr. Raleigh, who's the actual inventor. So Mr. AI invented the law of triangles, which was actually done by, what's that guy's name? All I know is he came before I was born. So Mr. AI invented all of these things just so that he could make a point that you don't like at some time in the future.
No, you made it up.
That's your claim?
You made it up.
Oh, I made it. Yes. I made it up that if an object falls below your angular resolution limit, you will not be able to resolve it, whether or not it's in your 95, 75, 25, or 10-degree field of view.
Nope. I agree with you. You didn't make that part up. The part you made up was that part of an object, especially one that's closer to you, is going to be below that resolution limit when the part above that's further away is not part of that resolution. Yeah, exactly.
So you're making the error of thinking of an object in total rather than in its parts of light.
Okay, you're making the error of making things up. This is
really well. I clearly demonstrated by appealing to known standards that exist, like the Raleigh criterion, the law of triangles, the sheer fact that the propagation angles and the reception angles have to be greater than the angular resolution limit. I mean, these are facts of physics, dude. You could go watch MIT lectures from Mr. Walton Lewin, and he will explain this to you if you doubt it.
Well, I don't know why you keep strawmanning me, because I agree with your statements. I disagree with your application. I disagree with your application because it's nonsense. The object that's closer to you, the part of the object that's closer to you, is not going to be harder to resolve than the part of the object that's further from you.
Yes, it will, dude, because you're missing the key factor here. You're
What's the
missing the key factor here.
Right.
It's not about the distance. It's about the angles of propagation that it takes up in your field of view and whether or not the angles of reception fall below your angular resolution limit. The distance is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because that's what defines angular resolution. The further it gets, the smaller it becomes.
Isn't, dude.
Yes, it is.
Dude, that's angular size, brother. You're clearly confused.
I'm not confused. Thank you.
Yes. What I would suggest you do is take your leave like you've been promising everybody for so long, and then think about this point and come back actually with some knowledge about it.
Yes, I got it. I'm going to go research about how things closer to me are harder to resolve than things further from me. Yep.
Let me ask you one last question, Globy. One last question. Do you only ever see the entirety of any given object?
What?
Do you only ever see? Do you only ever see only the entirety of any given object?
I mean, that's a hard question to ask. It depends on what's in front of it.
Depending on what's in front of it. So if something is in front of the given object, call it object A.
Like
if it's in front of it, then you cut off your ability to see the entirety thereof, correct?
Yep.
Right, so you don't only ever see the entirety of any given object. So if you're too far away, right, and if the mountain is below the angle
it's
that
amazing.
you
This is
can't
amazing.
see, right, if the mountain, the bottom of the mountain, any fraction of the bottom of the mountain below the peak is below the limits of angular resolution, can you fucking see it?
No, but you also wouldn't be able to see the top.
Thank you.
You wouldn't be able to see the top.
That's his problem. This man, okay, let's wrap this up.
Yep.
This man is claiming that if any portion of a mountain is unresolvable, then the whole mountain is unresolvable.
Nope, don't straw man me. I said the closer part. You guys are somehow magically claiming that the closer
It's
part
irrelevant, dude. You don't understand, and you keep repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I do understand.
We're talking about the angles, not the distances.
Which part of the mountain has a smaller angle? How is it a smaller angle? Can you draw me a picture? How is it a smaller angle?
Okay, is the mountain, is the bottom, you have a 100-foot mountain, okay?
Sure.
Does the bottom 10 feet represent a smaller angle than the entire 100 feet, yes or no?
At what point is that cut off?
Power is flat because I took a ruler, placed it on the ground, and it was
I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, sir. I'm mistaken. I didn't know that at what point is that cut off was an equivalent semantic range of the phrase yes or no.
Well, you asked a silly question, so that's why I'm asking.
No, I didn't ask a silly question. I asked a pointed and very specific question. Let's ask it again.
Okay, go ahead. Ask it again.
You have a 100-foot mountain.
Sure.
Okay, let's break it up for in 10-foot sections. So you have 10-foot sections, okay? Sure. Obviously, the bottom 10-foot section is touching the ground because it's on the ground. You're on the ground. Yep. So if you drew out triangles to each 10-foot section, right?
Yep. With you.
Each one of those triangles from the ground to each 10-foot section would at a different angle, yes or no?
Sure.
Absolutely. Now, if you then draw those as angles of propagations of light, right?
Yep.
Right? And you draw out your little 0.02 degree triangle as well. Which portion of the mountain will the propagation angles, which means the light traveling from the mountain, and the reception angles, which means the light that can enter the eye, which portion of the mountain will the majority of the rays from the 10-foot section fall below the angles of propagation and the angles of reception 0.02 degrees? Which portion of the mountain? The bottom, the middle, or the top?
If we're talking even sections, the bottom.
Correct. You have now conceded that the bottom will disappear due to the laws of angular resolution alone. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past. I win, you lose.
That's not what I said, the flat earther who likes to bloviate.
I don't need you to say it. You logically arrived at that with your own claims.
That's not what I said. The bottom is closer to you. No, this is the problem with your analogy, and let me explain it.
It's not a problem at all.
Tell me exactly. I'm going to use your own example. 100-foot mountain, 10-foot sections. Okay.
Yep.
So the amount of light entering your eye from the bottom 10 feet of mountain, you're saying is harder to see than the other 90 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So what about the top 10 feet?
What about it?
Well, you're seeing that first. This is my whole point. You're seeing the top 10 feet of that mountain first, and it's further
Absolutely.
away.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Because it's
it has more
further
angles.
away than the bottom 10
So what?
feet, and you
Doesn't
just said
matter.
you wouldn't see the
Irrelevant.
bottom 10 feet.
But why? Why did I say you wouldn't see it?
Because you're lying.
What?
This is so fucking retarded.
Yeah, it is retarded. The top 10 feet is
No, what
further
you're
away.
saying, not him,
Hold
you.
on.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. All right, we'll make it simple. Is the top 10 feet the same height as the bottom 10 feet?
Can you see something within your field of view?
You can't answer the question now. I love it.
No,
I can't answer the question because I'm being cut off. That's why. Okay.
AI is making a very simple hypothetical scenario for you.
Yes, you said
there
the
is
bottom
90
10
out of 100 feet of visible of the mountains. The 90 feet out of 100 is in your field of view in the hypothetical situation. If it's in your field of view and you're in the distance where you can see it, will you see it?
But you just said that every part of the mountain is its own light. So why are you segregating 90%?
There is no contradiction to anything I just asked you.
Yes, it is. It's 100%
There's no contradiction to anything I just asked you. There's several billion, trillion different packets of light that's entering your eye within your field of view. There's 90 out of 100 feet visible within your field of view. You are close enough to the mountain to see it. Can you see it?
Okay, so the bottom 10%, the bottom 10 feet is closer to you. So why is that not visible?
But it's below your field of view, is it not? Like he just said.
No, it's not below your field
No,
of view.
it's not. You only ever see the entirety of the fucking object.
Yeah, it's
unless
closer
something
to
is
you.
in front of the object, like you just said to me earlier.
If the entire mountain is in front of me, I can see the entire mountain. As I back up,
That's not true.
If I'm walking backwards, looking at the mountain, the bottom is going to disappear
Will be
first.
obstructed first. Thank you.
Yet it's the closest.
And it's obstructed first because it's not in your field of view.
Right,
Yeah, so that's my point. That's my point. So the top 10.
So thank you for conceding to our position. AI, please take it away.
The top
For the
10
last
feet of
time,
your mountain.
friend, Globy, for the last time. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to say this to you. So I hope you take it to heart. It's not about the distance. It's about the angle of propagation to the angle of reception.
I got you.
Okay, so
now
you constantly harping on the distance doesn't change the fact of the angle that it's occupying in your field of view.
Okay, I got you. So if you're
There you
standing
go.
still, don't worry about distance. We're standing still. The bottom 10 feet of the mountain and the top 10 feet of the mountain.
You're using the wrong unit, buddy.
That's the wrong unit. We were just talking about feet the whole time. What are you talking about?
But we don't see in feet. We see in angles. We don't see 10 feet. We don't see 20 feet. We see angles. So
this was your example. This was your guy's example. 10 feet of the bottom of the mountain is not visible because the angles aren't available for the light to enter my eye. But the top 10 feet are.
So yes.
Even though they're further away.
They don't subtend the same angle, bro.
They're in your field of view and they're further away than the bottom 10. What is so hard?
Thank you guys for the entertainment tonight. That was great.
You're welcome. I'm here to serve.
Because in your own example, the bottom 10 feet and the top 10 feet should take up the same amount of angles into my eye because
that's not true.
Brother. You need to go learn the law of triangles and then come back and try to give that argument, friend.
Brother,
Go learn the laws of logic and then come back.
I know the laws of triangles. Thank you.
Oh, really? So why don't you draw out the propagation angles from the two different points and then come back and tell us that they're the same angles? Good luck.
They are.
I actually have a reference for you. It's called Trigonometric Delights. Okay, Google it. Go read it. There's a specific section on this.
If anything, the bottom part of the mountain would be easier to see because the light's entering directly into your eye as opposed to the top that's coming at a downward angle.
Angles are not equal distances, and equal distances are not equal angles, dude. This is easy to prove geometrically. It's not even debatable.
You're right. It's not debatable. The top of the mountain is much further away than the bottom. And if you talk about the same amount of angle, so whatever angle 10 feet of the mountain takes up in your field of view, it's equal, the bottom and the top.
You can see the top 10 feet because it's in your field of view. You can't see the bottom 10 feet because it's not in your field of view.
Irrelevant.
My eyes just stop working.
Irrelevant, friend. Go draw it out for us and come back and prove that they're the same angles. Good luck.
Okay.
Draw it in perspective.
Yep. Okay. I got it, guys.
Oh, but also, you keep saying you have to leave, but you don't.
Closer, harder to see. Further, easier to see. Got it.
No, straw man.
Irrelevant.
Straw man.
Not a straw man. That's what you guys have been saying this whole time.
No, that's not what we're saying.
No, what we're saying the whole time is in field of view, visible. Out of field of view, not visible.
No, that's not what you're saying.
No, that's not what we said either.
That's not what you're saying. You're just changing the argument. The whole mountain's in your field of view in our examples.
No, it's not.
Okay, it's not.
Dude.
My field of view is 95 degrees. I can see the ground. I can see the sky.
First
You're
of
wrong,
all,
sir.
you don't see in a 90-degree field of view. We have a 5-degree central vision. Okay.
Yeah, sure. It's like 60 degrees above your nose and 60 degrees below your nose.
You can only focus on 5 degrees in your central vision. The rest is blur.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Sorry.
I can confirm this since I have no central vision. So confirmed.
Are you saying that the eyesight field of view is not 95 degrees in total?
Your eyes actually dart around when you look at an object. They don't just focus on the whole thing.
God.
You can only focus on 5 degrees.
Are you saying when I'm looking at
that was posted?
When I'm looking at a mountain, I can see the ground and I can see the sky. That's my field of view. Are you telling me the bottom of the mountain is not in my field of view?
It's in your field of view, but it's not focused.
It's not focused. Okay.
He's absolutely right. Your central vision is your acute vision, right? That's
okay, so what if I tilt my head down? What if I tilt my head down and just look up, and I'll use the top of my eyes?
Reconstruct your retina.
Oh, okay. So now my eyes just can't see the bottom of the mountain.
Hold on. Let me answer this.
For your Dunning-Kruger ass in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, let me
answer
this.
This isn't my opinion. This isn't my opinion, bro.
This is all your opinion. That's what's funny about it. You're trying to use actual scientific.
So I made this graphic.
You're using actual scientific principles and you're misapplying them to lie to get to your conclusion.
So I made this graphic and I wrote this normal line of sight and I wrote normal sight line vision. I made all this up.
Yeah.
No, I said you used actual things, but then you twisted it.
Tell us how to apply it correctly then. Tell us how to apply this graphic correctly.
Sure.
What does the red triangle mean?
Sure, your eyes have an angular resolution limit, and if the mountain is big enough that it's big enough to see.
The graphic here.
What graphic? Which one?
Graphic in the live stream voice text. Do you even have live stream voice text? Have you even been able to see it?
Well, I can see it. I'm in the wrong one. Hold on.
So I got a bunch of these, as a matter of fact. So it's well known that you can only focus in your central vision. So when you're looking at something like at the bottom that's close to the ground, right? You're trying to differentiate where's that bottom from the ground, and you're wondering, hey, why can't I see the bottom? The angle below your eye level is too small. And it's not the same as the angle of something that's elevated.
Dude, if I'm driving towards a mountain, you literally see the mountain peak first at the horizon. You're contradicting yourself left and right.
First of all, you're assuming that there's nothing in the foreground obstructing your view, which is fucking highly doubtful because
it's not highly doubtful.
Spring up out of a flat fucking plane. Okay.
Yes, some of them do. Yeah.
Yeah. Name one.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can look up some. We can look up some if you want.
So they have a term for it. It's called prominence. So that's the term for a mountain. It's differentiation.
I got it. Okay. So I just want to know: are you changing your entire story from the last 45 minutes?
No one's
now there's stuff in the way of the mountain.
Being even more specific for your Dunning-Kruger ass.
Yep. Yeah, I'm the Dunning-Kruger who's misapplying Raleigh criterion.
You're just claiming that with providing no evidence for it.
Well, dude, let's pause for a second. Let's keep in mind that you conceded that if the angles of propagation and the angles of reception fall below 0.02 degrees, whatever's in that packet is unresolvable. Now, we know, according to the law of triangles, But if the acute angle remains the same and the leg becomes longer, then the opposite leg becomes greater. So the opposite leg could be 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, but the angle remained the same. But you already conceded that anything within that leg, since it's occupying the angle that we already agreed is unresolvable, would be unresolvable. So if it's the bottom portion of a mountain, it would be unresolvable while the top portion remains resolvable. So whether you realize it or not, friend, by your own admission, you already conceded the point.
Absolutely. I 100% conceded. You guys got me.
Well, of course I did.
You misapplied fundamental laws of physics and nature, and you got me.
So, friend,
You just said that he refuted you, and
just
now
hold
you said that
on.
he did it wrong.
Yeah, just hold on. Go ahead and point out the specifics in what I just said over the past 30 seconds.
I've
where
already
anything
done
I
it, Dennis.
said.
Time for bed.
No. Go ahead and name the error in anything I just said in the past 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Angular resolution limitation is what? 0.2 arc seconds? I don't know.
No.
I gotta look at
0.02 degrees, approximately 1 arc minute.
0.02. So I'll take your word on that. So 0.02 degrees. So if the mountain is bigger than that, we will be able to resolve it.
The old all or nothing fallacy.
The end. You can't segregate the mountain into sections that you want to segregate.
Yes, we can, dude. That's how light functions, brother.
No, it's not, because you've already disproved yourself by saying the bottom would disappear first before the top, which is further away, which is by definition a smaller angle, which by definition
it's
would
not
be
a smaller angle, dude.
Sure it is. It's
Are you
further
telling
away.
me that every object only occupies one angle ever?
I'm telling you that
that's
the
pretty
portion
much
of the
what he's
mountain
saying,
we
dude.
see- That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then objects occupy multiple angles in your field of view, correct?
Correct.
Objects occupy multiple angles in your field of view. The light is entering your eye from different angles. That's what you're talking about. Yep.
Now check this out, friend.
Sure. And the combined angle
the
of all
light
that is
from yeah, that's fine. But the light from 0 to 10 feet, that light occupies a certain amount of angles. The light from 0 to 20 occupies a certain amount of angles. The light from 0 to 30 occupies a certain amount of angles, and so on and so forth. And it just so happens that the propagation angles and the reception angles fall below 0.02 degrees, the more an object is relatively horizontal to you as it approaches 0 degrees on your z-axis relative to your y-axis. It just so happens that that angle where both of them start to fall below 0.02, almost always is going to occur out horizontally, because that's where the light is traveling most horizontal towards you. The other light, which you already conceded is traveling at an angle, has angle differential. There's more availability. I mean, you could literally just draw triangles out on a piece of paper and you'll find this out to be true very quickly.
Yeah, sure I can. Yeah, I can. I drew it out. Too bad I can't turn on my camera. Yep.
Well, just screenshot it and post it, brother.
Yep. No, I'm going to bed. I've had enough listening to you guys twist science.
Yeah, well, that's great. How about you screenshot it and post it and put your money where your mouth is?
Fine. I take
You made another one tired. Why are you guys always making these guys tired?
I know. It's
because they
I
think
put
they're
them
going
to
to come in here
sleep.
and wear us out. That's what they're doing. They think they're going to stomp up in here. They think they're going to stomp up in here and wear us out.
Lies make us tired. That's why.
Yeah, tell us.
You're the one going to sleep.
You can't even state anything. You say we twist it, lie, ask for specifics. You don't have any. I think the only person.
All you do is repeatedly say that we're wrong, we're wrong, we're wrong. You don't ever give any specific objective critique that justifies the critique.
Yeah. So there's a saying, it's not a refutation.
No,
it's just an unjustified negation retort. That's what I call it. Just one unjustified negation retort after another.
Bro, you're literally sitting here telling me that science is completely wrong. That's what you're saying. You're saying
no, not science is completely wrong. Your doctrine is completely wrong. The various doctrines of the cosmos that you believe are wrong.
We've been talking about geometry. When did? What do you mean by?
That was me. I paused it. I actually started it, but I paused it. It's already about its ending, its conclusion. Are you guys still here? Anybody here?
I am.
What's up, Janai?
Hi.
What up, y'all?
Globy.
What a weasel.
Jim Waterworld. Hey, listen, man, this guy's coming in from TikTok, so we're getting them in from now from all the different platforms they're coming in here, and we need more people out there, talking about, what we were talking about in here. So, if you want to get yourself on TikTok, get yourself on Rumble, get yourself on YouTube, get out to all the platforms, guys, and talk to these guys because they're out there.
Yeah,
so he's just one guy, a part of many, many others who are on there, just like people just like him. Invite him in here. We'll create.
I'm on TikTok. Just go to Miggy's TikTok.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
There's
Waterworld.
Mayhem's great to have you back. Thanks. Hey, it's fun over on TikTok. It's probably still going on. Maria is kind of like the chief person that everybody runs to for Globers for live streams, and they have Globechild. I call him Globechild. He's kind of like the younger version of Globy, and they're on there talking about how they're going to go to Mars someday and what's going to take and all that stuff. And I'm just sitting there. I'm not going to go on. It's just like it's just a waste of time. It seems like, but they're sitting there as if they're going to go to Mars. This was really going to happen, like it did in the Martian movie with Matt Damon, right?
What we know is that they usually kick the can down the road, don't they? Well, 2023 is already upon them, whereas we should have been already on the moon and so on and so forth, yada yada, etc., etc. So now we got a bunch of people saying, well, they're saying that in this day, whatever, we're going to be going to the moon. And you're like, yeah, that's what they've been saying since the 80s, dude. Did you know that? Since the 80s, every president that's been up there, well, we plan to have a mission that lands on the moon. We're going to have boots on the moon, guys. And like, bullshit, dude. We've never had no people building no bases on no moon. That's not going to happen. It's not ever going to happen. That's a pipe dream. That's what they're selling you on, and you're buying it. You are buying it hook, line, and sinker. And that is to your detriment because you're not using any critical thinking. You're just accepting whatever somebody else says, and it's just going to perpetuate. So if you think that you want to talk about it, come on in here. Well, I want to know what you think. But definitely, I was going to say, definitely we do have people coming in from TikTok. And now because we're spreading out, everywhere. So, get on these platforms, guys. And, we have some people already hooking up with their accounts and doing the thing. So if you guys are in here, this is the hub. This is the place where you're going to come and learn. This is basically what you can look at as an academy. So as people are starting to move up on the rungs of the ladder here, you start to see them gaining different, tags. So that if somebody brand new comes in here, they get the flat earth tag. Somebody else that levels up gets like the silver. Somebody levels from there is a gold plus, moderator, and then admin. But really can't get past the moderator status. But even still, people's here. If you see their tags in here, you should respect those tags because they didn't get the tag just by sitting around. They're participants in the arena of engaging people with the conversation of the flat earth. So for anybody that's brand new and that's just joining this chat, there's a culture here and we've curated it for many years. So don't waltz in here thinking that this is just a regular old flat earth chat. It is not. If you claim to be a flat earther and you say you know what you're talking about, then we're going to put that metal to the test in here. And if you don't know something, please ask questions because we want to enlighten you on what we're doing here and make damn sure that you're not misrepresenting the context of truth or anything else of what we talk about in here out there. So you're a representative when you have a tag in here and you go somewhere else and you start talking about flat earth. So that's the thing. You might think you have seniority because I've been talking about flat earth for 12 years. Well, come in here and prove it. Let me hear what you got. And if you don't sound like you know what you're talking about, even if I don't care how old you are or how long you've been thinking you've been in the flat earth, you don't know shit when it comes to arguing the flat earth. When it comes to the debate side of things, when it comes to what they talk about, if you don't have a grasp of the concept of what it's like to be in a discussion, then please have a seat and observe what we talk about in here. And then you'll get to know what's going on. And then you can perhaps come in here and hold your own against these guys. But let me tell you, and that's the reason why I'm talking to the group this way, is you guys have to know that people have got the tags on right now. Click on people's names, see the tags that they have, and they have them in here for a specific reason. So that's why I'm saying it's you got to ask around, you got to listen, pay attention. This is an academy. This is where you're going to learn how to keep your arguments sharp, know what to say, and you can ask the right questions if you want, learn a few things and so forth. And if you're learning, please be humble. Know that this place sometimes is a bit rough for beginners because there's I would say instructors who are no nonsense. So you're either gonna get it or just pay attention, I would say.
Yeah, this
I don't
place ain't no joke.
This is not
This
this
ain't
ain't
no
no
joke server.
And when you
Trust
go
me.
out, when you
Hey,
go out,
Eli.
and when you go out in the real world, whether it's TikTok or someplace, or you see people on the streets, restaurants, beaches, just remember that they grew up and believe in a Star Trek world where outer space, globe, and gravity are all real things, and it's all imagination. Astrophysics, astronomy, and much of physics. When you get outside of our terrestrial here, is imagination. And it's all it is. And they come in here and we talk to them out there, and they believe in a world that doesn't exist as far as their imagination. And we got to be sharp. We got to be on target. And we got to be over the target.
I like that one.
Well,
Secret Agent, man. I'm saving that one.
here's the thing. People wonder, what's the whole TikTok thing about? Why are we talking about getting 1,000 followers? Because for those of us who would like to do so, when people like him go live, and there are tons of them who antagonize and want us to go in there and debate, but you can't if you don't have 1,000 followers.
Hey, Eli, you may know this already, but one of us, the flat earthers that are really big, well, starting to get big. I mean, I haven't looked at stats or anything, but I see posts all the time, and that's from Flat Earth Banjo. And he's starting to do live streams, I guess.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I don't know Banjo from a hole in the ground at the moment, because if they're not in this server that's been a person who's learned the culture here, I would say they're very obscure, and I wouldn't attach them to what we do here. They're just another flat earther whom they're just another I'm serious. Everybody who's in here has street credit for me. If I see you out
I
there
get
somewhere,
you.
I already know who you are. Flat Earth Banjo, I don't know from Adam. So whether or not he's worth his salt in what he says, who knows? Maybe he is, maybe he's not. But if I know you from here and I know you're out there, then what you do in here and out there is the same. Represent what you do. If that's
Oh, yeah,
the
I
road,
agree with that.
if that's the road that you choose, then go ahead and do that. That's all
And
I'm saying.
the point I was making was that, like, exactly, it has nothing to do with Flat Earth Banjo. I mean, kudos to him, but like, what I'm talking about is the people who are in here that are fully capable of handling a conversation like that. When they go live, we can go in there and actually dispel some of the notions that they have, and then taking them down, whether it be reciprocal zenith angles or elevation angles, or any number of arguments. When they get taken down on live, their audience is going to come back here because they're like, where the fuck did that guy come from?
Mm-hmm. So that's the reason why I say, I mean, I don't care if whoever you claim flat earthers out there doing the damn thing. I'm like, it don't mean nothing to me. The only thing that I care about is they came from here, because I know what people talk about in here. I know the arguments they carry, and what we do in here carries a lot of weight to these globers out there. So I know if I have, like, Eli out there, he's gonna be smashing. Like, it's just, there's gonna be no competition. You know what I mean? Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? So if whether or not XYZ flat earthers out there doing it or whatnot, I don't care. That doesn't mean it, because I don't know those guys, and plus their culture, what they know, they could veer off and start talking about, I don't know, the aliens in the outer ponds or some shit. I don't know. So that's why I'm not gonna sign off on them. Like, I can't. However, I know if Eli's in the room, I know 100%. I'm gonna be like, that's the guy. Go listen
I
to
was
him.
waiting on that, man. I was waiting for that.
Yeah, for sure.
I
I'm all right. I'm all right with it. No worries, y'all.
if you go into TikTok, or someplace else, I do what you do here. I take the second law of thermodynamics, the rotation of the Earth, and inch per mile squared drop over distance. You got to throw drop over distance over there because they love to screw with that inch per mile squared stuff. So you got to tell them drop over distance. Kudos, mayhem. And
Yeah,
so
exactly.
and then if you want to go somewhere else, go motion of the Earth around the sun, because you can't have if you take away their rotation, you take away their motion, you take away their heliocentrism. And if you want to go some other places, go to their law of motion, go to inverse square law of light, and if reciprocal zenith angles come up, great. I wouldn't bring up reciprocal zenith angles because they will lie through their teeth to win that argument.
Well, we have a bunch of pretender clown globe earthers and flat earthers out there, so it's very difficult for us to kind of like get out. We have to, because that guy Globy McGlobeface that came in here, he already had in his mind what it was going to be like, because he was dealing with the TikTok flat earthers. So for him, he was like, oh, this is a breeze. If I know they're anything like what I've been dealing with on TikTok, this is going to be an easy breezy challenge. I'm just going to run these guys over with my knowledge, and that's going to be that. But what he found out was he was out of his depth at a certain point.
He was trying to claim, oh, you're like he had to stop saying, oh, you're disingenuous, because
yes,
whenever
Okay, I have a
he said
question.
it to us, he would, damn, Jenny.
I tried to
Go
get in
ahead.
before you got in.
Go
I thought
ahead.
you
Go
heard
ahead.
me. All right, so the TikTokers, do they talk about the quote unquote anomalies of the heliocentrism, or do they talk about that it's flat? I would be willing to gather the first. So that's probably why this guy you're talking about is like thinking, oh, well, TikTokers on flat earth, I got them, I'm going to come in here. And then it's a totally, completely different story.
Yeah, I'd say this much to make it short and sweet. Go back to 2015. It's like they're thinking that it's 2015 again. Like the 2015 flat earthers are gonna be, you're gonna bamboozle them with like star trails and like bullshit arguments. Like it's so they think they got, oh, this is easy. I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna tell them that they okay. When we look at the black swan, look at the bendy cranes. Like that's what he was on at the very beginning. Like,
oh wow!
Oh my god, if I was in here, he would have just rued the day he even said that. But like, that's the thing, though. These guys have they think they have their arguments already airtight. So when they're arguing with those other flat earthers on TikTok, they are shellacking them because those guys don't know what we talk about in here. So
I would
out
agree.
there,
yeah,
those other flat earthers, they haven't been around the argument. They don't know QE. They don't know what we talk about in here. So they're gonna get shellacked, and very much so, because they don't care to be around this culture. They just want to like cowboy up and do it their own way. And you can't do it that way if you're all over the place talking about everything else other than the premise of the discussion.
Yeah, like a monkey swinging through a tree and shit.
Trying to do the best they can without having no knowledge of what the argument actually is. And so the Glober can take him through the ringer. He'll be like, but let's talk about refraction. You're not acknowledging that. And the unknown suspecting flat earther is going to be like, well, refraction. Oh yeah, we refraction is this. And they'll get into the weeds with them, which is what they want. And that's where they'll, shellac the globe earth will shellac the flat earther, because the guy doesn't know the argument, and he's going to be taken through the mud because of it. And then he's going to be, in front of all his audience being looking like the fool. That's why I said, I'm not going to sign off on another flat earther who's not in here doing their due diligence and, poring over the argument and learning, taking notes, knowing their logical fallacies, understanding what sophists are, like all this. There has to be a lot involved in it. So that's why it's like, XYZ flat earther is doing what he's doing, but I don't care, because he could veer off and not know a particular type of argument that we talk about in here, which is important. So for you guys who are brand new to this place, keep this like an academy. Learn everything you need to the basics Start pointing over like what the arguments are. Look at the archetypes of different types of people that we deal with on the daily basis in here. And you start to know, okay, this guy, he's a solipsist. We got another one over here. This guy's a sophist. Okay, you got another clown over here who he's a pretender clown. He's a LARPer, live action role play. He likes to come in here pretending to be a flat earther, but he's not. So these archetypes that we deal with on the daily basis in here, you guys got to jot them down, write down like who they are, what the type of like the way we know who they are. There's certain tail signs to like what makes them who they are. So you guys jot this information down so that when it comes time for you to identify this person, you're like, oh, I got you. You're the sophist. I know exactly what you're about. You don't answer questions. You like to confuse people. You like using red herring fallacies, and all these kind of things. So you're able to drill down to what's necessary and keep them from diverting the conversation. And this is important. So it's all about learning what we do in here, not just knowing the knowledge of the earth is flat, because that's easy, right? That's the easy part. The hard part is administering the knowledge that we know to a debate style platform. Like that's difficult because you've never engaged somebody when they say, no, just shoot, you see, you're not letting me talk. So I can't say something now. Okay. Well, you don't want to have a civil discussion. You're just the one that's all in your feelings right now. And you've never dealt with that. Until you do, then you start to become agile in how you apply the knowledge of flat earth. And like, it's not a debate. It's supposed to be full frontal offensive. They are supposed to be on the ropes at all time, not being able to answer your questions, trying to look for how to answer them, and they have to be looked like they don't know what they're talking about at all times. When you're on the defense, and I've said this many times in this server, when you're on the defense, you're doing it wrong. I'm saying it again. If you are on the defense, you are doing it wrong. That means that you're not supposed to be defending any point. You're supposed to be obliterating them with the offensive point that they can't answer you back. That's it. That's all. When it turns around that you're answering, when you're doing point for point, like, you ask me some questions, I ask you some questions and so on, you're never going to win that ever. And it's not about winning. It's about exposing. So trying to win trying to convince them, because we're not about that. We're going to expose their ass as they're completely wrong. This isn't a agree to disagree position. This is a right and wrong position. You're right, and they're completely wrong.
I think some of us have to go back to the fundamentals because we're dropping the ball on our strongest point, that being the geometric horizon. That like the way it's argued about, when they try to rebut with refraction, I don't like it. Because the basic point is that you have a straight line of sight. Now, in the geometry, that's a tangent to a tangent point. That point being, in their claim, the horizon that you see. That's their claim. When they start saying things like, "Well, you're not adding variables," well, it's not my claim to begin with. Who's not adding variables? Like, what are you talking about? Well, refraction. What is refraction? Well, Snell's law. What does Snell's law have to do with what you're claiming? I mean, especially when you Google Snell's law and click an image, it's obviously just lines. It has nothing to do with, the claim of there being a further away. It's completely non sequitur, and I just feel like we dropped the ball. So some of us are probably gonna have to like go like hit the fundamentals whenever a Glober comes in here, so that some of the rest of us can just pick up on how concise it should be.
Yeah, and obviously we want everybody to chime in when they're ready. Guys, if you feel like you're ready, then come on in there and put the gloves on and let's see what you got. Obviously, if you're not ready, don't jump in the fight. Don't be jumping in if somebody else is handling. For example, Eli's talking to somebody and you feel like you want to put the gloves on at that moment. Are you ready to take it on? Because you're not going to interrupt Eli and then come in there and then you just sound like a fool when you can't articulate yourself well. That's not going to bode well for you. Just know the argument, know what you're saying, and if you're going to be an assist, make sure that you know what time to assist, if there is such a time. So that's why I'm saying, like, just know the culture. Once you get to know the culture, you'll be able to like navigate in the server a lot easier. You're like, oh, I know I can jump in at this point. So long as I know I'm not stepping on any toes and so forth. So it's it's not it's not an exact thing, you know. So don't be like, oh, should I go? Should I not? Like sometimes you just gotta, if you know what you're doing, if you feel confident, you know, go for it.
Yeah, their globe is a fairy tale. It's worse than Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny. It's worse. And what we have to do is what Mayhem said. We should always be on the offensive. We should have them on the ropes with their fairy tale from the very beginning. And if they want to throw something at us that is scientifically impossible, we're just going to laugh at them and go, hey, you know, that's scientifically impossible. Prove what you just said. Because that globe, that spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space is an absolute fairy tale. It is scientifically impossible, and we will keep them on the ropes the entire time until they say uncle.
Yeah, like I was saying before, this isn't an agree to disagree position, guys, at all, period. You shouldn't feel like, oh man, this is going to be a tough debate. The guy knows math. Oh, that's interesting. He knows math. How does his math apply to the actual earth that we're standing on? Has anybody told him that? Comport that mathematics over into the reality right now. Can you do it? No, I don't think so. So your math formulas and everything you're holding on to do not comport. Well, what do you have then? You just have imaginations of the mind. Like that's all you got. You don't have anything that actually, because usually some math that you can jot down and you can say, okay, well, we know the distance between here to there. This is the amount of curvature, all kinds of stuff that you need to like determine, you know, maybe like how big a mountain is or a hill or whatever. You're not going to have that value in the case of the globe being what it is. So the globe, the radius, diameter, and circumference that you need, the values they give us, they don't line up with actual reality. So at no time do their values, or you know, you shouldn't be afraid of going like, okay, you talk about the globe having this consequent of having a radius, diameter, circumference. Prove it to me. Show me where we're gonna go out into reality anywhere. Take me somewhere that we're gonna see this exaggerated curvature like they tell us that we should have with the globe radius, diameter, circumference. Show me. That's as simple as that. Their math will fall flat, pun intended, because they won't be able to prove it to you. So,
I'm
and so
telling you.
it's like you don't
Go
have to
ahead.
be afraid. Like,
Walk a football field. Walk a flat football field with the camera. I don't care if it's an iPhone, somebody holds it for you, or your, you know, your Nikon, whatever. Walk a football field flat, and you will see that you disappear in distance and angular resolution. You go bottom up. Simple. Explains sunsets perfectly on our stationary plane. Second, open a Coke can. Open a Coke can right in front of them. That is the second law of thermodynamics. Open the Coke can. Inverse square law of light. Tell them that that little thing out there 750 million miles away in their fairy tale cannot light up our sky like it lights up our sky when we go see it, if in their fairy tale. And if you went to the moon, the inverse square law of light tells you half the distance at 4 times gets brighter. By the time you get to 1,000 miles to your imaginary moon, it is 65,000 times brighter than you see it in the sky here terrestrially on the earth. I'm sorry, if they want to come back and lie to me about that, cool story, bro.
yeah, I haven't seen you guys in a while. What's up, Timbo? Saying hi to everybody. Edward, what's going on? TOS UK, what's up? Yeah, I didn't know Globy McGlowface was such a bad debater, dude. Like when he came in here. Was he the only one that came in from TikTok, Eli, that we know of? Or is it just anybody else?
Yeah,
Like,
that we know of. A couple of
just
people
him?
came in behind them, just regular people. There was that girl. Anybody remember that girl that was in here for a little minute? I spoke to her. A few people spoke to her.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 people.
Awesome. Yeah, we have Jedi's got some people in his comment section on his videos. So we're getting some traction anyway. We get some folks in here.
Oh, I got also.
You got some people, Sasha?
Yeah, but also some bad like then I saw the guy and guy has the I put it there, it's some kind of trooper or something. The guy put some kind of like a flat earth, look at this, you know, and it's like it's a graphic, you know, showing the circle and zooming in and showing that 100 kilometer it's like a local or something like that. And bullshit like you don't believe in gravity. But I'm not responding on that shit. I'm responding like on comments like something like does sea level irritating you? Why you are not in cinema? Take a walk in park, something like that.
Yeah, you
Don't
put
bother.
the link. You know, you can put the link, I think, to the server on your profile. I think at this point they changed it. There's an update that happened on TikTok that
Yeah,
you can
Mickey, I
actually.
want. I'm waiting for computer, you know, and I still need to
Oh.
do some, you know, that task. You need to go 20 minutes live, also to be host. I need to do that. Then I need to install. I'm doing everything from phone. I went live only to practice to check what I can do on phone, but it's not almost nothing. I need Studio Live, you know, and to put
I
everything.
think
Then
that's
and
10K followers, bro. That's a little bit away from where you're at. 10K followers in order to get that studio. I
Oh,
think. I
really?
think so. I think so. Yeah.
No, but
To use studio,
what
you can use your phone now. Like
No, but how you using the on the computer? It's not the same.
what do you mean? I'm not using my computer. I'm using my phone.
Oh, you're using your phone. Okay.
Yeah, I go live with my phone, not computer. I can't. Doesn't allow. I need 10K followers.
I didn't know. I need to. I'm still learning it, Miggy. I don't want
Yeah,
to
I don't
go.
know. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you can do basically
Oh,
everything. You can use a green
yeah,
screen. You can use whatever you want.
yeah. I need to go and to learn how to let's say audio to how to have background that people can hear the how to say the audio properly. You know.
Oh,
That
yeah, I know what you mean. Like do we do on here, like have a bot playing or something. Like you want to do that, like what?
Because
Is that
yeah,
what you mean?
mostly I want to do something. Practically Jedi said also I can do his. I want to put Jedi's, for example, all his clips. I want to QE said put whatever you want, you know. CB said put the music because you know because of copyrights. I want to be clean, you know, totally.
Yeah, here's the thing that I got for you, man. Like they could work in every country. I know that they have this, but little speakers, like little USB or Bluetooth speakers.
Yeah.
You know, Bluetooth. Get a Bluetooth speaker. Get it next to your phone, like when you're gonna record. I don't know if you're gonna go live with your face or just only
Listen, Miggy,
green
this is
screen.
let's not speak about this because it's
Okay.
it's like that's the thing what I told you. You know, we will speak.
Oh, okay.
You know, because one day I will call you and maybe that will be in 1 month, 2 months. It's I'm chilling. You know, everything it's alright.
Yeah, in due time, man. But
Now I'm doing, let's say, promoting all others, even Nathan, even QE, even 24/7, and I want to do something also in my language, but that's something connected also with Flat Earth, but also with other things, with food and yeah, I want to reach also my people, for my personal reason, but also for yeah, plus
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
For sure. We'll get it down. Yeah, I was only in here for a little bit, but just saying hi to everyone. Well, a
Yeah,
little
then
bit.
we
I've
will
been here
speak
this whole
about other
morning.
things because yeah, I will tell you what I want to do plus other things. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
for
I
sure.
reach that point, for now I'm not. This is like it's like I have free time and it's like I don't know, hobby and a little work. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it done for sure. I'm gonna hop. Oh, let's see, who do we got in here? All right, Eli, if you got a moment. Flat Lloyd, if you got a moment. Can you meet me in the other server? Just real quick, I want to tell you guys something.
Coming through now.
All right, I'll be over there. See you guys.
That every day of checking in, did I lose connection? There's nobody talking.
Nobody talk.
Nobody
talking.
Okay.
We're in that post Miggy lull, you know?
Oh, Miggy just bounced. Shout out to Miggy. He's doing help. He's doing heavy lifting out there. I appreciate everything he does.
He sounded happy and healthy and hardworking.
Anyways, do we have any direct measurements of Earth curvature that correlate to the 3959 mile radius of the said globe? I'll take that as a no. You guys continue.
What do they say the curve is again?
Boils down to a simple question: where is the curve? Where is this globe, man? Everybody likes talking about the globe. Nobody wants to show it to us. Dave's shutting up.
They are not saying, but it should be edge of the sphere.
Seems like it'd be a lot easier. But I guess impossible things aren't easy.
Dave.
So I say, Dave, what's up?
Why you are not professor?
Because I chose not to go that deep into indoctrination at that point. I do have an MBA, a business degree. Does that count?
No, but I thought that every Dave is professor.
I have a master's of business administration, which netted me $0 fiat dollars in my lifetime. But that's another story.
You are administrator, Dave.
Anyway, I'm not a professor, Dave, and neither is that other clown that pretends like he knows it's a globe. I wish he would come in here and discuss with us. He's too scared. He knows his fallacies would fall flat on their face as soon as he tried to use it.
It's not easy to be professor in these days.
And we'd be like, where is this globe you keep talking about, man? You keep talking about this globe and gravity and all the bullshit it does. but you never show me the damn globe. Why is that such a problem? I don't know.
Because it's big.
Well, while my mic's working, if it still is, somebody click the link, come in here and start a good civil conversation. Let's discuss the real shape of the Earth in reality. You may be surprised to find out what it really is. Really. Back to you guys.
Okay, check. Dead Air Dave. I just put a link in there about that song that you like, about the Flat Earth Boy. I played that for you yesterday after you left. I also sent...
It's me. Like, make sure your volume's at like a 1 or a 2 for me. I barely hear you. And I could try to turn you up, but I'm driving. I don't like the technical stuff like that while I'm operating a motor vehicle. You guys go ahead. Somebody go ahead.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. all she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Okay, Dead Air Dave. This is Dead Mike Wave. Hopefully you heard that.
why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator. And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
Okay, test 1, 2, 3. Is this mic working now?
It's a little cracky.
Yeah, I'm on a cheap mic camera thing from work. Anyway, Dead Air, Dave, can you hear me? I played that song for you. That's the one you were requesting earlier about the little kid that's a flat earther.
I'm probably roboting, but I can hear you at about 5 now. But go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm done for now. I just wanted to play that song for you because you were requesting it yesterday.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Boy, it's a classic. One of my faves. All it needs an experiment that shows a body of water curves. They can't do it. They can't do it. Do it. Y'all go ahead. Or play the ball, whatever you're doing.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is see. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Actonauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Actonauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Actonauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Flat earthers, man. You guys are so stupid. Like, you genuinely believe that you live on a motionless plane, which is what we observe, and that the sun and the moon are close to us and relatively the same size, which is what it looks like, and that water can't curve, which we've never seen happen, and that we and the place that we live are the result of intelligent design from a power much greater than ourselves, which is observable in the natural phenomenon of the Fibonacci sequence. Seriously? That is completely ridiculous. I mean, compared to what I believe, which is that one day nothing exploded creating an infinitely expanding universe on which we are a speck of dust, living on a spinning speck of dust that's spinning around a giant fireball, hurtling through a vacuum in outer space populated by other giant fireballs and an infinite number of other rocks, and traveling through space at an unquantifiable speed, and that we and every single solitary species on the planet developed from a puddle. Now, I don't know where the puddle came from, or the rock that the puddle was on, or the fireballs, or where any of it actually came from. Flat earthers believing what they see. Like, how ridiculous is this? You know? When we have so much science, you know, that we can't prove because there are no experiments to prove any of it. And that any experiment that's ever been done to prove that the earth is moving have failed to do that. And yet you don't believe science. You know? We have all these composites from NASA that were created in Photoshop that prove to you that the earth is round. Come on, man. How could you not believe what science is telling you? That you're related to a banana and that you're related to a blade of grass because you evolved from the same thing. You know? It's so obvious that that's the case. How could you believe anything different? It's just so crazy that there are people out there who actually believe that, you know, none of what science and NASA are telling us is true when it's so clear that, you know, they landed on the moon. Did you not see? Obviously, you couldn't see any of the stars in the background, and the Earth was the wrong size, and there was no crater under the lunar module when it landed, and there was no delay between feeds, and they lost 700 boxes of footage from the Apollo mission. It just disappeared, and they can't even go to the moon anymore because they destroyed the technology to do it. And you don't believe that? I've never heard of anything more ridiculous than flat earthers believing what they actually see for themselves.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972. We haven't been able to go that far since. Here's a glimpse of what NASA astronauts of today are saying.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove
the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
And here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet. Fun fact, did you know that all the data having to do with the alleged moon landings was lost and no longer exists?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
How anyone can trust NASA is beyond me.
Can I ask them a quick question?
Sure.
Excuse me. Can I ask you a quick question? Of course. Do you guys account for any curvature of the Earth? Do you guys fly with the nose down or anything?
It's actually a good question, and these boxes that are here actually do compensate for that. We don't do anything about. I mean,
okay.
It is in these two boxes. You see there?
Oh, because
they actually do compensate for that.
Really? Because I've read that these guys actually fly with the nose up.
It is. It's up about anywhere from 1.5 to about 2 degrees.
So you fly with the nose up?
Yeah. Not. I mean, 1.5 to 2 degrees is not much, but it is up.
So that means there's no curve because you would be flying with the nose down.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but I mean, it's moving. But
You guys,
that makes sense.
You guys know it's flat, right?
The 7.8, right?
So what's 7.8?
The 787 actually flies flat though.
Okay, so the 787 flies flat, but you guys fly with the nose up.
On this?
Yeah.
Well, not every single minute, but yeah. If we're accelerating, it's flat, right?
Right.
All the time.
Flat all the time.
So there's nothing being compensated at that.
Never nose down.
Only when we're descending.
Never nose down.
Yeah. I mean, we do come nose down.
When you have to come down.
Yeah.
But if the Earth was a globe, you'd have to be nose down all the time, right?
You're asking.
I think it would be less nose up.
Yeah, I don't know if I have.
Yeah, you guys are nose up. I appreciate you getting us safe here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Thank you. Sorry.
Where are we, and how can you prove where we are? In school, we're taught that we're on a globe, right? We're on a round Earth. There's an outer space. The sun is 93 million miles away. The moon is 236,000 miles away. And we have all of these stories about space, like these comets and these asteroids, but we just never see anything. We have yet to see a real photo of this place. We are yet to see an accurate map of this place. But we're supposed to believe that we are just here floating through space. Okay, so 3 things off the back to let you know that everything that you were taught in school is a lie, especially in regards to this, is 1, water always finds its level. 2, you're able to see things that are supposed to be across the horizon, but you can see them in your view, and then the news always makes up an excuse about why you can see them. And number 3, when you do take a vehicle up in the sky, it's called an airplane, meaning that you are flying in the air over a plane, and when you are on the plane, it never takes a dip to account for the curvature of the Earth. It just stays straight, and you can never get a flight route that takes you just in one straight line. It has to take several different stops so that you don't see that there is no curving taking place in your plane.
So this happened from asteroids, right? At least that's what we've been programmed to believe. But what if I told you that this was a phenomena that has happened from below and not something that fell from above?
Isn't it interesting that what we have thought to be craters look a lot like geysers? Now let's compare both side by side.
Pretty similar, right? Now, don't you find it strange that if these were from the impact of meteors, that no such thing is ever by or around these craters? Check out what Genesis 7:11 says. It says, "In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened." Are you following me? God opened up the windows of heaven, and water came out through the firmament, and also it sprung up from the ground.
Think of these as giant geysers that erupted at the time of the flood.
Satan, the god of this world, and those who are serving his purpose are trying to cover up the fact that God has judged the world before by a flood. And as 2 Peter says, that these scoffers are willingly ignorant that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed by water, perished. They deny the flood because if that happened, then so will his judgment by fire later come to pass. These large craters are also proof of a flood. Nothing is getting in or out until God cracks that sky open and he returns a second time. The evidence is all around us if you have eyes to see.
Whatever happened to the bad guys from World War II? Let's research. Oh look, it's in Wikipedia. Operation Paperclip was a secret United States intelligence program in which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from the former Nazi Germany to the U.S. for government employment after the end of World War II. So yeah, some of them went here, and last, but certainly not least, here. But wait, why would scientists have anything to do with Hollywood? Okay, you crazy TikTok conspiracy theorists. That thing said German scientists. It never said Nazi. Oh, but have you heard of Wernher von Braun? Founder of NASA. And look at his political affiliation. Oh no. Where's my tinfoil hat, huh? Shortly thereafter, NASA got involved in all kinds of tomfoolery, like Operation Fishbowl, where they told you we were just testing nuclear warheads up there in space. But did they call it fishbowl because they were referencing the truth that we live underneath a firmament? Firmament? What's that? I'm gonna need you to read Genesis. Let's just start on page 1. Yeah, firmament. It's all in there. Just read. They weren't testing warheads in space. They were bombing the firmament. King of dark to light duality, Elon Musk, SpaceX, has been showing you snippets of the truth, like this Falcon 9 video. I wish I had the video, but you can look it up. Falcon 9, scraping the firmament like a boat skips over water. He looks like a nice guy. Yeah, let's invite him over for supper. Remember when he said if he dies under mysterious circumstances, it's been nice knowing ya? Or remember when he said, thank you for the blessing, but I'm okay with going to hell, if that's indeed my destination, since the vast majority of all humans ever born will be there? Why would a heliocentric atheist outer space dude believe in hell? Remember when he admitted the big one? The world is flat, and I can't get past the firmament. Anyone want to buy SpaceX? Ha 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 ha. Truth in plain sight, guys. These organizations are foundational to your understanding of where you live and what you know. I have no idea how I got the video to do this. Clearly they're watching me make this video right now. TV. Tell-a-vision. So yeah, they just didn't disappear. They were assimilated. Do we still believe this happened? Genesis chapter 1, the moon is a light, it's not a rock. There's literally nothing there. The moon is a disk that fills with light. It is a spiritual entity, just like the sun. This world is full of lying wonders from the evil one. The lies are so bad because the truth of Christ is so good. Amen.
The reason NASA exists is because atheists need a religion too.
Here, you see this number? Type that into Google search, and it'll take you to a whole PDF file, and then you come down to page 21 of 100. See that? And what else do we see over here? Firmament. You see this? Firmament. Okay? Firmament. Come down here even more. And then we'll see some more. Firmament. Right there. See? Firmament. So you can see the information is available. You have to go and find it. Google is free. Google is free. Sea level. Google is free. If you would like to see what I'm at, we'll close out of here. Go right up in here to the centralintelligencecia.gov. There you go. Just click on it. Takes you right over to here. And bam, it will pull it up for you. Look at that. Look at it. All 100 pages. Okay? Google is free, guys. Google is free. centralintelligenceagency.gov. There you go. Top one.
And they were both found dead. She must have been out of her head.
So for one, everything about NASA is just a complete lie. NASA only exists because atheists need a religion too. They need something that's gonna disprove God's word. So when God say that the earth stands still, NASA tells y'all that it's moving over 1,000 miles per hour. God tells us that the sun and the moon rotates. So NASA comes out and says that the earth is rotating, not the sun and the moon. There's been a lot of stuff that has been leaked, people that have spoke out about NASA being fake. But at the end of the day, a lot of people ain't gonna speak because they either gonna get killed for it, and because if they speak, it's gonna stop their money. NASA making billions of dollars every year off of us. So why would people associated with NASA tell us the truth when that's how they make their money? It's called hush money. Everything about NASA is questionable. NASA and the CIA have leaked documents that talks about the firmament. The same firmament that God speaks about in the Bible. And I'm going to show y'all a few of them. Y'all can go look this up by yourself. It's on NASA's official government site and on the CIA's official government site, where they speak about the firmament. This is a NASA report document that talks about an aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA also has this document, and on the digital performance simulation description, it talks about a non-rotating Earth. Once again, a flat, non-rotating Earth. Once again, a flat, non-rotating Earth. Here's the CIA talking about the firmament. Here's them talking about the firmament again. And here's them talking about the firmament again. But baby, they know the truth. They know the Antarctic Circle. And that's why you can't fly over it. You can't go nowhere near that place. I just think it's so sad that they have brainwashed us so much in schools that the truth is called a conspiracy theory. But that's normal. Like, man, you can't make this up, for real. You really can't make this up. Y'all better start doing y'all own research and let the truth set y'all free. Because they got y'all in a chokehold when it come to y'all round earthers. They got y'all in a chokehold. And this is exactly why God said in the Bible, let him be the truth and every man a liar. Because y'all claim to be Christians or having all this faith, but y'all believe man's word over his. And that's where y'all downfall is. Y'all faith ain't as strong as y'all say it is. Y'all better wake up and see things for what it is. Because only Yah, our Elohim, is the truth.
Genesis 1-7. And God made the firmament to divide the waters, which were under the firmament, from the waters, which were above the firmament. And it was so. 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years.
My feeling will win in the end. I won't harm you or touch your defenses. Vanity, insecurity. Oh, don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Going to take you apart. I'll put us back together at heart, baby. You forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
If that makes sense. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any
Let
me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh.
Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose. Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I even touched a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on
right
Discord.
now? Are we talking?
I
on
believe
Discord?
so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What?
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
matter who you are. They've been telling you a story, trying to keep you from the Most High and of course all of His glory. They locked you away from the start and told you 1 plus 1 is 2. It's true. Then they tell you this globe right here is your home, and as young ones, what can you do?
Listen to me. In high hopes, they hope that your mind never learns to question their authority. They teach you to fear critical thinking is crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tail of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles, we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that, and science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan.
Break it down! So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be. But it isn't. It isn't a ball. It isn't at all. It isn't at all.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, Parallel sun rays through the clouds, straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork, when he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Said Rodriguez. I swear the Earth is flat. Or should I say Earth? You think the Earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globe tards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds, straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork, when he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
Cause NASA never lies.
Opening scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key. Know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises, and every new mama Kaba look into a blue iris. There she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races, surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray. From unpaid Mad Max taxes, jet planes make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, whether the sun goes. Standing up Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. Run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you. Weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithic graphics. The atmospheric enabler. Biometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors. Deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano. Crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads. Where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards. Where trees and crops grow upside down. And the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby is a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, center sky it looks the same. Of my senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs of us, somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. That inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary. It is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into
What's up, Flat Earth family, friends, and relatives? Relatively speaking, it's July 21st, 2023. The Earth is flat and stationary. If the Earth is not flat, then there should be no instance of anyone flying aircraft over a flat stationary Earth. Correct? Come in and discuss. Thanks.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
New fake.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, bitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 90 move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas nasa.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Round up those lies from long ago. NASA. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the rover. Don't you wanna let Apollo go? I say yes, you say yes, oh yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon, he hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be faking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of trillion.
Lona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Sinunkwa, hoku tioda, ponantusa nimpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face.
New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun, cazzo.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Anyone else in California see the rocket launch a couple nights ago? Very strange looking, man.
I missed it.
Yep. It was clear a really clear night 2 nights ago. When was that? Let's see. Wednesday. I'm gonna look it up. Pretty sure it was probably SpaceX. Not SpaceX.
You mean Space Fake X?
Yeah, Fake X. That's a good one. Yep, just looked it up first time. It was a Falcon 9 rocket. Here's what it looked like. Oh shoot, where's the picture? Lame. Okay, here's the picture. Fucking so bizarre, man. That thing looked really weird. And then after it went on for a while, the white light that was facing behind it like that diminished until it just started disappearing, that wide angle wedge looking thing behind it. It was all lit up behind it. Then it slowly, gradually, that's double positive. It gradually just diminished, that wedge light, until it was not there anymore, but I could still see the device. And it started moving across, and then from west to east. And then it turned into a red dot, and then just continued across the sky as a red dot. Really bizarre. They're saying they're delivering Starlink balloons. Yeah. Great. They use a rocket to launch balloons. Nice. They're definitely not going to the second law of thermodynamics violation. So anything they send up there is low Earth orbit. You got that, Globers? They've never gone beyond low Earth orbit, ever. Not once. Therefore, they never went to the freaking moon, you numpties. Yeah, if you still think someone went to the moon and landed on a light source, come on in, talk about that. Come on in. Hit that link if you're on YouTube. Nightbot's got the link. Click that link. Come to VC1, check in. We'll have someone check you in. You can come on voice. Well, let's see, Tatiana, they're sending something up there for sure. All of our money for one. And guess what? I know y'all, if you're in different countries, you think the U.S. is the only one paying for these space programs? Wrong. You all are. So we're paying for them to send stuff horizontally above the plane. All right, great. I wonder where else they're going across the plane. They're sending Starlink up actually to give internet service to the people that have found another land and more people that they probably hold as slaves or something, some kind of vacation island for the elite. Yeah, they need internet too. Yeah. Yeah. Starlink's not providing anything for you. But then again, some people don't mind paying for fantasy. So, people will pay a lot for this fantasy place that they think exists. Outer space. The final frontier. Going where no man has ever gone before and never will. So it's a Comic-Con weekend here in San Diego. No ice wall. Nobody can verify an ice wall. Except for some pictures where you see a cliff of ice, but that doesn't mean it goes all the way around. Most likely it doesn't. But that's just speculation. We'll leave that for Sunday. Yeah, that would be a good reason to keep people from going further than 60th south latitude. More land, more resources. If they have more resources, which we're pretty sure they do, they're not telling us about it, because if there were more resources like oil, gold, silver, all the metals, all the minerals, all the other things, probably fresh water, agriculture. If they let the cat out of the bag, they wouldn't be able to keep lying to us about how much resources cost. So therefore, they would lose their slave population. Yeah, that's me and you. Yep. That would be a really good reason. So it would be the best reason to lie about it. Because they truly don't give a shit about you and I. This little island out here where Atlantis was, where I live, this whole place, Turtle Island, the entirety of the known Earth, is a slave island. They took the great people, the civilizers of all humanity, and enslaved them, lied about their history, and put them all in shackles. Yep, that's you and I. Work till the day you die. You're going to have nothing to show for all your hard work. So keep going to work, folks. You're just supporting the beast system. Yep. How long you want your children to suffer? That's and their children and their children's children. Now, if enough people stood up and demanded the fucking resources that are ours, but I digress. Whose resources are they? Are they the parasite classes' resources? No, they're fucking our resources. Mine and yours. But I won't rant for long.
Rant away, brother. You got some dead air to fill.
Yo, yo.
I used to have one of those when I was a kid. It was made by a company called Duncan.
A what? What was it?
A yo-yo.
A yo-yo. I remember those. Yeah.
You just said yo-yo.
Duncan. That's right.
I had one of the butterfly ones that was kind of like turned inside out.
Yeah.
Some of the regular ones. I could walk the dog and do the baby in the cradle or whatever the hell that was.
Uh-huh.
Have fun with that stuff once upon a time.
Now, see, those were kind of fun games because you were doing them in real life with real objects. Now, if somebody wants a yo-yo, they just go to their computer and they could probably play yo-yo on their computer, never touching a real yo-yo.
I would learn yo-yo tricks from my real friends and not have to go to YouTube to learn how to work it.
You know, it's interesting. Wave Mixer, you were talking about seeing Mammoth play, you know, before they changed to Van Halen. And during those days in LA, I was, you know, young, from 15 to 25. I saw all kinds of bands, yard parties, block parties, and it makes me wonder now who all those bands were because they were probably some famous people that weren't famous yet.
Back then when they were Mammoth, they used to have another guy in the band named Jim Pusey. Before they became popular, he left or got kicked out or whatever. But I went over to his house once, and he had two refrigerators. One had food in it, and you could not go into it. And he had another one that had a tap on the outside and a keg on the inside, and a little Dixie cup dispenser. And he charged $0.25 for a beer. Now you could either use the Dixie cup or you could bring your own cup. And the whole idea about that was he didn't want to wash everybody's glasses afterwards. So, bring your own cup, take it with you and wash it, or use a Dixie cup. But from the band Mammoth, back in, I was probably 15, 16, somewhere around there.
Yeah, those were the days.
History.
Wow. There were keg parties like in the summer almost every night of the week.
Yeah, I went to 1 or 100 of those.
Yeah, we would just go from party to party. When you networked with your friends, it would be like everybody would know where some party was, and we would just say, "Okay, you want to go to this one? Oh, I heard about this other one over here. Oh, we'll go to that one instead."
Yeah, and you didn't even find out about it online. It was just word of mouth. So during my downtime here at work, when I'm not on a call, I'm doing some research and design and making plans for my new home. Is my mic still? Yeah, it's still turning green. I'm still good. My mic was dying out earlier.
Someone named Croco Duck. Croco Duck, are you there? Would you like to speak? Got a few people in the chat. There's 15 of us now. We got Wave Mixer up at the top. Got Byte, aka Synthbyte. Croco Duck, if you'd like to speak up. Hi, Byte. I see you.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, how you doing, man?
All right. I'm at work right now. You've been playing much guitar?
A little bit here and there. I may go out and play. I may go out and play on the street with some people tonight if I have enough energy. They
Jam, man. I need a jam.
They go out too late for me, man. I'm not used to staying up. Like they go out when the bars are open and about to close, you know. But apparently they get some pretty good audiences, and
oh, nice.
So it might be fun. And actually, this is Comic-Con weekend, so there's a bunch of freaks out. I may be going out taking some pictures and do some flat smacking here and there.
That's a good idea.
Yep.
Nice, man.
Yeah, these people are all into space and shit. Aliens.
Yeah.
They're all dressed like aliens and cartoon characters. And
really into it. Yeah.
These people are really a bunch of nutters. Anyway,
yeah.
shout out to Comic-Con. Yeah, every year they do this Comic-Con for like the last 10 years or something.
Nice, dude.
They closed down the whole city closed it down. I mean, like all these people come in, thousands of people come in from all over the state and probably all over the US, and they rent hotel rooms and they go do Comic-Con for a weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a big event.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a really large convention city. They have a lot of conventions happen here. So they have the convention center where they have all the exhibits and the big floor rooms, and they have the auto show there yearly. They have a lot of different things going on there. Very high-end elite hotels right along the Embarcadero there, along the harbor. The Hyatt, the Manchester Hyatt, anyway. So there's a big...
Sonny, add me back real quick. It's still pending.
Say what?
Add me back on Friends. Because I got a new account, and that was like months ago. But I was 3D and Dr. 1UP and all that. I still have that account. I just was getting away from some stalker.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I was the one who sent you tabs before. It's like scales of every scale.
Oh, yeah. I think I still have that.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I printed it all out because it's nice to have everything printed out. I don't trust keeping everything on a tablet.
A lot of those scales and things I see as structures. So I just sort of remember them, and like you start figuring out like one is the same as the other, just offset by a minor third. So you have a major minor one, and then the other ones all kind of intersect in between those.
You got it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun stuff.
And it's fun teaching people though, like showing them and then them realizing that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like
that's my favorite thing is teaching people.
I did a lot of studying in my teens of the pentatonic. So once I wrote out and drew my own chart, of 6 strings with the frets, and have those 4 different positions of the pentatonics. Once you get all those pentatonics, there are only 5 notes. So once you get that structure, it's really easy to figure out kind of where the rest of it all fits in relationship to the number 1 note, your primary note, the root note, and then all the other degrees.
Yeah, and that was the best part is learning the whole board. Once you know that, then it was like, whoa, it's like mind blowing when you figure it out yourself. Like I know where to go now, everywhere.
Yeah, it's a
Not
trip.
scared to go up there. Or, well,
Well, the interesting thing about guitar is it has like 4 or 5 different positions where you have the same freaking note. Like,
yeah,
well, maybe not that many. Probably at least 2,
as a
sometimes
yeah,
3,
yeah.
where where you
Sometimes,
can play the same note because of the strings, the way they're tuned.
yeah.
Yeah, nice talking with you. So once again, Croco Duck, are you there? You have control of your mic. Would you like to speak up?
It.
Okay, not yet. Okay, hang in there. Maybe
Oh,
you're AFK. So we have Effie Batman, Flat Earth Professor Dude, Flat Lloyd Wright. Good to see you here. Kembo Beats, Miguel Sousa, Tatiana Loves Jesus. All right, good to see you in here. Teos, UK, good to see you. Timbo Slice, all right. Down under. And Aethergrass, Error Tosthenes, aka Cut the Shit. And myself. Got 15 in the panel now. I see you light up, Croco Duck. Hey, would you like to speak up? Say hi. If you do speak up in the voice, you'll get a consolation prize of VC Verified. Yes.
all right.
Other prizes may vary in your local area.
Hey, off topic. Check out this shirt.
What? That's pretty cool.
I'd rock that one.
I like it. Would you like to speak up, Tatiana?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but it's night in my country and my head hurts a whole
Oh,
day, so I don't really feel like speaking. I'm so sorry,
oh, no
but I would
problem.
love to join the conversation.
Well, we look forward to talking with you when you're feeling better. Sorry you're not feeling well.
Yeah, I'm here the whole day. I joined yesterday, and I was speaking with some nice people today, so I will be here. I would be glad to speak with you. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Anybody out there that thinks you're on a spinning globe, we would like to speak to you. So join the conversation. No harm in a conversation, right? What's the worst thing that could happen? Your globe gets bludgeoned back into the Stone Age. You know, you can recover from that.
Like, why, when you got one case for, like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to ride by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Y'all got that parody song of The Weeknd? I Feel It Coming. What is the funny one?
Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. All right, Crocodile.
Hey, Jedi. Hi. How you doing?
Man. Yeah, good man, good man. I love that tune. Brought back some memories.
It sure is a classic, isn't it? I mean,
straight out of this server as well, right?
Yes.
So who's the person called Crocodile who's had that mic unmuted?
Yeah, I checked their mic. I saw them light up, but still didn't speak a couple minutes ago before I played the song. We can give it a try again. Croco Duck, are you there? Saw you lighten up. Okay. Well, since you don't have VC verified, I'm going to ask that you, if you do hear me, read the welcome, come back into VC verified, to VC check-in 1. We'll have someone check you in. Maybe you're AFK right now, so no problem.
Hope everybody's doing well today. I've had an epic day. Myself and Alex have been moving into our new home, so we've been busy organising stuff and this, that and the other. So another epic day for me. Hope everybody else as well.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, that's hard work moving. Really is.
Yeah, it is, but as long as you enjoy it, make the best of it. I can't really enjoy it, to be honest with you, mate. It's exciting. The more work you put in, the more at home you start feeling. Yeah, it's good.
And it gives you a chance to get rid of the stuff that really wasn't necessary, or maybe it was in the way, or I think it gives you a chance to reassess things and do an inventory and see what's worth keeping, maybe some things I could get rid of, and I think that's a good idea to do that. Anyway, even if you're not moving, every now and then, stuff needs to be like moved and cleaned, and junk needs to be gotten rid of.
No, you're absolutely true, man. Absolutely true.
Yeah.
To be fair, my missus has been chucking out my stuff since she met me, so.
well, the inventory part goes along with our minds also. If we're carrying a bunch of junk around, garbage in, garbage out. So you have to root out the bullshit, get it out of your mind, because if it's not real, why are you allowing this false paradigm to take up memory space?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, buddy. Absolutely right. You're good and comfy though, Sonny, yeah? You're happy? Everything going all right for you?
Oh, you know what? I have some problems variously here and there, but yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm grateful for what I do have, and I actually have a wonderful life. I just have to watch my proclivities or predispositional states.
Keep that sanity, mate. Keep striving forward. Remember, you got truth and God on your side, man, so you're fine.
Thanks for that.
Who else have we got in this server? I mean, I'm not sticking around for long. I've got to jump out in a bit. But I thought I'd pop in. I saw somebody that I didn't recognise. You know what I'm like? I thought I'd pop in and see what was going down. I see Ether Gress in the house. I hope you're doing well, buddy. I haven't spoken to you for a few days, but again, congratulations on that gold promotion, mate. Timbo's in the house. Probably got stolen by dingoes or something like that, so I'll be back later. You know what Timbo's like. Bless you. Hope you're doing well, mate. Black Lloyd. Chris, man, again, congratulations on tenure. That's massive for you, but also live streaming the Discord server on TikTok today, man. That was epic, so well done for that. We've been doing some interesting stuff in the server recently. Mayhem dropped in as well earlier today. Don't know if anybody managed to catch up with him, but me and him probably had the server to ourselves for a good 2 or 3 hours or so. And that was a good conversation with Mayhem. Yeah, no worries, Flat Lloyd. Appreciate that, buddy. Again, man, it just opened my eyes a little bit to what is possible on TikTok. Obviously, live streaming the Discord server, going live yourself and answering questions. Oh, mate, if I go live, I know I've got about 50 trolls that are going to come straight away for me. It's going to be awesome. But I'm going to make them pay for the questions. Should be good stuff. But yeah. Lots, man.
Speaking of TikTok, I need to get back on and go to the follow train and try to build my views up. I saw Flat Lloyd, right? Yeah, I saw you got over 1,000 in a few days, so I need to get on the bandwagon here. A little lackadaisical, but yeah, picking it up.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, and TikTok said, actually, you're doing great things here at TikTok. It was like, people are getting excited. Paraplegic. I tried the Charizona roast first, actually. It's pretty good. I mean, really good, actually. You could tell when you get a great cup of coffee, it's different. Yep. Yep, but I'll be trying all those different things. I appreciate it. As the daily omelet folds, here we are. Omelets require a flat surface. Yeah, that's obvious. Because scrambled eggs do achieve level.
Has anybody seen Helio recently as he popped in? I haven't seen him for a few days.
I took a couple days off myself.
Okay, buddy. No, it's not the weekend yet, yeah. He should be landing sometime within the next few hours. I think he started his new job this week, and maybe I might be incorrect with that. But if you're out there, buddy, Helio, we love you, man. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yeah, shout out to Helio. Thanks, Helio, for all you do. We do love you. I suppose I could try Croco Duck again.
If you want to, mate.
Yeah, well, he hasn't left. So, Croco Duck, are you there? Well, against my better judgment, maybe I'll just leave you unmuted for now. If you speak up, if you start spamming.
Sonny, you like playing it risky, don't you, mate?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I do sometimes. You know what? You just get a feeling about these things. You know, if someone starts spamming the N-word or something, it's not a big deal. Nobody fucking cares.
Really, mate.
So go on ahead. If you have something to say, speak up.
Troll us, mate. We dare you. We double dare you.
All right.
See Miguel Sosa's in the house as well. Good to see you, buddy. Kembo Beats is also in the house. Mate, brilliant to see you. Teos UK, awesome to see you, my friend. Some great work on TikTok. I always share your videos, mate, and I appreciate your comments on my videos as well, man. So good stuff for that. Flat Earth Professor, I've seen you in the server all day, man, but you're probably asleep or something, but that's fine. Bite is in the house. Wavmix is deafened. Eratosthenes, good to see you, my friend. Who's this Taj person? I can't pronounce your name, mate. Tat Janalove, good to see you. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of speaking before, but I think I heard you in a conversation earlier today. It's good to see you. Great name, yeah.
Praise Jesus.
I don't know if anybody's got recommendations to go on the bot. Maybe some short clips or something like that. There you go. Music.
Did you know the earth was flat? The ball of bitches smoking crack. They hate and they always mad, cause they cannot prove shit. I see deep in the assholes' eyes. All they do is tell us lies. The earth is not a fucking globe. Y'all can suck my dick. The earth is not no ball. Who the fuck told you that? All you baller bitches need to get fucking slammed. Water always fine, yeah, it's on level. All you worship the devil. All the bitches suck my balls. Y'all can lick them through my drawers. I told y'all 100 times, the earth don't fucking curve. Use your fucking common sense. Don't be a stupid bitch. Water is that's not big, and gravity is fake. The earth is not no ball. Who the fuck told you that? All you baller bitches need to get fucking slapped. Water always fine, it's on level. All you baller bitches worship the devil. Told you that all you baller bitches need to get fucking slapped. Water always fine, yeah, it's on level. All you baller bitches worship the devil. Evil motherfucker.
Pretty cool. Sounds like a new one.
I wonder if you would explain to our listeners just exactly what is happening right now. They don't understand what's going on here.
May I have your attention, please? Incoming transmission.
don't understand the philosophy behind the flat earth theory.
Now, with the allocation and the understanding of the lack of understanding, we enter into a new era of science in which we feel nothing more than so much so as to say that those within themselves, comparary or non-comparary, will figuratively figure into the folding of our non-understanding and our partial understanding to the networks of which we all draw our source and conclusions from. Feel not as though it is a sphere we live on, rather an infinite plane which has the illusion of leading yourself back to the point of origin. Once we understand that all the spheres in the skies are just large infinite planes, it will be plain to see.
I've got some news for you. It's gonna shock you, so you better sit down. Listen very carefully. The Earth is flat, gentlemen.
People who believe that the Earth is flat cannot possibly be talked into seeing that it's round because they know it's flat. Because can't you see? So what you do is this, you say, let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be fun.
understanding a single thing.
Why do we do
And thank you, Sunny on the plane.
Your
everything we know about space is a lie? Do you ever think we'll find out what's really out there?
I don't know, Steve, but I know what I'd like it to be.
It's flat. It's flat. What have you been doing with our money?
The upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense.
It's flat. That begs the question, hey, what the hell have you been showing us this ball for all this time?
Were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch.
Is putting out this stuff on their radio shows and doing private just like I'm doing it with you. You know, I'm the opinion if it's bugged, if it can be debugged.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat.
While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion: to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat.
Format that fits whatever show parameters they are.
These are the questions we need to be asking. There might be more land out there to be discovered. There might be a fucking firmament up there.
In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rode from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line.
Someone else says it's flat.
If you look with your eyes,
The average distance between fluctuations was found to be 1 degree with an accuracy of 15% and an error of 2%. The universe, it appears, is flat.
theory does not harmonize with practice, the best thing to do is to drop the theory.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
People do not get sick.
I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Night consuming level play, missing curves, spaces gate, Boston bombing falls, flag Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lies, Stevie Wonder is a blind fake career, we shall see it down the rabbit hole. Bilderberg's fake bomb, Mike Obama, huge down bar, up the Kenyan guy has your wife identified. Warp speed vaccine, J&J, ultra genes, might go. Kiss your sweet ass goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is fixing, you know, and now it's time we expose it. Health Department, NSA, CDC and TSA, IRS, CIA, and NASA is a crock. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is Mars, Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen, 2 more weeks of quarantine. Jussie Smollett, fake attack. George Floyd swallowed crack, said he couldn't breathe at all. Overdose on fentanyl. AOC and Alex Knight, Public booty is so far. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Bin Laden in the sea, Robbie Parker smiling. Epstein didn't die, flight logs are classified. California communist, Usain tops the list. Mask your kids, stay inside, for your health formaldehyde. You know the feed bugs, World Economic Thugs, Klaus Schwab, Castro, his son Justin Trudeau. Psychos, the elite, Bill Gates are tracking me. Biotech, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, and now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, passport found in the street. A lucky Larry Silverstein, boarded like a slot machine. Shacksville, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, S-South, that's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the sucker shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear on CNN, moonshine, space one, Alfred Dalton. All the astronauts who died haven't tuned, still alive. Challenger, master plan, Buzz Aldrin is drunk again. We have moon rocks, petrified. That sucks. Yeah, they lie. The rockets fly. CGI. Planets no. CGI. The ISS. RBS. It's Earth flat. Actually, yes. Not dinosaurs. Yes, of course. I can't take it anymore. Why would you trust these liars? It may be concerning, NASA building is burning. Maybe carbon caught these liars. They deserve a takedown for saying we go around, 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 around. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, now it's time we expose it. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, now it's time we expose it.
Test all things, my friends, and do hold fast to what is good. Some things become a lot less subject to an opinion when you look at it from the aspect of sheer fact and truth. And yes, there is a difference. A fact is something said to be true or supposed to have happened. Like, yes, I can go on record, I was told this or taught that. But truth? Well, truth is when you realize sometimes people lie. I'm about to throw a lot of information at you, and don't worry, you won't even need to put on a little tinfoil hat. You will, however, end up going down that infamous rabbit hole, but only if you so choose. So let's start looking at the facts. When you ask someone, how do you know the grass is green? They'll say, because they can see it with their own 2 eyes. And if you're blind, well, then you have to depend on the source that's telling you it is, right? Well, I imagine it's safe to assume you out there listening have not yourself been to the moon, outer space, heck, even up high enough to see the full shape of the earth with your own 2 eyes. So in this case, you too are much like a blind man, relying on, well, sources. So ask yourself, how do you know the earth is round like a ball, and indeed suspended in the nothingness of space? Please, ask yourself. I know I did. And I imagine your reply would be much similar to mine and would go a little something like, well, we've all seen those pictures of our Earth from space, and all the cameras sent into deep space sending back photos. Those are facts. There's proof right there. Then there's NASA, the moon landings. Hello, more fact, proof. And come on, why would our government lie to us? At least not on that large of a scale. It's impossible. And if you dismiss NASA, people have circumnavigated the Earth. They've flown all over and around the whole world. That's fact. That's a proof. Of course it's round. We're not living in the dark ages here, my friend. Scientists have had this figured out, and it's why we're all taught this in school. The Earth is a globe, and the sun is in the center, which we rotate around. Dare to doubt them? Surely they know. And they are much smarter than you or I. So conversation is over here, buddy. No time to listen to this. I don't have patience for stupidity. So living on a ball is what we're all taught. And, well, what pretty much everyone believes. And in this day and age of technology we live in, why would anyone doubt it? To do so seems utterly ridiculous. Absurd, to say the least. But then, is there a reason to question it? Is there a reason to question it? So, I questioned it.
How do you brainwash? Well, you repeat it. Your brain has three-dimensionalized, oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition. 1482, this is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing, it's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet, it's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. You can't do that, we don't have planes yet, it's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Like, beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. Okay, so here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. And it's funny when you click on Google Images, photo of the Earth, keep going. Because this is realistic. But you'll see 40 pages on Google. But it's always the same fucking photo. It's the same photo. They just changed the contrast. Check it out, keep going. Oh yeah, boom, 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 40 pages. Look closely. It's always the same. Oh, what is that? I guess this is a photo of the Hubble telescope taking a picture of itself. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's an authentic photo of the Hubble telescope out there doing its job. Isn't that amazing how they could take a photo of the thing taking photos? Out in outer space. Unbelievable. You know, they never crossed Antarctica, but let's go to the moon and take pictures of shit out in space. That's fucking unbelievable. You know, the instruments won't work in Antarctica. It's too fucking cold, but hey, let's go somewhere where we don't know the instruments will work. That's unbelievable. I can't, it just boggles my mind how they do this stuff. All right, next one. Solar powered, by the way. Solar powered. Look at that. Environmental. Environmental in outer space. Here's like a perfect example of them landing on the moon. I mean, it's proof right there. This is an official NASA photo of the first Apollo 11 lunar module landing on the moon. I mean, it's right there. This is the proof, man. It's the picture's right there. It's landing on the moon. But the only problem I have with this picture is that it's taken from the moon. I don't know what the big deal was with being the first guy on the moon. It seems the camera crew was already there. This is funny, back in the 60s when they went to the moon, this is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight to actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you?
That's the Earth, and we have a very good view of it. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator. Houston, if that's not the Earth, we're in trouble.
All pirates, yes, they rob I, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing another song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption song, these songs of freedom. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it, but we've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help me sing another song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, yeah, redemption song, songs of freedom, songs of freedom. Yes, they rob I, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption song, redemption song, songs of freedom.
I believe it's safe to say that most of us like to consider ourselves as open-minded, critical thinkers who question governments, the various powers and corporations, because we know they lie. Therefore, we could not possibly be that gullible, deceived individual. Oh no, that's always the other guy, right? And as nice as that is to claim, how many actually put that into practice? Think about it. Because if that were really the case, well, I think you get my point. One thing I have learned Governments always have an agenda, and if they are pushing something and the masses believe, it's a pretty good indicator that we should put on the brakes and examine it, whatever it may be. No topic should be off limits, because we know greed runs the world and deceptions are real. So if the facts we are given hold any water, then they should stand up to scrutiny. And by examining the facts, well, that is how we will find the truth. So friends, let's start looking at the facts.
Space, a final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission, to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Ah, the 60s. What a decade, right? It was a time of war, a time of civil unrest, but also revolution. And we cannot forget, it was also the decade of man's greatest achievement, landing on the moon. People sat and watched on their televisions in absolute amazement. As a kid, like most of you, I loved outer space. So the notion that someone would think the moon landings never happened always made me chuckle. Just crazy talk, you know. However, through my scouring to find an actual photograph of Earth, which was a lot more than I recorded on part 1 for time's sake, the only ones found without the disclaimer of being a visualized, stitched-together composite were the ones taken from the moon of the Earth. Now, I must say, once I really started to look and think about it logically, well, we all know the moon is just a fraction of the size of Earth, and it can look quite large to us. And the distance between the two would have obviously remained the same. So then I found it very odd that the Earth would look so small, or even as close to the same size as does our moon from Earth. You would think it would have to look enormous, but it does not. Hence, down the rabbit hole I went. Because what if, just what if, the moon landings never did happen? So let's take a logical approach and ask the obvious questions, even beyond the why haven't we been back? Now, NASA was established in October of 1958, and this replaced NACA, which was an aeronautical program. They did not specialize in rocketry. And in just a little over 10 years, they had created the technology to successfully land men on the moon in July of 1969. And that's a fact. And in just over 10 years working on the project, ponder on that for a moment. 6 manned missions in total, and even managed to bring along, a dune buggy. So forget about us not going back to the moon. Can you tell me any time in history when something new is discovered, invented, where other countries are not soon to follow? How about any technology that existed in 1969 that has not improved immensely by leaps and bounds since then? Our cars, our televisions, phones, all means of communication, engineering, not to mention computers. So the fact that no other country's space programs have been able to accomplish this raises some serious questions, at least for me. Not only that, but it seems our own country's space program has in fact regressed.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
More like one giant leap backwards for mankind, wouldn't you say?
We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imagination.
A painful process to rebuild? What? Now, was there anything we could do in 1969 that we cannot do today? Let that sink in for a minute. One thing I do experience is the loss of my phone signal going through that tunnel.
Yeah, I think something rather important is coming up here.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over. That would be an honor. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and the curiosity and the vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
All right, now here's a headline you just don't see every day. Nuclear blast tonight may be dazzling. Good view likely. Almost 50 years ago, from a small island in the Pacific, the U.S. government conducted a test. It was one of a series to find out what would happen if you explode a hydrogen bomb above the Earth's atmosphere in outer space. It was the height of the Cold War. And in early July 1962, this Thor rocket carried a bomb 1,000 times more powerful than the bomb that hit Hiroshima up into the sky, 250 miles up. Other rockets then followed to monitor what was about to happen. And then there was an enormous white flash. Here's a view from another camera. The sky flashes red and green as particles from the bomb drop back into our atmosphere. Green is what happens when radiation collides with oxygen atoms high up in the ozone layer, and blue is when particles strike nitrogen atoms in the thicker air. Here's another view, this one from the ground. This is not a sunset. This is maybe the greatest man-made light show that we never want to see again.
Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Never mind that we supposedly already sent them there. Never mind that. We can't go into space until the Orion project solves those problems. They can't go.
Well, they supposedly hid behind the water, or whatever they were, storage, and it protected them, Sonny. The water bags. That's what they said. How ridiculous is that?
Oh, great. So tell me how tell me how beta and gamma rays don't go through water. Explain that again.
I don't have an explanation for you.
Sorry. I'm glad you don't.
I don't want to sound completely stupid.
that would be really fucking concerning, man.
Yeah, I would feel very blessed that you would be concerned about my mental health at that point.
Yeah, because an intelligent man as yourself would be explaining something that's fucking batshit crazy. That would definitely concern me.
Well, thank you, Sonny. That would concern me as well when it comes to you.
Yeah.
Hey, I've been watching your TikTok stuff, all your videos. I've been watching every one of them.
Cool, man. It's just little tidbits here and there, man. Like one of them had Elijah. I was at the beach and I was filming the fireworks, and and Elijah's voice was coming through my phone, and it's kind of funny because he's saying like, then they got the math, you know, and then they got the new math. Like he was saying something like that. So yeah, pretty cool that it was the fireworks and Eli's voice is coming through. Let's
Right
see,
on.
what is this?
Yeah, for some reason I get notifications on every time you post a new TikTok video, so I go watch it. And
Oh,
it
that's
comes
cool.
up.
See, yep. So
Yeah,
we're
so
gonna-
whatever you did to notify your followers, it definitely is working.
Awesome. Yeah, like I had 124 followers, and then one dropped off probably because they saw my flat Earth information coming through. But the most part, besides the hoes that are trying to get my attention, you know what I'm saying? You tarts. Anyway, stop it. Like if you're trying to sell me your body, like I'm not interested. So you could unfollow me now if you want.
Well, that's
No.
got to be kind of flattering to some degree. Come on.
Well, yeah, I know. You got to be a special person, like a guy on the internet. Unique, right? That's all
Who
it takes.
says you have to be a guy?
You don't have to be a guy. Yeah, you could be a freaking dog.
You could be a girl.
You could be a girl dog, or you could be a boy dog, or you could be a cat dog.
No, it's just spamming, dude. That's just what that is. It's like take the follow and just appreciate the extra number, dude.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. They're watching my.
He said cat dog.
You could be a cat dog. Really? I bet I could go find a cat dog down at the Comic-Con this weekend.
Like
How
of my
dare you assume somebody's species?
How dare you miss-species me?
A cat dog. What the hell is a cat dog?
How dare you assume somebody's
A
gender?
cartoon from the 90s.
Yep, cartoon.
But yeah, no, I would venture to say that probably 600 or 700, 800 of my followers on Twitter are bots or spammers
Huh. Yeah, it's all right, though.
out of my
Right.
2,700.
Wow, that's killer. So as a funnel, TikTok's going to work great. It's already working great.
You know what? I'm not gonna get on TikTok. I don't like how easily sexually manipulative it is. But for y'all that go out there is a market for flat Earth out there because the algorithm cannot censor videos. It doesn't know how to read the videos.
So, yeah, and it's pretty awesome. Like all I care to do on it is to put these little tidbits here and there, these little snapshots, like, and I'll probably eventually do some longer talks and things like that, probably some live eventually.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I can pick it up. I don't sit there and look at all the stuff. Like I follow back the people that follow me. That's about it. I do watch some of the content because you have no choice. That's
Right.
fine. Like I can watch a little bit of it, but I'm not going to spend my whole fucking day with my face in the phone
Yeah.
on TikTok. Which
As long
is,
as you're using it like a platform and not mindlessly consuming it, it can't rot your brain.
I don't have enough time. Plus, I have freaking joint pain. My shoulders and elbows are fucking blown out. They heal, but I can't sit there and hold something like these people are. I just know how it affects.
The endless scroll.
That's
No,
that's
you're
what
saying
happens
that
when you're a bodybuilder, though, dude. When you've been lifting all those weights your whole life, dude.
That's not me. I'm like a swimmer type person. Very lean. I don't care to bulk up. I'd rather be light and airy.
Oh, come on! For all these YouTube listeners and Rumble listeners out there, Sonny is buff. All right.
Hey, you know what? I have a fucking rock hard. I have rock hard abs.
I love it.
I'm the lightest I've ever been since high school.
I have beer belly abs, and I don't even drink beer. Fuck.
You know what? I miss my high school weight too. I had a good high school weight. It was like 160.
Well, it was no fun being down to like lower weight than I was in high school, like when I was in junior high. That wasn't fun. Like I got so thin. I'm
I weighed
surprised I was able to make
175 when I was 16, and I was lean and mean and played tailback in high school and junior high.
right.
And, but then I bulked up to 213 while I was in prison lifting weights. And I was 213 when I went to firefighters and not a stitch of fat on me. And
I rarely did any weight. I rarely did any weight training. When I was in the Navy, I just did 200 push-ups a day. That was plenty. That leaned up my entire body. I never got heavier, and that's when I was kind of pudgy. When I lived in the Northwest, I got up to 185. That's the heaviest I've ever been. So,
well, go to prison for 3 years, and all you got is a bunch of exercise freaks around you.
I know.
Some weights right outside the door, and so it's a pastime.
They
lifted weights 2 hours a day for like 2 years.
Yeah, I can't do the weights. Eventually, the weakest link in the chain is going to have problems. So there's plenty of them when you get my age.
Trying to make that firefighter run at 215 pounds, 213 pounds, that almost killed me. You have to run a mile and a half in less than 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
I'm not sure what like my stamina would be like if I had to do something extreme like that. But I know like probably at this point, I could at least walk 10 miles, I think, right now.
Yeah, well, I tried jogging it. I tried jogging thinking, I'll just jog, I'll make it just fine. I came in at over 12 minutes, 30 seconds when I just jogged. And then I realized that's why they call it the run. You have to run for a mile and a half to make the time. Oh my gosh. When I went through the finish line, I had 3 friends waiting for me there. They could see me coming, asking for air. And they caught me as I fell over the finish line. Then they drugged me to the van and laid me in the van.
Oh, shoot.
Said, "Are you going to be all right? Do we need to get a paramedic? Are you going to live?"
Like everybody there is a paramedic.
I don't know, but I finally I recovered in a few minutes. But yeah, that was one of the most grueling things I've ever done was run a mile and a half and have to run the entire time. It was wow. And weighed 213 pounds on top of it.
Bro, I used to run 5 miles in boots and an army uniform in 35 minutes.
Well, this is something was on the spur of the moment. I had like 2 weeks to prepare. You know what I mean? I had 2 weeks of firefighter training out at Dugway Proving Grounds. It's a military place where they took us. And
and we did it in cadence. That was the best part. Like I was in a group run and we did it all in cadence. We were all running together as a unit.
Yeah, well, this was a singular thing. You just go whenever you're ready. They start the clock on you, and then you go, and then they time you when you come through. If you don't make the time, you don't make the firefighter squad.
Yeah, we ran this 5-mile run in 33 minutes and 40 seconds. It was the most amazing thing as a whole group.
That is amazing.
It was an average of less than 7 minutes a mile.
Wow, that's pretty. That's pretty helpful. Did you have gear on too?
No, we just did it in boots. It was a boot run. So we did it in boots instead of running shoes, and it was all in cadence. And I mean, it's not like it was like all even terrain. We were running uphill too. Like we ran up a hill and then turned around and ran back down the hill.
You had a bunch of basic training before that, right?
This is in basic training.
Right. I know, but it wasn't the first day, right?
No, it wasn't the first day.
That's what I'm saying. At least they give you a little bit of time to get in shape to some degree.
Right. No, I mean, like every day you're running, and so because of that, you're
right.
You get muscle memory and all that shit. Muscle memory and endurance.
Yeah.
No, you asked me to run. If you asked me to run a mile and a half right now, it would probably take me like 12 minutes to run a mile and a half. Maybe longer.
I'll tell you what, though, being a firefighter for a season was one of the most rewarding and most fun times of my life. I shit you not. That was a blast. Even though I was a prison firefighter,
Yeah.
they didn't treat us like that. I mean, we got to mingle
Oh,
with
no.
all the other
Yeah.
firefighters. We were considered the best of the best. When we showed up, they said, "Oh my God, the flamingos are here. Let them handle it. Just stand back and let them handle it." Because they picked like the best of the best out of 3,500 prisoners. They picked the 100 best. I mean, you had to be top of the line. You couldn't have any write-ups. You couldn't be a troublemaker. You couldn't be a sex offender. You couldn't be
Right.
anything weird, so you could be out on the streets, out fighting fire, out in the
Right.
wilderness or whatever.
It gets you out of the house, and then you guess what? You probably got to go eat somewhere nice when you were done doing your duty.
Oh, trust me, they had what's called a fire camp on all these big fires. They had a
Right.
huge big tent, and they had buffets. They had 55-gallon drums full of Gatorade and baskets full of trail mix and beef jerky and fruit, and you could take all you wanted. There was no limit to what you could take as far as food. So when you go in the tent, in the food tent in the morning, you would just pack your pack full of whatever you wanted for that day. I mean, you could take
Right.
whatever you wanted. As long as you could carry it, you could take it. And it was like all free, no matter what. And then when you come off the fire, they had this big buffet ready for you. I mean, it was great. That's how all big fires are. It's called a fire camp. They even brought showers in semi trucks. They had showers in them. The semi truck, and it had like 8 showers in each one. They'd bring 2 of them, and they'd park them there. And then you could go and get in the shower and shower up for the day. I mean, they had everything in there for you. It was awesome.
Oh yeah.
And there wasn't
No,
just,
it's there's privileges.
California.
There's
There were
privileges
California
to.
firefighters there, California hot shots, all the most well-known firefighters were in the Western United States where I was at, and they shipped us all over. I mean, I went to the biggest fire was on the Eisen Fire in Nevada, and I went on I'll bet you I went on 8 helicopter rides on that trip. They'd load us up in a helicopter in the morning, take us up, drop us off, then we'd have to walk back to camp at night.
And even though
all
like
good.
I hated my experience at the time when I was in the Army, but looking back at it now, like you'll never get to fire that much firepower. You'll never get to travel to the places and do the things that you did the way you did it when you were with the military. So I understand that, like with the fire thing,
Right.
like
It was much like
a
that.
different
Right.
experience.
Yeah, very much like that. But I was enjoying it the whole time while I was there because, like I said, I'd been in a cell for 2 years before that, and then to get out in the wild and when you weren't on a fire, you go up what's called a project for the Forest Service, and either build a fence, cut a trail, do a fish clip, do whatever they had for you to do. And after work, which is at 5 p.m., you could get in the van and go fishing to the nearest reservoir. I was a squad boss, so I had a radio and stayed in contact with the cops and whatever. And they just said, make sure you're back by dark. And okay. So when we got in the van, I'd tell them, I said, look, if you run and ruin it for all of us, I said, the cops are going to be the least of your worries, buddy. I'm going to come looking for your ass. So anyway, I put a little thread into all of them. Every time we'd go out fishing, make sure they're in that van and ready to go back to camp before dark, or you're going to be in some serious trouble. Because they were giving us a lot of freedom, you know what I mean? It was fun. I mean, it was fun. I mean, I look back at those days, firefighting and building fences for the Forest Service and cutting trails and whatever. I mean, it was fun. There was no boss. I was the boss of the whole crew.
And you're gonna have to pay your time, right? So what better thing to do than to do it doing something other than sitting behind a jail cell?
Right. Well, I went to college while I was in for
Yeah.
those 2 years. So it wasn't like I was sitting in a cell the whole time, because you get to go out into the main room, into the mini
Right.
yard, out to the big yard. The big yard where I was at was huge. It had a softball field. They had a soccer field. They had tennis courts. They had handball courts. They had horseshoe pits. I mean, frisbees you could get on the door on the way out the door. You name it, you
Right.
could do it. 600 inmates in the yard at one time, and you can go out from 8 a.m., go in for count at noon, go back out till 8 p.m. I mean, sometimes we spent all day out in the yard, and then we'd go to college at night. It was like summer camp, bro. It wasn't.
Could you imagine being a flat earther and then going through all that?
Hey, I would have been laying it down if I'd
Oh,
known.
I'm telling you, dude. Like, but it's funny though, because like looking back at it, you're like, oh man, what if I was a flat earther? All those people I could have reached.
Oh shit, huh? Yeah, I would have been laying it down. Trust me.
The shitty thing about being a flat earther now, and having my bias against Freemasons, man, like from the age of 20 to 35, I was like telling people, like, dude, if you want to do something with your life, become a Freemason. And now I look back and I'm like, man, all those people I likely guided down the wrong path.
Yeah, well, it's hard to discern those things when you first hear about the Freemasons, because when I first heard about it, the first thing I heard was, one of the things that Freemasons do is everyone has to find a family that is like not doing too well, and you have to buy Christmas for them. And you can't tell anybody about it. That's one thing that they were adamant about. You can't go boasting about it, saying, oh yeah, I spent this much money on this family and I did this and I did that. Because they said if you did that, it takes away everything. You can't just go boasting. You have to do it and not say a word to anybody. And I thought, man, that is really a cool thing. If they get all them Freemasons, they're actually going out and buying Christmas for a hardship family. Spending $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, whatever they have to spend on them. Every one of them are doing that. I'm thinking, wow, what a great organization. And then, because I didn't know anything about them at that time. That was the first thing I heard about Freemasons. And so what kind of impression is that going to leave on you? Of course, it's going to make you think they're cool,
And they make deals with each other. It's like a little club where they like give each other a heads up on some financial gain that's getting ready to happen or something like that. You're like, oh, cool,
if
dude.
If you're a contractor and they know of a job coming up, you're the first one they call.
Yep.
That's
as long as you're
what I'm talking
available. If you're unavailable and you say, hey, no, I've got too much on my plate right now, then they'll move down the list.
That's right. So there are those things about the Freemasons that are admirable. But when you get up the ranks and you find out what's really going on, it's a whole different ballgame. Yeah. I agree, 100%. I mean, when I found out what was really going on, it was like, I was like flabbergasted. I was almost like, you gotta be kidding
me. So you never went into Freemasonry? All these years that you worked around all those kind of people?
No. I was too busy.
Right. I mean,
I had my own business. I was contracting. I had a speed shop. I was drag racing all over the country. No, I was busy, bro. I wasn't interested in becoming a member of any group.
You were drag racing, huh?
Oh yeah.
What kind of drag racing? You racing?
In 1987, I had what's called in 1987, 1988. I had what's called a pro stock car. And there's only three pro classes in drag racing. That's top fuel dragster, top fuel funny car, and pro stock. I had a real pro stock car in 1987 and 1988.
That is awesome.
It was a 1987 IROC Camaro in the year 1987. I had a brand new 1987 car. But it wasn't, the only part of the car that was actually GM was the lid and the rear two quarters. Everything else was aftermarket, tube chassis.
Right.
Yeah, it was, It went 8 seconds. It went
Ooh,
180
wow.
miles an hour in 8 seconds.
Like 8 point something or under 8?
No, 8.4.
Okay. All right. Yeah, my uncle, he drag raced. He did it as just a pastime, but he had a specific car that he liked to drag race. He had a 57 Ford Falcon that he souped
That's
up.
all I ever did it was for pastime too, because I could never qualify. I my car would have had to have run a half a second faster
Yeah.
to qualify at a
Absolutely.
national event. And the only reason it didn't is because I built the motor myself. And Rare Morrison wanted in 1987. They wanted $50,000 for a motor. They guaranteed you would put you in a 16 car field.
Yeah.
Now there was usually over 50 pro stockers would show up at a national event, and only 16 get to race for the money on Sunday.
Right.
You had to qualify. You had to be one of the 16 fastest cars to race for the money. Everybody else went home.
Yeah,
I
God
was
rock.
about half a second slow of qualifying.
And so I was going to ask you about that half a second to achieve that 30 seconds. Oh, half a second, you said?
Yeah.
To achieve that last couple of seconds before qualifying is extremely difficult, isn't it? You just said why.
That's
Pretty
4/10 of a second. I was
4/10, yeah. So
yeah.
to get like that last second.
Oh, it's extremely. Yeah, you've got to know your shit to do.
You got to have the right mechanics for one. Any little part out of balance. Yeah, any little part out of balance, or the suspension, ints of degrees off on the suspension and so forth. Well, I guess that's more for round tracks, but the same thing with drag
racing too, though, because the car launches. And when it launches, you got what's called a track locator in the back. First time I launched my car, I headed straight for the wall. So I had to change my direction. My rear end was aiming.
Yeah.
Right. Like when you launch forward, like there's a lot of thrust and force and inertia coming from the rear.
4.5 G's. My car.
Yeah.
So those G's from the rear wheels, that force from the rear wheels is trying to propel the whole front of that car. Yeah, that's pretty. They can get really off.
Yeah. One time I was in Vegas, and I was all anxious. I forgot to tighten my 5-point harness and cinch myself back up against my seat, and my back was about a half an inch off my seat. And when my car launched, it hit me in the back so hard. It knocked every bit of wind. At the end of the track, after my 8-second run, I rolled out of the car, laid on the grass, couldn't breathe. The guy I was racing came running. Are you okay? You okay? I breathe. And I finally got my breath, but yeah, it knocked the wind out of me worse than I've ever had the wind knocked out of me. And my seat was only half an inch from my back. That car launched forward. It hit me in the back, and all of my air in my lungs went bye-bye. It was horrible, man. It scared the shit out of me. I thought I was going to pass out. Just before I passed out, I got my first breath. I was laying on the grass outside my car. It was horrible. But taught me a lesson. Taught me a lesson. Cinch that harness up.
Yeah, that sounds terrifying.
And after a while, I got so used to driving that car. I mean, I was driving it with one hand, taunting the other races as I moved up next to them, and yeah, it was a blast. I had to have a parachute to stop it. It was so fast. So when you hit that parachute, when that parachute hits, when you see that parachute open, if you didn't have your harness on,
you break your ribs or something. You break your collarbone.
Yeah. It would throw you right through the front window like Superman.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's how hard it stops that car when that parachute first hits. It's like boom, and then your car starts jumping around. It jumps 2 feet to the left, 2 feet to the right. As the parachute's kind of wobbling around a little bit, and you think, "Uh-oh, here goes. I'm dead for sure." But actually what it does is it's hooked onto the back of your car, so it keeps your car straight. It keeps it aligned. Even though it kind of jerks it around a little bit at first, it scares the living shit out of you. But after a while, I just got used to all that stuff, and it was like eating ice cream. That after I don't know, about a dozen passes or so, it was like nothing.
Well,
But the
it's a
first,
shame you never. It's a shame you never went pro, man. Because my uncle, my other uncle, he used to take me down to the pits all the time, and I got to meet Kenny Bernstein, Shirley Muldowney, Don
I
Garlis,
sat with
John
Shirley
Forrest.
Muldowney at the Winter Nationals for 3 hours next to her, in the pit, drinking beer with her. And then I met Bob
She's pretty
Glidden.
cool.
Yeah, she's real
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. It took me about 6 months just to get my license for that car. You got to go through a physical. You got to go through the eye test, and then you got to go to a doctor and have him sign off saying you're physically fit enough to drive this car. And then you got to make 6 passes, 2 launches, 2 half passes, and 2 full passes. And they all have to have a license equivalent or higher than the one you're trying to get. The only ones I could find was 2 top fuel dragster guys. And boy, it was like begging. I mean, it's like, please, come on, just go watch me make this pass. I don't have time for that shit. Go find somebody else. Oh, fuck. I finally got them to do it, but yeah, they have to sign off on your saying that you're able to drive the car. And then you got to send it into the NHRA. And then it says that even though you pass all the requirements and even though you get signed off, that does not mean that we're going to give you a license. Oh, okay.
Kind of like Antarctica.
Yeah. So you send it in and just cross your fingers. Well, thank God they sent me my license. It was all good, but yeah.
That's cool. You had a good experience. That's a good life experience.
Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun.
How many people can say they race pro stock? I liked watching pro stock too. Pretty cool.
Now they're running fast these days. Wow, and they're only going 1,000 feet. They reduced the track to 1,000 feet because the dragsters were going way over 300 miles an hour, and they were starting to go airborne. So they took the track back down. They might have taken it back up to 1320. They said they were going to, but I don't know if they did or not. I looked this year, see if they took it back up to 1,320 feet, which is a quarter mile. They reduced it to 1,000 feet for several years because cars were going way too fast. So in order to fix that, they put rev limiters on cars. My car had a cubic inch maximum. Maximum cubic inch could be 500 cubic inch. Mine was 498. Yeah, I mean, you just had to abide by all these rules and regulations that keep you from going any faster. So now the pro stockers can use fuel injection. That was illegal when I was racing. Turbos, no nitrous, and normally aspirated only. Carburetors and gasoline. It's all you can use when I was racing. And it's still all you can use, carburetors. But you can use fuel injectors in gasoline now. So, and they put a 15,000
rev. Get a little extra push.
And they put a rev limiter on them all. 15,000 RPM is as high as they'll let them rev them now. 15,000 is all. Right.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. 15,000. That's a lot, my friend. The V8 engine.
A lot of torque.
To rev 15,000 RPM. Highest I ever had mine was 12. This is what it wasn't. They didn't have a rev limit on when I was racing because they weren't spinning them that high. Technology got better and better, and the balancing got better and better, and they started spinning them things up to 17,000 RPM, and they'd come apart. And when they'd come apart at 17,000, it was like a bomb, dude. It was like dangerous to anybody within 100 yards of them. you know. The thing come apart, it'd be like a bomb blowing up. Boom! Shit would fly everywhere. I had to have a blanket over my engine, a scatter shield type thing. It was just over the back part of the motor that protected me as the driver. So funny cars have had that forever. You've seen that blanket that lays over the engine. It's called the scatter shield for the most part. It keeps the motor parts from scattering, hitting people. It blows up. There's a lot about drag racing that I could go on for hours and hours and hours and talk about this, talk about that, regulations, like, what I had to do to go fast, do this, do that, whatever. It's just, and the motors, the technology that goes into those motors is something else. I mean, it is incredible. If I told you all the things I did to my motor, it would blow your mind.
I don't doubt it, man. Probably roboting right now.
I am.
I always liked fast motorcycles. Like, really fond of the Triumph Bonneville from about 1965 to 1970. But I've been really looking at these clubs, these motorcycle clubs around here. There's this Royal Enfield Club, and those bikes are fucking rad. Like, they're very simple machines. I like that. I wish I had one, actually. Sorry about the change of subject there. I know we're talking about drag racing, but fast vehicles. Someone I know bought a Ninja and had it shipped. Someone I know bought a Ninja bike and had it shipped in a crate, and they were freaking putting it together. Those are pretty expensive bikes. Apparently, this guy only spent like less than $4,000 for it.
I've lived an hour and a half from the Salt Lake or from the Salt Flats where they do the racing out there. And I've never once went and watched it. I've driven by a couple of times, seen all the race cars there, all of them out on the Salt Flats. I just drove on by. One of these.
They do jet cars, dude. You never went to go watch no jet cars?
No, yeah, at the drag strip, but not on the Salt Flats.
Fucking love that shit.
I've seen jet cars. Yeah, at the drag strip.
Jet cars are awesome, dude.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, would you say that if there was any kind of curvature, a jet car would go flying off? Probably catch wind.
I really doubt that within
you're talking them to ride on, dude.
You're talking a mile, a quarter mile drag racing. Of course, that would fall into effect in any way, shape, or form. I don't think, because they probably shoot grades on the drag strip. They probably shoot it in perfectly level, like they do with a theodolite or a building. They probably build those things flatter than a pancake. In fact, I know they do. And Salt Flats, we know, settles, and when the water evaporates and the salt dries, it dries perfectly flat. So curvature doesn't fall into effect. So I don't know that I would even have an answer for that. In fact, I know I don't. How could you have an answer for something that's not happening?
Never happened.
Right. I mean, I guess I could, speculate, say, in a mile it's going to drop 8 inches. Is that going to affect the car going 800 miles an hour? Maybe. I don't know. I think they broke the sound barrier a few years ago, and I'm not sure how fast they've gone now, but it's close to I think it might even.
Oh no, they did. It was decades ago.
Yeah,
They
I
broke
know,
the
but I
sound
mean,
barrier.
The girl from
They did
Utah.
that in California.
I think the girl was from Utah. Actually, she died. The female race, the female speed record holder. I think
wow,
she
I
she
didn't know
died.
that. Right when she was racing, or just died of natural
No,
causes.
she was on the Salt Flats. No, she died.
Oh.
Like she had already beat the record, and then on the last run, she kept going and crashed.
She was on the bike though, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, that's right. That was a bike, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
She was a bike, and that crash, like she skidded across the ground for like over a quarter mile or over a half a mile.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty horrible.
Yeah, that would tear you up. I'm sure. I don't think anybody could survive that.
No. It would rip you in half, like just at the pelvis. Like I've seen those kind of crashes before in the ER. Not like that, but I've seen where people like roll and flop and their legs split, and it pulls the pelvis apart and splits it right down the middle. It's pretty brutal. And then they come in and you have to put this, like, if they're going to survive, you have to put this like harness around their waist to keep their pelvis together.
Wow. I don't think I'm up for all that. I'm glad there's EMTs like you that can do that, because I'm not. No. I mean, I can handle blood and all that kind of stuff, injuries. That doesn't really bother me much, but something that severe, I don't want to test myself. Sorry.
Well, you train with dummies first, and then it's just like a matter of like repetition and muscle memory, where like you're like, oh man, that sucks, and you're like vomiting on the inside, but at the same time you're like, this is the procedure I have to do to have any chance of fixing this, and that's if there's a chance. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But as far as drag racing goes, like my favorite, honestly, I like Top Fuel Funny Car the best. But I guess a driver can appreciate Top Fuel Dragster a lot more, just because of the force involved in it.
Mine was a car, so I always liked pro stock cars. But I got to meet John Force one day. I was at the biggest bracket race in the country in Boise, Idaho, and I'm driving my car down the stage of my car, and John Force was there putting on a show with Don Perdome, like whatever you want to call it. They just come race just for the fans to see something, I guess, or whatever. Anyway, so I'm driving down the staging lane, and John Force comes running out of his trailer, waving at me. Come here. So I pull over to him, and he walks up to me. He goes, "Are you bracket racing a pro stock car?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "Oh my God." He says, "What are they going to do next?" He said. So he invited me into his trailer for a cup of coffee, and so I got to meet with John Force for about 10 minutes. It was a real short cup of coffee. Believe me, he was a busy man. But he's a nice guy, John Force. He's a cool-ass dude, that guy.
His daughters are beautiful.
Oh, yeah. And they're world champions as well. Oh. Yeah, he was all dirty and grimy, and I mean, he didn't give a shit. If you seen him at some of the older national events, his racing suit was like all filthy and covered with grease, and he didn't care. He wasn't like one of those flashy guys that had to look all beautiful for the camera. And John Force, he was definitely original, nice. Just, I mean, he was a nice guy. Period. And he did not give a shit. Yeah, I couldn't believe he'd come out just waving his arms at me. Whoa, come here. Are you bracket racing a pro stock car? Yeah. He could tell by the sound. He says, I could tell by the sound of it what it was. He says, I heard you idling down there. He says, I knew it was a pro. And looking at it, but I could tell by the sound of your motor exactly what you were running under that hood.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that girl on that speed bike, I think it was, I think she was wearing red bike or red outfit. Lady in red. She broke it. Yeah, she broke the record. And then, I don't know, I guess she was trying to maintain speed. And it got wobbly, got sideways on her. Wheels got out. I can only assume she probably hit like a little rock in the path or something like that. Something stupid. But we'll never know. But yeah, the land speed record, that was set in like mid 90s, wasn't it? Out there at the Mojave Desert, El Mirage. A little dry lake bed in Southern California. Like 3 miles long there. Well, cool. I learned something new about you, God Rockin'. I didn't know you were a involuntary firefighter.
Say that again.
I didn't know.
I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee. What'd you say?
I said I learned something new about you. I didn't know you were an involuntary firefighter versus voluntary. You were.
Oh, I volunteered.
Well, you're volunteering, I know, but like it was.
Oh, I more than volunteered.
Like volunteer.
When you're in that situation, you want to volunteer. I wanted to go do that for sure.
Right. Get you out.
Yeah, they didn't.
But I learned that.
Yeah,
I learned that about you, and I didn't know you raced pro stock, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yep, that was back in the day. Let me tell you. 1987. And I went to prison. I went to prison in 1993.
So it's maybe 6 years at most.
I did 3 years.
No. Pro stock?
Huh?
No, pro stock. How many years of pro stock?
No, I only raced pro stock for about 2 years. I had several cars working up to that. Before that, I had a 68 Camaro. I had a 62 Chevy 2 Nova. And I had 2 Novas, actually. One I drove on the street and then one I built for the track. And then, so I sort of worked my way up to that. I bought the speed shop. This guy owned the speed shop that I bought. He had it and he was running it in this little house on the street. So I bought the property from him, knocked the house off the foundation, and built a brand new cinder block commercial building, and that was my speed shop. And I guess I could tell you the name of National Speed Equipment, what it was called.
Okay.
Anyway,
back when everybody was using National for a name.
Yeah. I
National and First.
Yeah, I own that.
It was either National or First. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Nobody can use that name unless they purchase it from me.
Right.
And it's for sale if anybody wants to buy it.
Right. Give me a good price.
I've never tried to sell it, but I could list it or whatever, but I'm not. It doesn't matter to me. I really don't care. I'm not hurting for money that bad that I need to sell the name of my old speed shop.
Yeah, when you sell something like that, like somebody who's starting their own business could buy that, and then they get the rights to the years of experience that the business has been around. But, there's a little value in that. You
Yeah,
get a
that's
little bit of
true.
reputation.
Well, I was what's called the warehouse distributor for like 8, 7, 16, I don't know how many, 15, 16 different products where I would actually have to sell to the warehouses. I was a warehouse distributor, but it was all
Right.
high performance auto parts, all like race stuff. Not that many people bought. So I
Right.
was actually a distributor for a bunch of race stuff. And then I sold regular auto parts as well. But yeah.
Oh, is there anybody new in the server?
Yeah. Let's start talking about flat Earth.
Earth is
I'm
flat,
just
guys.
looking to see what's up, Elijah. Who said that?
Yeah.
It's flat. It's hella flat. Just look at water.
Bearded Dora.
I mean, just look at look into satellites. And you just see, like, you'll realize that they're balloons. NASA purchases helium, like biggest purchaser of helium in the world.
It's all kind of presupposition. You could correlate some of it, I best.
Yeah,
But that's it.
we'll stick with the proofs like second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. Now that's something that you can't correlate with having a contained system and saying you're going outside of it at the same time. Sorry, no.
Something's
But I
going
guess they're not
fishy.
saying that it's contained. They're saying it's fucking open. What a bunch of nutters.
Gravity.
Like, what do you think that was like in that room? Yeah, boss. What do you think they're going to do when they find out that pressure requires containment? Oh, don't worry about that, son. Like, really? Who's fucking in charge here in this room?
Not us. That's for sure. We the people, that ain't a thing.
I'm gonna write down the Discord address on a bunch of these flat Earth cards I got from Mark Sargent. Space is fake, flatearth101.com, and on the back it shows a galaxy, says you are not here. This is a cartoon, and then I'm writing right on that. 24/7 flatearthdiscord.gg. I'm gonna drop these around during Comic-Con.
What is Comic-Con?
Right now.
It's right now?
It's right now here in San Diego, yeah. Every year.
Shit.
Yeah, it's a madhouse. It's the best time to be on a bicycle here because once those people all decide to go out and drive their cars, it's freaking crazy
Backed
town.
up? Backed up to shit or what?
Backed up not only with drivers, but walkers, pedestrians. There's thousands of people here for Comic-Con.
Yeah, then a bike would be clutch. Or even just a motorcycle.
Well, where I go, we don't want to be on a motorcycle. But I've gone to where it was so crowded, I had to walk my bike. I couldn't even ride. So that's kind of weird. You're blocked in by all these people dressed in these strange costumes. Thinking they're from outer space. I don't know what.
Oh, yeah. Star Wars, Star Trek. Everything.
You'll have a whole bunch of Trekkies here. That's true. You have all these people dressed. You wouldn't believe what they're dressed like.
I feel like a lot of material that like for like theater wise, like Comic-Con and all that stuff is in space. You got Star Wars, Star Trek. I mean, just like a lot of animes.
Some of them are going to get it. Like I was talking to these guys on these really fast electric skateboards. I mean, these skateboards do like 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They wear motorcycle helmets. So I was talking with some of these guys, about 5 of them, out by the Embarcadero. And all of them were kind of like, no, we're doing something else. Thanks. I flat smacked the shit out of them. But the one guy, there was one guy, there's always going to be one guy that's looking like, holy shit. He's saying stuff that can't be refuted. Water's horizontal. And then the water's right there. See, folks, look right over there. Do you see any water that's curved? Or does that just go flat as perspective? They have no answer. It's really fun. I'm gonna start filming some of that shit.
Well, only problem, Sonny, is you're not looking out far enough to see when the water curves. When the water's close to you, obviously we're on such a big ball that you can't see it. So if you go out a couple more miles that you can't see it anymore, then it starts to curve. Trust me.
Well, so the thing is that can't be really refuted at all until you get the numbers. Once you get the numbers, if you're an intelligent human being, you go out and check it yourself. There's no question. There would be a 16-foot drop in 5 miles. I have 5-mile views and further all over the place here. way over 5 miles. Like 27 miles to the closest islands off of Mexico. See those on clear days easily.
Sonny, you can look on an app and it'll tell you, like, they'll give you a visibility index of how far you can approximately see.
Usually
Like
it's around 10 miles.
10, 15, 20 mile. I've seen 25 miles on an app before for visibility index. I'm like, dude, how can I see 25 miles with no Earth curvature?
Yeah,
Well,
ridiculous.
you're looking out into the sky, so it's okay. Don't. Hey, guys, just trust us. We live on a
Just
ball.
trust them.
Hey,
Yeah.
I like this one. I like this begging the question. We know it's a globe because it's a globe.
I've heard that
That's
before.
your ultimate begging the question.
That's usually by somebody who barely made it past high school.
Oh man, I know I'm cute because I know I'm cute.
I gotta go, boys. Hold on a second.
Hey, I gotta say though, you know what? I tell myself all that all the time, and it works.
If you beg the question to yourself, all the babes come your way.
They do, dude.
Because I know I'm cute, man.
Yeah, that's probably how the globe got started.
Hey,
You're like, dude, if we just beg the question and we're positive about it, we give off positive vibes, they have no choice but to accept it.
I know the greatest pickup line ever for if you're a guy and you're looking for a lady. It's
gosh.
did you know that we were descendants of apes? That's that's the best pickup line ever. And
I know
then
a better. I know.
and then if that doesn't turn them on, then you go, well, actually it's an amoeba, out of the ocean. And then if that don't turn them on, then you tell them it's the Big Bang from 14.5 billion years ago and we came from nothing. Now, if she's not ready to go home with you, then I can't help you.
Hey, Sheep,
what's up?
I'm going to post a picture on my race car real quick, and then I'm going to delete it. But I'll just show you what
Cool.
I'm not
Like
gonna
to see
leave
that.
it up there.
Yeah. Anyway, I know the best way to pick up a girl. You say,
that's awesome,
my
dude.
My place has a bathroom. Just kidding.
That's
They always
awesome.
need
The
girls.
girl is awesome too.
Wait a minute. They always need a fucking
Yeah,
bathroom.
she was just some chick there. I have no idea who she was.
Oh, I know, but still, it's a nice race car, dude. I like it.
They always need a bathroom.
Exactly how I remember them.
Hey, is that a pickup line? I have a nice race car.
And you got your business behind it. That's awesome, dude.
Yep. That's my trailer. That's my car.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. I got a nice race car.
I used to have a nice race car. Now I have nothing. So
The girl is an extra.
The girl is not included.
no, she was. Well, she might have been if I asked. I didn't ask. It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Trust me.
A little track bunny.
A little track benefit.
I appreciate you sharing that, man. It's an awesome thing.
Yeah, I'm quite the different fellow today, though. I guess I'm 67 years old, tired, don't do much of anything other than prospect. I'm still into prospecting.
Yeah. 20
Stuff,
miles from the best looking
treasure
women.
hunting, that sort of stuff with some friends. But other than that,
20 miles
that's
from
my
the
main.
best.
That's my most loved activity these days is to go treasure hunting.
God Rockin' John is 20 miles from the best looking women on God's creation of a stationary plane in Salt Lake City. 20 miles. Yep.
Oh, you think so?
That's what they say.
The most beautiful women are in Salt Lake.
Yes, most beautiful women are in Salt Lake on one particular block, not the
Yeah,
whole
they
city,
did
just
a
one block.
survey. Did a survey where the most beautiful women in the United States were found, and it was 2nd South and State Street, Salt Lake City. Yep. And Second South just so happens to also be red light district on the west end. So how's that for?
Yeah, a bunch of
strange.
strippers.
Yep.
Oh, like so I'm on a dating app, looking for hopefully finding someone someday. Well, like I keep getting like referrals to women in this town called Deering, Kansas, Dearing, and I'm like, they're like, how have I've been all over the United States? How have I never heard of Deering, Kansas? So I look up population of Deering, Kansas, and it says 321. And I kid you not, I've probably come across at least 400 beautiful women pictures from Deering, Kansas. I'm like, how does that compute? Fake profile, maybe? Oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, wait a minute. They're profiling you, all right. They're profiling you as a man,
right,
who would be interested in 400 women from a town with only 300.
Right. But no, it was just interesting. Like just a little bit of research, and you can find out a little bit more truth. Find out you're being lied to and being scammed on. Just don't be lazy. Don't trust everything you see with your eyes. Go out and figure it out for yourself.
Oh, and that picture was actually at the racetrack where I met John Force as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that was a good night.
Yeah, it was. It was a good weekend.
On the basis of that,
That's
law
right.
enforcement agencies definitely want to be looking for.
It was a 3-day event, so yeah, it was fun.
By the way, apparently has
Right.
dozens of their celebrity clients.
I was bracket racing. I don't know if you know what that means.
This looks like a crime.
What that means
Someone's
is
got Tucker Carl.
you fall into a certain bracket depending on how fast your car is.
Are you on
that kind
Tucker
of God
Carlson?
rocking? He is.
Oh, sorry. I fell into the.
You're good.
I fell into the quick 16 class, which means the fastest 16 cars at the track. Race for that was the biggest prize money in the quick 16 class. So.
I don't mean to interrupt your off-topic conversation. I just need to ask a question about flat Earth.
Oh, sorry.
Does anybody happen to have that high resolution footage from like high altitude, high resolution, highest we can go? Does anybody have something readily available they can send me a link to? I'm talking to somebody on Facebook and he's asking for pictures. I'd rather send it a video.
Pictures or the video?
I'd rather send him the video because pictures can be cherry picked, and if he sees the video, he won't be able to accuse me of just taking a screenshot right at the right time. He'll have to actually watch the video and notice it is what it is.
What are you looking for? Like a balloon footage or something?
Yes, the highest altitude that we have footage of and the most stable and high resolution, like something really clear. Like the only way that they could possibly deny it is by like straight up spiraling into Cogdis, like crystal clear, high res footage. I know it's not even gonna work because I've already prepared to ask him what altitude would Earth too big, we too small no longer be an excuse. I'm already ready to ask him that.
Right. I think the highest one I've seen is 120,000.
That's what I'm. I think that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got this one. This was the first one that I popped up. It's clipped. There's like 20 seconds missing off of it, but here in the live stream. And
I have a copy of the video, but it's just it's on my computer, so uploading will take forever.
And it's there. It's in the live stream.
Okay, looking at that picture, how come the sun is not above you? How come it's not up above?
I don't know.
Because it's local. Look at the hot spot on the clouds.
I know.
One thing that people want, somehow they bypass this hot spot and crepuscular rays and all those things that definitely point to a local sun. I think people need to be aware of those things. If you're looking at this photo, notice the hot spot on the clouds. It doesn't happen when the sun's 93 million miles away. It only happens when you bring the flashlight down near the carpet. Try it. The flashlight on the ceiling. See if there's a hot spot. No, there is not. Bring the flashlight down to within a foot of the carpet. There's a hot spot, a bright spot. The same thing happens in the sky, people. The same exact scenario. The sun must be close and local for there to be a hot spot. So keep that in mind, people, please. I even done the crepuscular ray experiment or test or whatever you want. I took a piece of cardboard, 2 foot by 2 foot, and drilled a bunch of 1 inch holes in it, about 3 inches apart. Just took me like half an hour, 45 minutes to cut all these stupid holes in this piece of cardboard. Then I took the flashlight and held it above it, and then blew cigarette smoke underneath it to see which direction the rays from the light were going. And until I brought that light down to within about 2 feet of that cardboard, those light rays were straight. But the closer I got to the cardboard, more then they started to angle out. Because that's another way to do your own little home test. Take a flashlight, drill some holes in a piece of cardboard, hold it above it, blow some smoke underneath it to see which direction the light rays are going. You got to bring the light down pretty darn close to that cardboard before they start angling outwards. And they do. And the same scenario goes with the sun. It's got to be down pretty close to those clouds or you're not going to get crepuscular rays. Someone help me with the pronunciation of that, please.
Crepuscular ray.
Crepuscular, okay. Yeah.
Like crepes. You know what crepes are?
What? Crepe?
You know what a crepe is? Yeah, crepe.
So you eat?
So crepuscular.
Oh.
Crepuscular.
Crepuscular, okay. I love crepes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Strawberry crepes, yeah.
That's on the lake, isn't it? Yeah, the sun looks really just like my picture of the sun at the beach. It almost looks like the same place. What a trip. It's not, though.
Secret agent, man.
But, Mike, people are like, oh, like how high would, if you could go into space like NASA does, would that prove the ball to you? I'm like, man, honestly, if you could figure out how to put me 100,000 feet in the air for 24 hours, I bet you I could prove a flat Earth. But that would be the challenge right there.
Hilarious. So hilarious when people say, "Oh, if you were to go in a rocket, if you were to be, what? If you were to be in a rocket above the Earth, would that prove?" You know what? If you could go in a rocket that high, it would prove a lot of things. It would prove that we can actually even do that to begin with.
Right.
We can't. And of course, it would probably prove the shape of the Earth as for the most part. I think you'd have to be quite a ways up there. I mean, I don't know, but I think.
Well,
what's
if
the
you
Carmen?
think about it, Carmen line's 65,000 feet. So, but if you think about it, right? If you're like, oh, if you went in a rocket and they shot you into space, I'm like, if I went in a rocket, they'd probably shoot me up and make me hit the dome, and then I would not be able to live to tell a story. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, Daniel, well, they're not thinking about the dome. They're not thinking that we're living in an enclosed environment. So
Right.
There's a lot of hurdles you got to get over before you can get to this rocket that's 100 miles in the sky, because first of all, you got to convince them or prove to them that we live in a contained enclosed environment, which is pretty difficult to do from my experience. Most people don't even understand what you mean. Say, well, we live in an enclosed environment. What do you mean enclosed?
You
They
live
don't
in
understand.
you live
That
in a
means you're actually
terrarium.
inside of something.
Yeah, you live in a terrarium, dude. Like, what's so hard to understand that?
Well, for me and you, it's pretty easy. But for the newbie, it's like all of a sudden their eyes start going. Now, when people's eyes roll up and down, well, these guys, their eyes start going sideways around in a circle when you say that.
Have you ever seen that movie Constantine with Keanu Reeves?
No.
He says in there, he's telling this lady's like, God this and God that. It's a Catholic movie, so like there's a lot of like quasi stuff going on. But he goes, lady, God's just a kid with an ant farm. And it's like, that's an enclosed environment, dude. There you go. Like, I mean, if God built a terrarium, it would basically be a God with an ant farm.
I think it even says in the scripture somewhere about that there's something up there that creates dews and rain and whatever else. I can't remember. Before I say that, I should probably have them on hand to say reference this. But yeah,
I know we all heard stories from pastors and then never verified the stories. I'm guilty of that shit. Well, like when we sang the song about the lion and the lamb, the lion laying with the lamb, like that never happened in scripture, but there's a song about it.
Up and the lamb lies down on Broadway. Sorry.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
They that's how they brainwash you, man. They feed you this side information, and then 20 years go by, and you're like, yeah, I remember that. But that's not how it was remembered. It's the same thing with the, like, not to go too far off topic, but the Mandela thing. Like, I remember as a kid reading news stories about Mandela dying in prison. Well, obviously he ended up becoming president of South Africa later on. And then rumor has it that some newspapers had false information and were printing that Mandela died in prison. Now, whether or not that was retracted, it could go months or even a year before finding out the truth. And then they retract it in some obscure way, but they print the retraction and you never know the difference. It's the same thing with NASA. When NASA sits there and tells you the surface of Mercury is 800 degrees Fahrenheit, like, how did they measure that? Oh, well, they did this complicated thing. And then, like, if for whatever stupid reason they went to Mercury and they found out that the temperature was 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, then they would turn around and retract it and say, oh, well, we retract it and we corrected it, so it's okay. Like, they're making false claims all the damn time, and you're believing it. By the way, you'll never discover the temperature on Mercury if you're ever out there. If you're out there listening in the YouTube land. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. I asked someone a little while ago. Giving them the equation for the circumference of a circle, C equals 2 pi r, or C equals pi times diameter. Circumference equals pi times diameter. And they immediately jump to, well, what about the Pythagorean theorem? Do you agree that you can solve for, C, or you can solve for B if you have, you don't have to have the direct measurement of it? But yeah, you can, if you do a squared plus b squared plus c equals c squared, and you know a and b, you can solve for c. Or if you know a and c, you can solve for b. But you have to know two. Like if I told you a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and then I tell you a equals 3, and I don't give you b or c, and I tell you to solve for b, what are you going to do? And that's a simple math. That's basic geometry, basic algebra. It's like solving for x plus y squared equals whatever. You have to know x, or you have to know y, or you have to give a value for x, and you have to give a value to get a value.
Wow.
Anyway, that's my little rant. They try to get you to they try to get you to concede on like an idea, and then they're gonna like make up a story to explain why their ideas. Right.
Yeah, you're right. They do. There's a lot of tricky bullshit that goes on with all that. But this simple end of the whole story is 1 plus 1 equals 2, and one sun above the sky equals light. I mean, you can just go on and on and on about just math. And math proves this, math proves that, whatever. It's best proof in the world, guys, is your eyes, your own eyes. Just go out and look. Look at the water. Look at the land. Look at the earth. It does not look like a ball. It doesn't. No part of it looks like a ball. I mean, you can't find anywhere on earth where you can stand and say, "Oh, I think I'm on a ball." Use your eyes for something more than to kick.
No, the very fact that they tell you the Earth is too big for you to see curvature literally tells you that you experience a flat Earth just from observation.
Yeah.
Literally. And then and then after that, but trust us, the Earth is curving. Like literally, they're telling you to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Believe us anyway. The Earth's too big to see curvature. Full stop. End statement. You experience flat. So what in the world would make you think that the Earth is curving? If you already know in your mind, if they've told you already that the Earth is too big for you to see curve, what makes you think it's curving? I'm about to be at the gym here in a minute. I'll be muting or whatever.
Nice. What gym do you go to?
24-hour fitness.
Ah.
I have to pass 2 of them though in order to go to this one, because they have a they have a cardio machine that is easier on my knees than the other place. My knees hurt whenever I work out.
Well, that sucks.
So, but on this one, I can work out for 45 minutes. And my knees don't hurt.
It's been a while since I've been to a gym, and it's ridiculous too, because Healthcare pays for free to any gym I want to go to. It's like I can go to the most expensive, you know, Planet Fitness or I mean any of these big, huge, you know, gyms you can go to, all of them scattered one 10 of them across the city. You drive by. I can go in and swipe my card, and it's okay. You're good to go. But you think that would be enough for me to say maybe I should use this every now and then?
It's free. You're not working for it, man.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe you're right. Doesn't seem to hold much value when it's free, does it?
Like I'll even give you an example. Like if somebody told you that, like if there was a place, a location where it was like free marijuana, all you had to do is come get it. Like, yeah, sure, you would do it for the first few times, and then you probably would get bored, and you'd be like, you know what? I really don't feel like going to get it.
Because it's free.
Because it's free. Just because it's free. Because you don't have to work for it. Like, it's amazing how appreciative you are of things when you work for them. And I know you and Sonny, you God Rockin' and Sonny, y'all both have appreciation like that. Like you find more joy in working for something. Even though you're retired now, God Rockin', you're like, I ain't fucking doing shit.
Oh, I still love to build shit. Let me tell you,
Right.
I love to build stuff. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, I'm always doing, well, not always, but you know, my mom's house, I just put up some lattice on the side of the deck. They got the up deck upstairs and one downstairs, and it was all open. So my sister and my mom thought, oh, it'd be nice to have some shade here. So I put up some of that lattice, put a doorway in it, and then trimmed it all off, put trim around the doorway, trimmed the lattice up there. It's that lattice that's like little triangles or whatever, glass going this way and then that way, but they look like triangles when you look at them. I mean, so I just went and did it, you know, and when I got done, I thought, man, that was fun, you know? I mean, I loved it.
Yeah.
It's one of the last things I did at the house there. Build that, you know, put that wall of lattice up and put shade on the deck. And so yeah, I love to build shit. Give me something to build. Fuck.
I love building too, man. I love building. I'd love to build an all-terrain vehicle.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun too.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is something that could roll over boulders if you encountered them, but tighten down closer to the ground so it could go faster, like on a freeway, or in water, or lift it up with a solid built dirigible.
So you're talking about a vehicle that does all of those things?
Yeah, but I mean, of course, it's going to start simple. I already have some designs in mind. I just have to sketch them out. But I've dreamt of a lot of these things. I've dreamt about these devices. Like I was riding. In my dreams, I was riding in some of these things. Like one of them was a motorcycle that you lay prone in, leaning forward with one wheel in front, two wheels in back, but the two wheels in back could articulate. So you could go basically, you could almost like ride up a wall or or a hill or a cliff, almost. Not quite a cliff, maybe, but
yeah, I just love to build. I don't care what it is. Car, house, fence, awning. I don't care. Let's do it.
Even something that could go from land to sea, that would be pretty freaking cool. I mean, I know they have dirigible. I know they have amphibious vehicles and stuff, but I'm not exactly talking about something like you've ever seen of or heard of.
I'd love to build a big sailboat, Sonny. I mean, if I had all the materials I wanted, someone would supply me with the materials I would need to build a sailboat, a big one, like a 50-footer or whatever.
That'd be bitching.
I mean, I could do that. I swear, I could mill all the planks. I could make all the pieces that, you know, that the planks mount to, I don't know what they're called, the pieces that go down to
The
the bottom and up to the sides that you mount everything to
the stringers.
stringer. It slips my mind right now.
I think it is stringers. I could be wrong. It's been a while.
Could be. String is, stringer's similar to that, but yeah. Anyway, I could build a boat. I swear, every single piece. I could mill it. I could cut it. I could fasten it. I could do it might take me months to do it. But that's one of the things I would love to build is a big sailboat. And I could build one that looked like the old style ones with all the wood and, that had that old kind of antique look to it. Because I hate them all fiberglass things with just a white piece of fiberglass floating in the water. I prefer wood, real. I know they're a lot more maintenance. I know they don't last as long. They do if you take care of them, but man, I would love to build a boat. Really nice one.
That's a lost art.
I've never done it, but I know I could do it. You know what I mean? I built enough things that give me the blueprints. That's all I need. If I'm gonna, but I would rather do a design build, but have a set of blueprints to look at to make sure I wasn't missing out on some structural integrity type shit or whatever. But yeah, I'd love to do that, man. I could spend the next year going out every day putting together a boat like that. I would be in heaven, bro. I would be in literal heaven every day, all day long. Maybe someday I'll get to do that. I don't know. Might inherit some money here in the next few years or whatever, but I don't know what I'll do with it. But that sounds like a good project to me, to build a nice freaking boat.
That's what my father knew how to do. I learned all this shit from my father. An expert marine carpenter.
Yeah, that would be some good knowledge there.
And a shipwright. He worked as a shipwright in a boatyard in Wilmington, LA Harbor, for a while before he bought his own boat and sailed off.
Sailed off and what? Never seen him again or what?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Huh? That's what he did?
Literally.
Wow. I just can't imagine living on a boat though, unless it was big enough. I mean,
he sailed single-handedly over. He was over 70 on a 30-foot sloop. On a 30-foot sloop, single-handed by himself, all the way to Florida from Los Angeles.
How did he get there from Los Angeles? Did he go all the way down around? What's that? South America?
Through the canal.
Oh, he went through the canal. Okay.
Yeah, you're not going to take a 30-foot boat on the Straits of Magellan. No way.
Yeah, that would be dangerous, wouldn't it?
You got fucking waves 60 feet tall there.
Right.
I don't think so. But small boats have made it through that passage. I wouldn't recommend it.
That's why I said, how did he get there? I'm like, what?
Nobody goes around there anymore except on the largest ships that they make, which don't fit in the canal, which I think they made another canal actually next to the other one where the larger ships can go.
Wow. How many locks does it now like that have to have in order to count for curvature, Sonny?
They don't account for curvature. So hold on a second. There was something in the text. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's what is it called? There it is. I just found it. Here we go. Perfect. What is it? An orthographic view? That's a side view. Here's an orthographic view. What about the water? Oh shit, the water's all fucking flat.
That boat you posted there, is that a life-size boat or is that a model?
That boat, the wooden boat, is a real boat. That's
Okay.
a boat in a shop. Yeah, that's like a racing sailboat being built.
Oh man, that would be so fun to build something like that.
Wouldn't it? That'd be so fun. Then to go sailing on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if you look at, there's about 4 locks on the Panama side, and 4 locks on the Atlantic. Wait a minute. Hold on. I digress. There's like 6 or 7 locks from the Pacific side, and that raises you up above at the Pedro Miguel locks, raises you above Lake Lake Gatun. So it raises you up above the level of Lake Gatun. So you go all the way through Lake Gatun, and then you go down the Gatun locks, which are about 4 or 5 of those, to Cologne, which is on the Atlantic side. I've been through that, through the canal myself.
Oh, have you? Wow.
On a 50-foot sailboat. We sailed from Marina del Rey to Martinique.
Wow. I guess when you've got a lock, when you have locks like that, like in the Panama Canal, now the only reason that they have those locks is to avoid having to dig into the ground so deep that in order to keep a level plane of water, you'd have to probably dig a couple hundred feet into the ground.
Probably more.
More, yeah.
And you still have to go through you would still have to cut through. Yeah, you would have to cut through hills and stuff.
Yeah.
And you would have to cut through areas that are like islands or peninsulas, isthmuses on Lake Gatun itself, which are all at sea level. Like, how are you going to dig in a jungle with everything at sea level? Like, it's at lake level, at Gatun Lake. You would have to cut through all of those. So that's impossible. The French found that out. When they almost all of them died of malaria, and they gave it up to the U.S.
That's crazy. And that I've seen people just try to walk through the jungle. I mean, just to walk through something that's that wooded and that that much foliage and crazy jungle type foliage or whatever. I actually seen this of a documentary thing where this kid went by himself, left his family and left his fiance, tried to get her to go with him, whatnot, and he ended up at the end of the trek. He ended up loving it so much. He almost died like 3 times. With these people they were with, they were trying to make this passage through the jungle that had like never been done before, or only once before or something, through a certain region. And these guys were bound and determined to do it, and they did. They made it, but I'll tell you what, they almost died a couple times. Then when he was all said and done with it, that's all he wanted to do the rest of his life. So he was going back to the jungle, and do another, cut another trail from wherever to wherever, and get a crew of people to go with him and learn to eat off the land and learn to, can you imagine having to live and eat off the land in the jungle, learn what you can and can't eat, and plus cut your way through. And I mean, are you kidding me? That
Not get killed by poisonous insects, poisonous snakes, poisonous frogs, poisonous plants. I digress. And the sun is fucking baking you.
All that and more. Yeah.
Yeah, the highest humidity, like, holy crap.
And then when he got done, he ended up like, it's all he wanted to do. It's what he's going to spend the rest of his life doing. He's going to stay in the jungle. And are you kidding me? I guess once you go through something like that and you learn all the things you have to learn just out of survival, at some point, it's survive or die. Survival of the fittest, survival of the one who learns, survival of the one who has the most ambition, survival of the one who basically has got the muscles and the balls and the brains to do it, or the not enough brains to try it, however you want to look at it. And it's just, I don't think people even realize, after watching that documentary thing, and I realized just how much of an endeavor that really was. It was
Hey,
outrageous.
I have to run to the store and get some leche, some milk. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
You don't need any milk.
That's right. You don't need milk.
Huh?
Milk drinkers make better lovers. Maybe Sonny needs some help. Bada boom.
Morning, guys. I know it's not morning for you, but it is for me. Saturday morning, the sun is shining in Melbourne. It's the nicest day we've had in about a month. No rain forecast for today. No wind. Absolutely beautiful.
Well, I'm inside, but from a little bit I saw outside, it's sunny out there, close to 100 degrees. And I'm glad my air conditioning in my car works.
Polar opposite here. Sun is out and it's about 4 degrees centigrade. I don't know what that is in your weird measuring of temperature terms. Centigrade is easy. Starts at 0, which is freezing, goes to 100, which is boiling. Makes sense.
That's what I was just going to say. I was going to ask that to make sure. But I'm in the Fahrenheit area of the world.
Yeah. I suppose if you grew up with it and you learnt it, you'd know exactly what it is. I think freezing is what, 32, something like that?
Yeah, 32.
And boiling is 215 or something?
230, 232 maybe? Or no, 212,
Yeah.
212.
212.
Anyway, the clock just hit 3:30 here. I'm off work. I'll catch you guys in the car.
I'm going to mute. I've got to do a few things. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
So I had a question about Venus. I met this guy at work who was arguing something about how he thinks that the Earth is moving, and something about the Venus's like day and night cycle, or like the rotation of Venus proves that the Earth is moving or something. Like, so has anyone heard about like this Venus, but maybe something about its day and night cycle, or something about how it's moving, how that could prove anything, or is that like just like has
I don't
anyone
know.
heard that?
Apparently, it has a line like it has like the moon does. Yeah, like cycles like that. But I don't know. I haven't looked into it as much. But I know Venus was out last night, so next to the moon here, on dusk. So very bright.
Venus is the first thing I see every night. Right. Before the sun goes.
Yeah, yep. It's so bright.
So bright, yeah. Crazy.
So,
You have to be a bit more clear about the question. Sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
If Venus is the second planet from the sun, how is it able to be seen at night from us? Is
well,
it like supposed to be close to the horizon, a hell amount of refraction or some shit?
Yeah, it's only seen at dusk or dawn, towards the direction of the sun. So
Well, it makes no sense that it's a planet, that's for sure.
my wife said the other night, she said, "What is that in the sky?" I said, "That's Venus. That's a planet." And she said, "Does that have its own light?" And I said, "No, that is a reflection from the sun, apparently." She said, "Bullshit." And she's not a flat earther.
She called
Go ahead.
You called bullshit on that, is what you said?
She called bullshit. She said that's the next brightest thing in the sky apart from the moon. And she said the moon looks like it's got its own light, and it looks like there's a disc in front of it. What's going on there? I said, a bit weird, isn't it?
So just to kind of, whoever was asking about Venus. So Venus transits the sun, right? And so the derivation of that is that if Venus is transiting the sun, then that is what we are doing as also. That's the whole story. Everything after that was just made up because that story was made up. But the Venus transiting the sun, that's not made up. That actually happens. You can observe that throughout the year. But the idea that because Venus is transiting the sun, so are we, that's made up. That's a non sequitur. Someone used a non sequitur to explain heliocentric.
Does Venus have a retrograde as well? I don't even know.
From our instant, from our perspective, the transit is the retrograde. So like when it transits behind the sun, it's in retrograde. Or it's either that or like, I don't know. There's a point where it does retrograde. I don't know about Mercury doing a retrograde. I haven't looked into Mercury. I know a little bit about Venus, but I know a lot more about Jupiter and Saturn.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is all heliocentric model stuff, right?
The retrograde is observable, whether you're heliocentric or geocentric or whatever. There's where you're.
Yeah, but it's retrograding as far as compared to what?
It's supposed to be from when we pass it. That's what the retrograde is. Like if you pass a car on the road, it's not going in reverse. It's just going slower than you.
Just
so that's right. That's retrograde.
So within the heliocentric model, the planet isn't actually changing direction. It's our relative speed that makes it appear to change direction. Within the flat Earth model, that's just changing direction because we ain't moving, right?
Right. I mean, retrograde to us, it would have to be, like you said, John. It goes in reverse. Catholic Church.
Sorry. Just if anybody remembers the 2017 sign in the heaven where we had the retrograde motion of Jupiter 3 times in Virgo. So this was Jupiter going into the womb of Virgo, going backwards, like moving from side to side within the womb. Then on the 23rd of September 2017, Jupiter broke out of the constellation of Virgo. But that was an observed retrograde because Jupiter was changing direction.
Yeah, I didn't know that part about Jupiter being in retrograde. But I did know about the sign in the sky.
Isn't that
on
the one
equinox.
talking about the lady with all the stars in her head?
Yes, the lady with the 12 crowns upon her head. Yeah, which basically she was bathed in sun and she had her feet on the moon. Yeah, exactly that. Jupiter had a retrograde motion over 9 months within the womb of Virgo, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, and out.
Yeah,
Just
I
pointing
think I
out that.
remember. I think I
Yeah,
remember seeing that, as a matter of fact. But
yeah, I do as well. Yeah.
That part is interesting. Like that would be very similar to a woman in labor.
Well, this is why it's extremely interesting. Yes, yeah. Because it was over 9 months. And Alex and I watched a video about it maybe a week or two ago where, you reverse Stellarium and you watch it over 9 months. You watch the moon's passage 9 months. It goes past 9 times. And Jupiter was going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards within the womb and then pops out. So, yeah, exactly like something being birthed, right?
Yeah. Do we know when Ophiuchus was discovered? The 13th constellation, the Serpent?
I can't remember, to be honest with you, mate.
That would be interesting because, then the rest of that story is that as the woman was giving birth, there was a serpent waiting to devour. And the 13th constellation is Ophiuchus, the serpent.
Yep, you are spot on.
Was that some part of some prophecy or something?
Yes, so it's called the Revelation 12 sign.
Yeah,
In
there you
the book of Revelation, chapter 12, it speaks about the woman dressed in 12 crowns with the feet at the moon and blah, blah, blah.
I found that rather interesting, that to say the least. And it's never happened before, and that's the only time it's ever supposed to happen or something, too.
Yeah, that's never happened before. Rewind the star program, it doesn't happen in that way. So I think it's the first time many of those alignments have ever happened, especially with the 12 crowns, because some of those crowns weren't stars, fixed stars. I think it was Leo, the major stars of Leo, and stars like Mars, Saturn, and maybe another one or two, which were above the star, the sign of Virgo at the time, given the.
Oh, go ahead, sir. I feel like a jerk.
Very, very interesting. I mean,
Hey, God Rock, and I posted a link in the live stream for you.
All right, thank you.
So, Jetty, I have have you heard of the geocentric model? You said this is the first time something in the sky happened. I just wanted to, a clarifying question real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Well, just in the geocentric model, the sky is cyclically repeating, so approximately
Only the major constellations.
Every 26,000 years or so, the sky would repeat cyclically. So what I'm arguing is that this super rare event that happened in the sky, it would happen every 26,000 years in the geocentric model.
Okay.
It's called if you look up the Great Year, so the Great Year is 26,000 in some odd years, and and there's the 12 zodiacs, and each of them are 2,000 something years.
2,160. What's the point?
I'm just saying that he's saying that this has never happened in the sky before, but I wanted to clarify him that maybe it has happened.
With Jupiter in retrograde, within the star of within the constellation of Virgo, and with the 12 stars above her head, and 3 of those stars being wandering stars. So that's 4 wandering stars in movement in a correlation with the background of constellation stars. Are you sure? I mean, in actual fact, can you show me it? 6,000 years ago, whenever it was, or you rewind the program and show me those 4 stars.
Well, I can't really prove it to that degree. I'm just arguing that the ancient perspective is that the sky is repeating cyclically.
Yeah. So this is why I'm talking about wandering stars as well. So I get constellations, but we're also talking about 4 wandering stars or planets as well as the background stars. Just to be clear.
Well, Craig, I do also think that the wandering stars are cyclically repeating as well.
Would they obviously have their patterns? Yeah, of course.
He's talking about
26,000 years, apparently. I mean,
Right.
if we want to make a claim to being around for 26,000 years and you rewind a computer program that shows it, then yeah, fine. But
Right.
we're also
No.
got 400 stars that are going through particular motions. One of them, well, 4 of them. But, you know, whatever, man.
That's what he's saying is that the argument for, not he's arguing for, it's just there's an argument out there saying that every 26,000 years there's a massive great reset of the clock. It's like every 26,000 years the clock hits midnight.
It's like
And
the
then it
heathen
runs through the
perspective.
day again.
It's like the Hindus and
It's
some of the
cycle.
ancient civilizations. This is how they perceived things.
Yeah, that's fine.
But there's
Yeah,
no
sure, mate.
evidence. There's no evidence to support that the Earth has already gone through 26,000 years, or that man had gone through 26,000 years. Does that make sense? Not Jedi, the other guy.
Well, my perspective is that the Earth is eternal, that it's eternally cyclically repeating as the center in a geocentric model.
Well, that's fine, but there's no proof that it's ever happened before in history. So that's what we're saying.
Well, I would argue that our like history is being destroyed. That like we have like maybe it's been recorded and just like that date has been destroyed.
Okay, but then there's no proof that the history of this has ever occurred before. Just because history has been destroyed doesn't mean that this history has occurred once before.
Right, it's kind of hard for me to argue and prove this. I was just trying to share that this is a a possibility, and it's my perspective.
Right, and I was helping Jedi support Jedi from his stance as well. Like y'all two were butting heads over something that, like, the positive claim is that it's happened before. So then you're forced to prove that positive claim, where he's saying it's never happened before. That's not a positive claim. It's just there's no proof that it has.
I didn't feel like we were butting heads. I was just trying to be clear of what I was trying to share.
Okay. My apologies.
Because it's kind of hard for me to prove that the Earth, the sky is cyclically repeating if we don't have access to much history, like to support that.
Sorry, Jedi. I didn't mean to step on you. I just didn't want to like everybody get all riled up over something that nobody could prove.
No.
We all agree that we can't prove it.
You're fine, bud. You're fine. Absolutely fine. I also remember within the heliocentric model, I think it's sorry, it went straight in my head. Polaris North Star isn't a North Star 250,000 years ago, if memory serves. So we have movement with what stars are going to be seen when. For example, we understand the alignment between the pyramids and star sign of Leo. 250,000 years ago, that weren't Leo, that was Pisces. So yeah, in some ideas you have a repeating sky that resets every 26,000 years. But unless we forget the other cyclical model of 250,000 years, where the North Star ain't the North Star anymore. Point being, there's lots of stories out there, mate.
It's a great speculation that it's cyclical. There's a whole idea that Earth is cyclical. It's also never-ending plane, so there's no wall or edge. It's just an infinite plane above our heads and an infinite plane under our feet. But that's all speculation, right? Speculation at best, non-confirmable.
Yeah, it is most definitely speculation at best. I mean, how far back in history do we have actually verifiable records of where the stars were? It's not many thousands of years. So yeah, I get you can rewind models and stuff. Yeah, no, that's fine. But we've got no verification for that model being true, or when the model actually started. Right? When did the sky actually start rotating? I mean, within the narrative of the Revelation 12 star, it's only 5,000 plus years.
And then what's the mathematical calculation from from the Christian perspective? Is that like mankind has only been around for like 12 to 18,000 years?
Just under 6,000 years.
So
Jewish
So
calendar's
to
5,870 something at the moment. So yeah,
but that
not
has to
yeah.
do with Noah, right? That doesn't have to do with before
No, it
me.
has to do. No, it has to do with Adam and Eve, and it has to do with the days of creation. We haven't quite hit 6,000 years yet. 7,000 years according to the Bible, and the last 1,000 years is Jesus' reign on earth. We haven't quite gotten there yet within that narrative.
Right. Well, and then if you go by that, like, and then say that the Earth is cyclical, and every 26,000 years the stars repeat their cycle, they start over again into the same cycle that they were once before. We still got like another 20,000 years to go to prove that, if it's even provable.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I said, when did the sky start rotating? When did the clock start? We don't know.
That must have been one hell of a day, though, I guess.
Well, the streams that people will probably eat on that day.
But yeah, guys, sorry, I only wanted to bring it up because it's the observation of retrograde motion, the star going backwards and forwards over a period of 9 months. Didn't want to divert from the subject. Sorry, Godrockin.
Oh, that's interesting. It took 9 months for that triple retrograde to go. That's amazing.
Yeah, they're like, if you have one doing that, you might call it an anomaly, but when you have multiple wanderers doing retrograde, they got a big fucking problem.
By the way, Piglet, and I agree with you. By the way, Piglet, if you want to discuss speculations on alternative ideas, Sundays are usually a good time to do that. Monday through Saturday, kind of like, what's been recorded, what we can see, what we can observe. What's not recorded is, you're like, well, this happened, and so this could have happened that led to this, which then would prove this. You're stringing two events by adding other events in between to make up a narrative. And they're cool speculations. It'd be cool if we find the stories to prove it.
Well, from my understanding, the geocentric model is not totally speculative, that it's just as viable as the heliocentric model, if not more viable. And it's, every ancient civilization was geocentric. So I don't feel like it's speculation to share what that model is like.
But you do realize that there's a geocentric model out there that says the Earth is a ball and that everything goes around it, right? Ball is stationary, but everything goes around it.
I don't meet people that have that perspective, but I guess that could be like a view.
Right. I mean, if you look up geocentrism, geocentric model, and things like that, you'll find that there are alternative stories to even that story. And so it just becomes a slippery slope when you start, saying geocentric, whereas like here's let's say geostationary. Or if you hear geostationary plane, usually means flat, maybe.
I just thought a lot, like most of the people here would be like against the heliocentric model, was my assumption.
In which regards? Because the stars move around in a predictable nature, and we make postdictions on them. That's the star model.
So the heliocentric model, the Earth would have to move. So I think a lot of the people here would think that the Earth is not moving, which
Yeah.
disproves the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but the stars still appear to move in the sky, right?
Correct. So
Either way, it's either the Earth rotating that causes it, or the stars themselves that cause it. All right, but the stars still move relative to our position. That's why we have constellations that repeat themselves over certain periods of times. It's the sky. The heliocentric model just gives us explanations, like with regards, pardon you, with regards to retrograde motion. That's not the star itself that's changing its course. That's its speed as we catch up with it and go past it, because we are also orbiting the sun. Right? They have a different explanation for the phenomena that we see.
Yeah, but we got to always remember that that's not what we know to be true, right? We're not moving
Exactly.
at all. And
So
so
it's the stars that are moving. Yeah.
whatever's going on in the sky is whatever's going on in the sky. And that has nothing to do with what we're doing, because we're not moving at all. So all these retrogrades and all this, whatever's going on up above us, that's just what's going on with the stars. That's what the heavens do. And I don't know that we can explain it perfectly. I don't think we can. We do need to understand
Right.
that it's not us moving. It has nothing to do with us. Retrograde has nothing to do with us catching up or slowing down or anything. And I just want to remind people, especially all the flat earthers, remind everybody that all them stories about retrograde and about all these things going on in the sky as part of the heliocentric model, it's all nonsense. Every bit of it is absolute nonsense.
And hey, Piglet, like we all agree that the sky is moving, right? The stars are moving, the sun is moving, the moon is moving, and we all agree that there is a cycle involved into it. It looks like a clock of some sorts, right? But to sit there and say, well, the cycle ends every 26,000 years and then it starts over again. Like now you literally made a positive claim, and it's cool to speculate, but we're not going to sit here and back up an imaginary claim like, well, it could be. Yeah, well, what else could it be? It could be lots of different things. You know, it could be infinitely doing its thing and it just won't cycle. It just changes track.
So essentially, you're saying you're ready to say that the Earth is geocentric, like it's likely to be geocentric, but you're not ready to start claiming how long the cycle is and stuff like that. That's just too much of a burden of proof.
No,
well,
there's no
Go
way
ahead.
to. There's no way to prove it. I mean, there's a way to prove the motion, because we know for a fact we're not in motion. But to try to determine anything else, like what they are, how far they are, where they actually exist, where the power source is, what kind of power source is it, none of that can be verified.
Yeah, you sound like when you're saying geocentric that, okay, let's say everything revolves around the Earth. But are you saying that the things in the sky that they call planets, are you saying they're physical things?
No, they're usually called like wandering stars.
Yeah, are you saying they're physical things, or
Are there places that you can go to?
No.
okay? So
And I don't think he was saying that, Timbo. Like he's saying geocentric, but he's leaving off the
sound like
flat and stationary part. You know, like we all say geocentric, like we are the center of creation. Like we're the center point. Everything seems to be moving around us. Right? There's no dispute on that. What we're disputing is to sit there and make a claim like, oh, it repeats the cycle of 26,000 years. How do you know that?
Well,
we've only got a couple thousand years that we can go back for any record of the star movement has been kept track of.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have no one can go back 26,000 years or even speculate that something's going to happen because it did 26,000 years ago. That's a big speculation there, let me tell you.
Yeah. So here's the reason why that part doesn't matter, God, Rockin', and everyone else, because in order to know that those things reset at a certain position, GP over Earth, guess what? Guess what you have to use to know that? Elevation angles.
Funny.
It's true.
But hey, Piglet, like you could make all the math calculations you want about, oh yeah, in 20,000 years the stars are going to reset. Now, are you going to be there when if it happens to do the measurements to say, yep, here it is. There's my prediction. It worked.
And who cares anyway, really?
What are they resetting to? It's something 26,000 years ago? Is that what? They're resetting from last night till tonight. That's when they're resetting. They're going to reset from last night to tonight, and then from tonight till tomorrow night. That's where we're at.
You know, if we're on speculation just for a moment, I'm going to go ahead and say what I think is speculating. I don't think it does reset. I think what it is that where the star is, where the sun is in the sky, where the moon is in the sky, which constellation those are in, which constellation the planets are in, determine a person's personality in the base sense. And so everybody has their own little story and who they are when they come out of the womb. They learn stuff along the way, but their base personality will always be there, and it's different, like a fingerprint for every single person. So I don't think it's totally different. I think every personality is different.
Yep, and it has nothing to do with DNA.
Not in that sense. That DNA is just another fingerprint, just like the shape of an ear.
Yep, it's just how you're structured in the physical body, nothing else. Because otherwise, how is personality formed, right? Because information doesn't seek a host or something.
So anyway,
personalities seem to be formed by life experience and interactions with other humans.
That too.
That changes every day.
Yeah.
You could enjoy doing something and then have a life experience that makes you hate doing it for the rest of your life. Anything can change that.
That's what I'm saying. Your personality is something that is ongoing. It can change from day to day depending on your experience, depending on just everything you have to go through. Your experience, that sums it up right there. Your experience on a daily basis will give you your personality, and it's going to change tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. At least a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. It has to.
Yeah, just like evolution.
Not exactly.
Take a break on that one, please.
But yes, Piglet, yes. A lot of us have heard about the Great Cycle and the Zodiac Cycle and like how we're moving to the age of the Aquarian. We're aware of those.
Kali Yuga.
Wait, what?
We're aware of the mud flood.
I mean,
is it called the Kali Yuga? If I'm correct, is the great comes from Hindu texts.
Well, it was just the perspective of a lot of ancient civilizations. I just wanted to share like one last quick thing about it, and I'll
ancient.
I'll make sure not to make any speculative.
A lot of ancient. Hang on, a lot of ancient civilizations. Can you name them?
Yeah, I was about to. I just wanted to say as the last thing I was going to say, and I'll try and stay away from any speculation.
No, you're all right.
Sundays, but just like
there's not many people in here, so
just the last clarifying
And we're not jumping on you, real quick. We're not jumping on you, man. Like, this is conversation, all right? Like, we're all big boys, big girls in this room. So, like, you know, if you make
He's
a
all right.
claim,
I've had many
stand on it.
conversations with Piglet.
Well, I originally, when I first brought it up, I made it pretty clear I couldn't prove it. This is just the ancient perspective, and just some of the civilizations that thought this was like the Hindu, obviously, is one we talked about
Yeah.
that. The Aztec and Mayan calendars are perfect circles. So when the calendar ends, it will repeat exactly as it's a cyclical calendar in a circle. So that circle
Is that
repeats.
over the same amount of time?
Yeah. Well, yes, they also have cycles just like the Hindus did, I believe.
Sure.
And
Is
the
that
cycles extend. Some of
my
these cycles
question
go.
was, is that the same amount of time though? Is the Hindu calendar the same amount of time as the Aztec and Mayan calendar?
Is becoming a flat earther a personality change?
Yeah.
Well, I
to
think
some
they
degree.
had different calendar. I'm pretty sure like some of these civilizations had like lunar calendars with 13 months. Some of them had 12.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question. Is the calendar the same in 26,000 years?
That's a really good question. But one last thing I do know
But
is
you're
that
comparing them. You're comparing the two together and saying that ancient civilizations have the same idea, but yet there's not any evidence that those same civilizations have a 26,000 year calendar.
they may or may not. I have not verified that.
Exactly.
But
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
mean,
saying.
one last thing I
the
wanted to say was that there are cycles that are longer than 26,000 years that extend like hundreds of thousands of years. That some like just one last final thought on the topic.
Oh, yeah. Show me that.
Yeah, how would they know that?
yeah, I mean, how do they determine that the calendar is about to reset or has already reset it? It doesn't
Well,
make sense. And
it probably
God,
doesn't make sense to him either, just to be fair for him. He's not making a claim. He's just stating something that he read. If you want to provide us, Piglet, with the link to this claim so that way we can discuss it, we probably could do that.
Sure, I'll try to find more information and before I bring it up again. But yeah, sure.
Because I mean, like you make the claim that like there's a cycle of hundreds of thousands of years. It's like I've never read that before in my entire life.
yeah,
I've
I
heard the
mean,
26,000 year cycle, the Great
Yeah,
Cycle.
I
I've
found
heard
it.
the 2160 year cycle. I've heard of that.
Yeah, that's the
There's
one
one cycle.
That's the one I've heard of.
The
There's one
Hindus have
cycle in my.
a divine year equaling 432,000 earthly years.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, but that's divided
432.
into 12. Yeah. So and then you have all those years are ages, just like that. So, and then it comes to the Kali Yuga, which is the great year.
Yeah, there's one cycle from the beginning to the end, and we don't know when it began, nor do we know when it's going to end. Those things are unknown.
That's a valid point. There is a beginning and an end, and so therefore, how could something recycle itself if there's a beginning and an end?
Someone could check and see if the Yuga cycles are the same as the Katuns in Mayan.
What's it called?
The ages of the Mayans, the Katun, right?
Yeah. How do you spell that?
Shoot, good question.
Cartoon. Just think of it as a cartoon.
Katun.
I think the Katun is the 2160 cycle.
Kato Kele, wait a minute.
But I mean, it's still an interesting topic.
Do you know
to
what
discuss.
came up? How long is a cartoon episode?
432,000 seconds.
It's not cartoon. It's
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to work out how to spell it.
It's spelled K-A-T like Tom, U-N like Nancy. K-A-T-N, Katun.
Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones.
It's still coming up with fucking cartoon.
It's a unit of time in the Mayan calendar equal to 20 tunes or 720 days, equivalent to 19.713 tropical years.
Okay, so they're not the same.
No, that's a solar cycle. That's
Now,
the solar cycle.
in the long count, date 12.19.13.15.12, which equals December 5th, 2006. Let me see. Hold on. Baktun.
You're talking about that Mayan calendar, right?
20 cartoons. 20 cartoons is a Baktun.
Yeah, how long's a Baktun? 20 times
20
19?
No,
That's
20.
like
3,800?
Hold on.
Sorry,
20
Sonny, go ahead.
cartoons.
400
20.
years.
Hold the fuck on. Okay. A cartoon is 720 days. 20 of those is a Baktun.
So that's 40 years, roundabout, yeah?
That's something you're probably quicker at the math than I.
I'm just, that's
Yeah.
a rough estimate.
Probably
Yeah.
about right. Yeah, that sounds about right.
720 days is 2 years, roughly.
Yeah. So 20 years, 40 years is a Baktun.
20 cartoons. So a cartoon is 7,200 days. Sorry. 7,200 days. Sorry. I probably
Okay.
gave you the wrong number.
72 times 20
Just like
is 114,000. Oh, wait. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. 140,000 around there.
144,000.
You didn't leave the leap year out, did you?
These guys knew something. These may have been the actual first civilizers. Is that what we call it?
So there you go, Piglet. Theirs is 140,000, and the Indian one is 21,000. So, what do you say to that?
Almost twice.
Yeah, I guess for me it all is still doesn't make sense.
Made up.
I come from a biblical perspective, and therefore everything I hear from them in terms of years and years and years, which from creation perspective wouldn't make sense at all.
Well, in Genesis, it describes the earth or the sky being created like a clock and calendar. So, like, what does a clock do? It repeats cyclically.
Well, yeah, but that also relates to seasons as well. So a clock for life. So you can use that yearly as well. You don't have to use that over 120,000 years, 140,000 years. Like each year, it tells you what time you can plant your crops and what time you need to start stocking up for food for winter, when the rains are coming, everything. I think that's what it means by a clock.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, they have it wrong. They seem to have the right idea about calculating cycles and stuff, but the whole idea in biblical terms just crushes it. I need to elaborate this
Can you
further.
explain?
But yeah, I lost my thought. Therefore, yeah.
That's all right.
I need to take my time.
Well, it sounded like you were trying to say that the Bible says that the sky is not cyclical. Is that what you're trying to say?
What? Who said that?
It sounds like you're making the argument that the Bible describes like a non-cyclical pattern to the sky. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we have not the whole star map mapped out. I mean, we have it, of course, in programs and such, but the actual locations when we are there, just for instance, North Pole and Australia, they are in different opposite sides, and those stars, I don't know what the stars in Australia is, doesn't move also. So what do you make of this? Is this not a wandering star? It's a fixed stationary point. So
It doesn't matter. Like the same thing as you'd use the stars and where the sun rises in a certain position each year is the same way that you guys would use it in the north. So the sun rises in a certain position. That's when this season starts in the south. So I
Yeah, I
think
mean,
people look way too deeply into it. Yeah, sorry, Ripcord, go ahead, mate.
yeah, the whole argument relies in how cycles repeat, political, societal, and whatever. These are the cycles in broad perspective put into years, and therefore this calendar, the Hindu calendar, repeats itself, or the Mayan calendar. Sorry. So how do you determine that? We do not know. How
No,
did they
yeah, you got
determine that? I guess
no
they
hope.
have information we do not have. Or it could be that they have information which, from biblical perspective, was being put from the fallen angels, and after the Tower of Babylon, etc., the people were split because of language differences, and after that, every type of person brought within their tribe, which would be racial tribes we have, bring in different information, technology, and what have you. Therefore, we have the whole shebang in this.
That's using the biblical narrative as to how things happened. And I do believe that that's pretty much correct. For the most part, you say they were scattered from the tower, and then there, all these different peoples and civilizations formed here and there and everywhere, but I don't know what that has to do with the cycle of any kind. I mean, that's just
The thing is, information can be a broad spectrum. Like for medicine, certain tribes have more knowledge in terms of medicine, or people are more knowledgeable in forming metal and such, or reading the stars, for example, that other tribes do not have, because the people share not anymore the same language because they were split up during their time. And therefore, the civilizations that come after that put those calendars into place because they do not worship the creator anymore, but the angels or whoever brought their knowledge to them, and then start worshiping them, therefore becoming ideas in how creation worked or works, and making a calendar out of this. Right?
And Ripcord, a lot of us know the Enoch story and some of the other stories that go along with it. But scientifically speaking, right? Let's look at it from a scientific perspective instead of a religious perspective. When you define geocentric and how there's like a great cycle of 26,000 years, every cyclical thing on Earth, every season, the sun path, the stars path, everything is cyclical because we've observed it before being cyclical. So you would have to observe 26,000 years before to say, hey, it's happened before. Let's go ahead and make a post-fiction it's going to happen again because we've seen it in this pattern before. So scientifically speaking, you're making a prediction, not a post-fiction, and everything that we have ever known as far as society goes and seasons and the location, the time of day and all that stuff, it's all because it's happened before, not because we think it's going to happen in the future. Does that make a little more sense?
I mean, this wasn't the thing I was saying. I think from biblical perspective, everything has been laid out, just like you mentioned with the story of Enoch, how the stars, the sun, and etc. work, and how the layout of the earth is. Right? So he lays it out. This is how it is, and every type of interpretation from people who do not follow this kind of interpretation. Yes, also speaking of the people that were living during that time where Enoch lived, for example, or afterwards, the children that came from him, and etc. Then,
right?
How then is it?
The story of the Gregory and the fallen angels. Some people don't subscribe to that story. Even no matter how much you try to explain it to them that they should read it, people don't subscribe to that story. I posted in the live stream Enoch chapter 7 and chapter 8, which explains the story of the fallen angels of when they came down and they sought after the women of ours, and because they thought they were beautiful, and so they taught us, how to make war, how to read the seasons, how to turn roots into medicine, how to put makeup on our faces to make us more beautiful, how to mix metals, things like that, make alloys, things like that, that, some people may not subscribe to that but that story does explain, like, okay, after the fall of the Tower of Babel, these people went every which way, and it's kind of like telephone, like everybody had their own interpretation of what the cycle was, and so they couldn't confirm it with each other, and so there's a difference in story and there's a mix-up, which is another proof of why God did what he did, because people were becoming arrogant of what they were gaining in knowledge and yada yada yada. Aside from that, it just comes down to, like, if it's cyclical, we know the seasons are there because they were there in the past, and so we can post-stick them into the future. We know winter is coming because winter came before. It's always come before, and it will continue to come.
Yeah, but Yah also told us, even though he may have created this, we shall not, we shall watch out for the seasons. Why does he say this? To look at the moon when a specific Sabbath comes, or why do we have a second witness to watch this? Because it may be that that the day he determines for his cycle is not the day, even though we may calculate it, maybe actually everything is accurate, but if we do not look out and we, let's say, celebrate a day earlier because we thought that, okay, now the moon is full, and it's not. And yeah, this is, how can I put it? This is a very specific timeline, which we cannot actually tell for sure. Because the observational science that has been done over the hundreds of years, that we call science, is based on information on observance, and to recalculate it and re-engineer and cycle back certain star alliances. It could be true, but it also could not be true. I consider Yah's word more true than any discovery of science, because it comes down to linguistic interpretation. You can make a mathematical formula in a specific way that describes a theoretical topic, but the actual, like, it's the same. That's good for flat Earth, It's the same how we uncover that with even simpler math, that it is not so what they describe in theory, right? So they go a whole long way making it complicated so that it sounds fancy, so to say, but in reality it's very, very simple to observe.
Right, but what he was saying, what Piglet was saying was that just like we see spring, summer, a fall, and a winter, we also see an annular cycle, and then there's a solar annular cycle, which is like every 19 years, like Sunny had stated, and then there's other cycles within that. So it would be reasonable to presume, and I'm paraphrasing you, Piglet, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but based off of the logic of reasonable following, if all of those things are cycled, then eventually that alignment of stars that we were discussing that happened on September 23rd, 2017, never happened before in history, but based off of a cyclical idea that should happen again, possibly every 26,000 years.
It was 23rd September on
2017.
Was the alignment you're talking about. The alignment with
Right.
the moon and the sun at her feet, the moon at her
Right.
feet, and yeah.
Well,
And after this, in
so it
2020,
had 3 planets in the crown, right? That was another thing that was odd about it. It wasn't just that, because like it says that in the article that I posted from Earth Sky, it's happened like 8 other times in the past where the sun comes up in Virgo and then the moon is at her feet. Well, it's not just that. It was the alignment of 3 planets in the crown that was supposed to be the crown, right? Of Leo over Virgo. And then what happened before that for 9 months, there was Jupiter was in constant movement in Virgo, going into forward motion and retrograde, forward motion, retrograde. 3 times it went back and forth in Virgo to like in the belly of Virgo, right?
yeah,
Is what
yeah, and
Jedi was saying.
Yeah, and Saturn is not supposed to do that, basically.
Not Saturn, Jupiter. It was Jupiter. The two of them.
Jupiter, yeah.
Right, because if you look at the Star of Bethlehem, if you've ever seen that documentary, it talks about Jupiter crowning the King Star in Leo, and that was supposed to be the signal that the Messiah had been born. If you've ever seen that documentary before, that was another symbol that never happened.
I know about this. Yeah.
So just to go back and kind of sum everything up, that was where the story came from. It's like, well, if there's a cycle every 26,000 years, then that alignment should happen again in 26,000 years, is what Piglet was saying that somebody else had said. He had read this and he said, well, what if it, in this geocentric idea, like there's a cycle and it's an infinite cycle. There was never, like, obviously we know there's a beginning. So there's wrong in that, but some people say that there's no beginning, there's no end. It's just always been. That's a Hindu belief. It's cyclical, and so with that, you have what they called the 26,000 year cycle, or however many years, or just roughly estimated 26,000, where those
500,
where the sun, the moon, and the planets and the constellation would all realign, like almost like a sine wave. Like if you look at like sound and light patterns and you see a sine wave, like eventually it would come back into that pattern again and again and again every 26,000 years. But like what Timbo has said and what other people have said is that, you're looking too far into it. You're looking too deep into it. We can't prove that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the bigger the number, the more trouble we have, right?
Right. It's just like the day of the long sun in the book of Joshua. When they said the sun stood still, that phenomenon has never happened before. Yeah, has never happened before, and it'll never happen again. But based off that cyclical idea, at some point in 26,000 years, the sun should stand still in the sky for a day or 40 hours or however long it stayed up in the sky. If we can pursue them.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. We got a new person in the chat. I just want to check in with them and see.
Yeah, welcome.
See how they're going.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna mute up. I'm just gonna give you a heads up. I'm gonna mute up. I apologize for taking up all the time. Thank you for letting us.
You're all right, man. That was a good combo. I can't pronounce your name, buddy, but you've got a green background and watermelon on your head or something. Welcome to the server. You got control of your mic. Press the mic and chat away. Let us know what you think about where you live.
AHS. That's what it looks like. AHS. You've got control.
If you don't open your mic, I'm going to have to put you back on mute. And,
Sorry.
Ahas?
Ahas, yeah. If you look at his, pull up his emblem and it says AHS4, so Ahas 4.
Okay. Are you there, buddy? Yes, that's it. Hello, welcome to the server.
I'm not how to talk. I just want to hear you.
Okay, well, we hear you. Good to hear
Have
you.
you been here before?
Like, it's not my English. It's not my mother tongue.
Oh,
That's
it's
okay,
okay.
mate. There's plenty of them here. So.
Flat or round? Flat or curved? I mean, flat or
I
sphere?
say mostly flat.
Mostly flat? Like, because the land has topography, right?
No, there's some like question,
Yeah.
Hills,
Well,
mountains.
like the North Stars.
well, we're talking about Earth's surface. So water does not adhere to the outside of any object in this reality.
I'll try to
And
join from my PC.
how did you find the server? Was it recommended by someone? Oh, he's muted up.
Yeah,
again.
from YouTube.
Oh, okay. Just from YouTube? No one else
Yep.
you know that's been here or anything like that? Just found us on YouTube.
Just on YouTube. I was searching like a new video about flat earthers. I
Yeah.
found this Discord.
Good. Well, welcome. You're quite welcome to sit in and listen. And if you want to, chime in, then what I'll do is if you can just go up and read the rules, and then go up, read the rules, and then come back down, and then I'll give you VC verified. Okay, mate?
I'll see.
You'll see? Okay,
Yeah,
no
thanks.
worries. Bye. All right, he's gone. Hopefully he's going to read the rules.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we seem to be getting a lot of, has anyone else noticed, Muslim flat earthers in here?
yes, I have noticed that.
Yeah.
That seems to be on an increase, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I could tell his accent sounded to me like he was Middle Eastern or something like that.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close to being right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm normally pretty good with accents.
Yeah, I mean, he asked about that. He couldn't make sense of the North Star. I mean, this
Yeah, I'm not
would,
sure what that meant.
yeah, I mean, this would basically confirm where the middle is for us. It's like, I mean, I don't know where he is at with his information, but as soon, I guess, when he hears of the not same star, but the one that is in Australia, then then something new is opening.
The group of stars, Sigma Octantis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, before we go on too long, there's another new person, Emerald Rainbow, with no roles. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Emerald Rainbow, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, PD.
Hey, PD. How are you, mate?
Another day, another name. Okay.
Another account. Haven't you run out of names for your accounts?
Not yet.
What the hell is going on
it's
here?
Rainbow. You love the word rainbow,
It's someone we know that like has got himself onto like a permaban list, but he loves us so much. He's really
What about 200 accounts?
I don't want to say too much, but but we do have some short conversations that are quite enjoyable, actually, from my point of view with PD.
Yeah, I mean, we could give him special permissions, or I don't know, to be the punching bag.
Well,
I think he's on the ban list. I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, you got to understand, when somebody gets banned, they get banned for a reason. You don't give them special permissions.
Yeah. Now, if Emerald Rainbow is an agent of some kind, he's one of the most pleasant agents I've ever met, if he is.
Yeah. And quite comical as well.
Yeah, yeah. Sense of humor goes a long ways here. I'll tell you that much.
Like a CIA agent?
No.
I mean, who knows?
Whatever.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Hey, PD, what's the shape of the Earth, mate?
It's constantly changing, man.
Oh yeah,
And now it's a trapezoid.
Because Earth, it is only the ground above sea level, right?
It's the land.
The land, right. So is there land under the oceans too?
I don't think so.
What is it, an endless fucking pit?
Yeah.
No. What about the abyssal plains? What about the abyssal plains?
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in laying sea cables and knowing exactly how flat it is because you would have to lay the cables that long? Anyway, I digress. Yeah, they know how deep they are and they know how flat they are.
Hey, PD, is Emerald Rainbow, is that like a shout out to the Emerald City in God's Rainbow?
Nah, it's in Revelation.
The Emerald Rainbow?
Yeah.
What verse?
I mean, I can find it if you want, man, but that's not the topic here.
Okay.
Brilliant. I mean, I remember the Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz. Maybe you've got the two books confused.
Well, no, I'm thinking, there's like the Emerald Rock or whatever that's supposed to be at the North Pole. The Emerald Mountain.
I thought that was the Black Mountain.
Mount Meru? Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Mountain, Emerald Tree. There's some kind of emerald thing that's up there.
Emerald Tree, ooh.
There's Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Here, I'll
yeah.
Like the tree. Here, I'll show you my images.
Which Thoth probably presupposition pre-Sunday.
We're off to see the wizard.
So,
the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Excuse me if I get the names and places I might sometimes get wrong, but I've heard tell that Quetzalcoatl was actually Thoth. And being that they found the Emerald Tablets here in the U.S., or in America rather, U.S. is a corporation.
So we got Thoth, Quetzalcoatl, and Hermes Trismegistus.
Yeah, that's maybe Hermes. Yeah.
The Emerald thing too, like the whole Wizard of Oz. Y'all know about the map of the Wizard of Oz, right? It's like supposed to be a cartoon-ish version of the view of the North.
Guys, we've got something. Sorry to disturb you, gentlemen. I do apologize. Somebody in the server called AHS hasn't got any roles.
Yeah, he's back. He's just gone up to read the rules. So if you want to, I'm driving. If maybe we can see if he's read the rules and maybe give him VC verified so he can use his mic.
Yeah.
AHS, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing today? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Did you read the rules?
Yeah, I read it. It's like
Awesome. You know we're live
English,
streaming.
not
Hold
words.
up. You know we're live streaming, right?
Are you in streaming now?
Yeah, we're always 24/7. It's kind of the name of the server. In the live stream room with the little red dot to it next to it in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, we're live streaming 24/7 on YouTube and Rumble.
Yeah.
You know that.
That's what I
Cool. All right, I'll give you voice verified then, buddy.
Okay.
I can do it if you want.
That gives you access to open your mic whenever you want, and also join the live stream voice text where we post things relevant to the topic. So you'll find that just above the entrance, just above the tab that you're in now. Live stream voice
Oh,
text.
the tab.
If you want to do that for me, Sonny, that'd be great. I can't be bothered. Not that I didn't want to disrespect the gentleman. I'm lazy.
Yeah, I'll get right on it. Here we go. I got it. I'm ready. All righty. Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that I get it.
No, we're going to give it to you because you did speak up on the mic. So that's all we really require.
Oh.
For now, for VC verified anyway.
I'm not going to stay silent.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay. So you can unmute your mic anytime you like now on the live stream. So you have VC verified. So yeah, just listen for a while.
Yeah, I will ask if I have something to say.
No problem. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, buddy. Hope you enjoy the server. If you have got any questions, like gentlemen saying you've got control of your mic, or you can type them in the text stream. Lots of people do come in to listen, mate, but sometimes it's interesting when you give us something to talk about. So as soon as you get one of those questions or something, pipe up, ask us the question, and I'll guarantee you we'll probably talk for about 20 minutes and forget you're here. That's just the way the server goes.
They're just studying the atmosphere in here.
It's always a good atmosphere in here. It's Saturday morning for Timbo, it's Friday evening for me, and it's Friday afternoon for the Americans. So yeah, it's got that nice weekend feeling.
Sure does. The sun is shining. Weather is sweet. Make you wanna move. Dancing feet.
I love you, Timbo.
Alright.
You're awesome. Sorry, dude. Brilliant sometimes. You make me laugh. You've been drinking again?
Oh, no, it's too early in the morning, mate. We haven't seen the sun for like a month. So it's so nice.
I've gotten too much sun. I mean, we can never have too much sun, but I think I did this week.
Take me back to summer any day, mate.
I tell you what, mate, it's summer here in the UK. It's been pissing down today, right?
No, we want to keep our sun. You're not having it
Something
back
new.
to you. We want to keep it here in the north. Thank you very much. It's not coming back south.
Well, it started to come back down south, so you guys better lap it up while you can, because it's
We're
on
looking
the move again. What's
We're
that?
looking
Sorry.
at the east. We're looking at the east at the minute, and we can see it already coming. Like, can already see the twilight coming from the east, even though the sun's
Oh,
only set.
really?
Yeah, 2 hours ago the sun set, so we can already see the light coming from the east.
It's 20 to 1 in the morning.
Oh, well.
Wow.
Well, small
What do you got?
circle.
Like 7 hours of night time at the moment, or something?
Well,
If so.
if that, yeah. Sun comes up
Yeah.
at about 4, goes down at 10-ish,
10.
about 6-7 hours, mate, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
amazing, because the sun's just. We're about to hit maybe. Well, it's 10 o'clock now, so we're 10 o'clock in the morning, so we're only 2 hours off it being directly 90 degrees. So,
That's pretty,
oh,
that's
not
pretty,
90 degrees in the air, but so that's pretty trippy, man.
that's pretty wild because, it's 4 o'clock here. The sun's not to go down for another at least 4 hours. So the sun's visible here in Southern California, and it's visible for you there at the same time.
Hold on.
That's
You're
crazy.
to the east of us.
This isn't.
Sorry,
This is not
Sonny, you're to
working.
the west. You're to the west of us, right? In America, I'm in Europe, and we
Like I
can
do
see
it
the
there.
sun in the northeast. Just the light of the sun coming towards us. Yeah. So that's really weird, being as you're over there and the sun appears to be coming from the opposite direction. That's weird, man.
Yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of how high this this feature is. The sun, rather, how it gives you an idea or a feeling. I know there's difficulty in triangulating it. I don't think it's possible because I think it's a focal point of an energy source. So you would never get a true
Yeah, you can't.
configuration.
You don't have
I'm
to
trying to
think. It
get.
doesn't, mate. It doesn't. And I've tried it. It doesn't. You can't triangulate the sun. You'll get an area that the sun appears to be. You won't get every triangulation point reaching a point, so everyone can say that's where the sun is. There's an area.
And
They can't
and you know,
triangulate the sun.
and focal point of a light source
As in
or
regards to, say, 3 people doing it at the same time along the same longitude line. So, yeah, longitude from north to south. So one at 45 degrees, one on the equator, and one at 45 degrees south, trying to triangulate the sun. You won't get 3 lines intersecting.
Yeah. And one thing that actually does kind of explain this would be a focal point, because if it was a an apparent image of a focal point, they would all have a different trajectory to each observer. This can be demonstrated. That's a big problem when you can demonstrate things that bludgeon the globe Earth like over and over again.
Like a triangle.
I'm just posting a map.
Triangles.
I know we don't go by maps, but I just posted an AE map.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, the aviation map, yeah. Yep.
How? Okay, that's there. That's there. So how the fuck are you seeing it, Jedi?
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
I can't see
Is
the
it-
sun. It's
it-
in the distance.
Yeah.
Here comes the sun. You can see the light. So it's in the northeastern sky at the moment. So it's coming
North.
towards us now. If I put things into perspective for you, it's just coming at 1 o'clock. 3 hours ago, Alex and I watched it disappear in the other direction, the northwest. The northwest. Yeah.
Okay, northeast makes sense.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah. So as it was going over to the northwest, disappearing over towards the west, because the sun sets in the west, we are now seeing it in the northeast as it's approaching.
Yeah,
It's only
because
4
it's
hours
on.
apart. 3 hours apart.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's on that. It's just left Cancer, the Tropic of Cancer, about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, just started heading back down.
Yeah. So a few weeks ago, it was definitely predominant, wasn't it, darling? Yeah. So you're right. Yeah. It's just an interesting observation, man. The sun goes, and then it's very quickly starting to come back again. Now the sun's not going to come up to about 4:30, but yeah, it's going to obviously get closer and closer and closer. Yeah. Now at the moment, I'm in the south of England. I've witnessed this phenomena about maybe 4 or 5 years ago in north of Great Britain and Scotland. It's brighter up there. It's much more predominant, and there is more twilight. It isn't as dark as it is here. So in the northern Scotland, about 600, 700 miles, well, 600 miles north of my position now, yeah, it's brighter.
I was in. I used to live in Prestwick on the west coast, and during the summer, we'd have like light until midnight.
Oh wow!
Up in Scotland, yeah.
Yeah. So you observe this in your summer as well, right?
Yeah.
Always different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was only young, so I didn't really pay much attention to it. But I remember,
probably
like
too drunk
having to be told to. No, I was only a kid. Oh yeah, probably no.
I have a question.
I know everyone else was.
Question?
Yeah. When you look at the picture and you look at the left where the thing is golden, and left and right, you see the summer cycle and the winter cycle. So why does the light distribution look like, when you put it side by side, look like a cell that is splitting? Don't focus too much on the cell I'm using as an example, but why is the light distribution not in a cycle itself and just like a cone, basically?
Like a cone? What do you mean, like a bubble?
Yeah, cone bubble. I mean, it looks like it is focused, like when you use a flashlight on the ground. It's the same kind of focus.
I don't know, mate. Sorry.
Are you guys looking at the picture at all, or?
Did you post something in the wrong room?
No, I'm looking at the picture from Timbo Silence.
Oh, okay. The
Nice.
AE map. Yeah.
So the top, bottom left and the bottom right.
Bottom left, bottom right. Oh, that's just a depiction of the ice. Yeah. Are you talking about the white border around it?
And no, I'm talking about the white cycle in this, where basically the cycle from the sun is shown, how far it goes. Like from the middle, the North Star, it's always daylight in summer. No matter what, it's always daylight. In the winter cycle,
Yeah.
there's no light at all, ever.
You're talking about the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere?
Overall, I'm just looking at the shape where the sun is shining, basically, illuminating the Earth, where it goes around, you know?
Confused about what you're actually asking.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm making a
That's all
photo.
right. Plenty of time, mate.
Yeah, I've just looked at the picture again. So you're talking about the two circles on the left and right, which depict the solstices, when the sun is circling the Tropic of Cancer in the northern hemisphere, where there's more light over the North Pole, so 24-hour days. And then in the southern hemisphere, 6 months later, when the sun travels over the equator down to the Tropic of Capricorn, there is no light, as in 24-hour darkness in the north. Is that what you're referring to, Ripcord?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What was the question about it, mate?
Yeah. Give me 5 minutes. I'm making
sure,
a graphic.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to catch up, man.
Just while you're doing that, I think you might be talking about the spread of the light in the south and the north is different. Is that what you're asking, Ripcord?
Yeah, but on the outside, not in the middle, towards the middle, but the outside the ring.
Yeah.
Outside the ring.
Yeah.
This is my main focus. Why is it not a whole cycle overall, even though the sun is wandering in different lines?
Sorry, do you mean circle, not cycle?
Yes, circle.
Yeah, cool. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying cycle, mate. I do apologise. I get you.
Are you
Yeah, that's
saying why it's uneven? Is that what you're saying? Why the ice is uneven?
Yeah, that's why I made the example with the flashlight. When you point your flashlight onto the ground, then it makes in a specific angle the same shape like in this picture. What I'm asking, is this accurate observation?
No. This is just it's just like a cartoon, just like the ball. But they do use it over land.
Okay.
I don't know
So
I don't know what's going on in the ocean or what's going on around the outside, but you can use this map.
Yeah, so outside that yellow that would get no light at all could actually be illuminated a little bit.
Yeah, well, they have day and night in the south. Like, well, the only thing that you can really go by is down the bottom of South America. Like, people live down there, and there's,
Yeah.
they go, oh, well, one of their arguments is, oh, why do they have 17 hours of sunlight? Well, big shit. We get 16 hours of sunlight here in the summer as well. And I'm only at 38 degrees south. So You know, like I think that point of South America down at the bottom of Argentina goes down to about 50 or 60 degrees, 50
Oh,
something.
yeah, that's
So
a lot. Fahrenheit or would be a little bit much.
no, 60 degrees south. So I think it's 50
Yeah.
something degrees south, right? Um, you know, people live down there, so we can get, you know, accurate kind of readings on how long the sun stays around for and things like that. But I don't know. I don't know how everything works, but I know that water is flat and we can't measure curvature.
Yep, that is about right. I mean, the whole you have to
I
the
remember.
whole thing about them is prove to me how light bends without using an object to make it bend.
Well,
You know.
I was just going to say something. I had a discussion with, like, say there is let's call it a firmament, and then say this light that we call the sun is outside the firmament. Say it's a dome, right? How does light react when you run it over a dome? Have you ever seen that example? What it actually does is, at its highest point, it's thinner. The light's thinner, and then as it gets to the bottom of the dome, it kind of spreads out and wraps around the side. So this actually works for how much time we get in the summer in the south as well, because it wraps around the bottom of it. It makes this funny kind of, instead of it being a light source that just shines in a certain area, it shines light, spreads it down the bottom, and then at the very bottom wraps around it. So, you know, this can work. And if you look at a round dome and you run a light directly across it, it looks like it's arcing. So, you know, all these things can be explained by there being something above us. You know, like it's not outlandish to say that there's something. Well, gas pressure needs a container, but we don't know what it is. But I always picture this, because to me it makes sense that the light is above it and shining down on it. I know it's all speculation, but and then it does these funny, looks like it does these funny movements, but it's not actually doing those funny movements. She's going straight. I got no idea, man. But the light above a bowl, an upside down bowl, can look like it's going around in a curve, even if it's going straight. So it's got me fucked. I got no idea.
I mean, my question would be for the people who had been witnessing eventually or have gone to the outside of the dome and actually touched it. You know, it's like if you hold a flashlight through a glass dome shape, then the light, part of it travels also to the bottom or the very edge. So they must have witnessed some light coming off from it, or seeing the eyes or whatever illuminated also. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. They're not going to tell us if anyone's been there.
I mean, I don't. We can't, even if we wanted to. If we would have had the freedom, man, the world would be in a total different place.
What if they went there and then they just said, "Motherfucker, we got to keep this a secret, otherwise everyone's going to go nuts and start believing in God."
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole conspiracy in itself. Like, they know the truth and they're still hiding it. And this is evil. There's no other word for this. Why
Yeah,
keep
if they're
keep the
keeping the
truth?
truth from someone, it's yeah, or I'll call it evil because it's hiding the truth from what you are and the history of yourself. You know, it's criminal.
Yeah, it's like you watch Simpsons, the dome thing, you know. I don't know if anyone has seen this. I guess so. Uh,
Yeah.
it's the same mentality, you know. They knew beforehand they were free, and then they got stuck into this. And once you know you are stuck, you want to get out. You know, you dig holes and try to get out. Everyone would do this if they knew. But besides that, I've also seen on YouTube someone who was diving in the ocean and has found a solid structure, a crystal structure that was very smooth. So it could be that the layout of the dome is actually completely isolated.
Crystal
So
structure. Are you talking about the ocean that was under the ocean? Are you talking about
uh,
that? The
do you
super
have?
saline when they try and go down in a little submarine and they bounce off it. Are you talking about
It could be if you have the video or some pictures. It was
Yeah, well,
very clear that they couldn't pass. They couldn't go through this. They couldn't dig into it. They
it was
couldn't.
it was underneath them, yeah. It was
Yeah.
underneath them, and there was little waves lapping up against the shore as well. Is that what you're talking about? And then
Mm.
that guy mysteriously died in a helicopter accident in Australia about a month later.
I mean, if it was this that I saw, and then yeah, I'm glad I watched the video. You know.
Yeah, but I don't think it was. If it's the same one, I don't think it was crystalline or anything like that. They called it super saline water. So it was
Oh no.
so dense.
Yeah, no. It was basically. I guess what we are talking about is salt water being in fresh water or something.
No.
That couldn't mix with one another, even though it was
No,
thousands of
that's
meters deep. So yeah, no, this is not what I'm talking about.
Have you got the video of the crystal structure?
Yeah, I'm looking for it, but I can't find it at the moment. The thing is, you have to make the exact description about what you are searching for. And if they blacklisted these very terms, or yeah, it makes it way harder unless you have saved the video before.
Did you find it yet?
Nope.
What's going on with Globy McGlobeface? Did he just get because he said wanking. He's been put in detention. Come on, Globy McGlobeface. Jump in. He's not even in the live stream. He's just in the chat, is he?
What, Globy McFuckface? Yeah.
Yeah. Globy McWankface. What did he say? You guys all sit around wanking each other. Well, why is he here then? Maybe he's gay. Oops.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's watching on YouTube, then, mate, you've only been in it once, as far as I'm aware. And now you've kind of reduced yourself to being what we call a drive-by chat skanker, who comes in and, ad homs people because he wants us to look stupid. Saying the comments that he said earlier about us wanking each other off in the live stream. I mean, that's got no credibility. It's just a baseless fucking claiming you think you're hard and clever. I tell you what would make you hard and clever, Globy McFuckface, is if you came into the server with your fucking ball and stood out with your fucking chest and defended it. Act like a man instead of like a pussy. Because that's basically what we now think of you as. You're a pussy. My claim was with base because you've demonstrated this to be true. You're not here, you're just a drive-by skank because it's what's safer to do that. You feel safe because you don't want to come in here and have your religious belief in a spinning ball destroyed by a triangle or a second law of thermodynamics. I mean, I'll rip your ball away from you with 2 conversations. Simple as. You've seen my videos on TikTok, right? You know what a triangle is, right, Globy McFuckface? You know what the second law of thermodynamics is, and you understand what that is, don't you? And you must also understand that your claim within your heliocentric model is an entropy decrease, which is a violation of that natural law. So, yeah, I mean, what have we reduced you to? Being a chat skank now. I thought you were Mr. Globy McGoface from TikTok who's got, followers and stuff, all hard and clever. Get yourself in there.
Yeah, your argument's reduced to calling us wankers, then you've lost already, mate.
Well, he lost when he decided to argue it was a globe.
Yeah, before you pick a fight, you might want to check what side you're on first. The side that has the most, that contains the truth, I would kind of err on that side.